honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. Partamba se porte la playa, il se porte la croix. Donne soile tu épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Pray for it, the doors be open. Alors, statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, as of yesterday, passengers can carry knives on planes thanks to the Transport Minister. It's also thanks to him that land that was protected in Mascouche has been destroyed to build an airport, despite almost everyone's opinion to the contrary. As is it the case for the loss of a big contract to a German company at the expense of workers in La Pocatière. The Transport Minister's record, a Quebec minister, is pathetic, Mr. Speaker. It's not very good. It's not great. This week, a historic delegation from the North Shore has come to Ottawa to settle once and for all the issue of the extension of Highway 138 to get people on the lower shore out of isolation and precarity. People on the North Shore deserve respect from this government. The minister has an opportunity to do something good for them, for Quebec, for once. It's about time, eh?
Député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand in the House today to acknowledge the tremendous work of Meredith Brown of the Ottawa Riverkeeper, who will be stepping down from her position as Riverkeeper after 15 years of stellar advocacy. Ottawa Riverkeeper is a non-profit charity whose special responsibility is to be the full-time public advocate for the Ottawa River watershed. It's the Riverkeeper's job to educate and identify citizen complaints, figuring out solutions to problems that affect our watershed. Meredith Brown has served the public interest, working tirelessly to protect and restore our watershed. Under her leadership, the organization has grown from 1 to 10 employees and now includes hundreds of volunteers. Fundraising efforts are more solid than ever, and relations with the Algonquin Nation have improved dramatically. So I'd like to thank this Pontiac constituent for her hard work, her dedication, and her commitment to protecting our right to swim, drink, and fish in the Ottawa River. We need leaders like Meredith Brown to continue to ensure the ecological integrity of our habitats across Canada. So, Meredith, miigwech, thank you, merci, on behalf of the entire National Capital community.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, along with a member for Lambton-Kent-Middlesex, I attended the Kent County Agricultural Hall of Fame. Robert Kerr and Art Skafsma were honoured this year as inductees, as well as George and Ruth Bieber, who were honoured posthumously. The list of their achievements would require much more time than is allotted. Suffice it to say that their accomplishments are extraordinary. Mr. Speaker, I have visited Ukraine, where the topsoil is 10 feet deep, but they cannot match Kent County's production, and their crop output pales in comparison. The difference, Mr. Speaker, is the people. People like those inducted into the Hall of Fame who have helped make Kent County one of the most productive agricultural areas in the world. I take this opportunity to congratulate Robert Kerr, Art Skafsma, and George and Ruth Bieber, as well as the hundreds of farmers, both past and present, who have helped give Kent County its rich agricultural history.
Here, here. Here. The honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, mental health issues know no ethnic or cultural boundaries. Too many of our youth from cultural communities suffer in silence. So I want to tell you about Nasiha, which is an organization that offers support to youth. Nasiha is Arabic for advice. It was founded by Yassine and Sumaya Puna over 10 years ago. They started with a volunteer helpline for Muslim youth with the aim of providing teens support that understands their situation without judgment or shaming. Today, Nasiha employs professional counselors and has open phone lines 7 days a week. They receive calls from tens of thousands of people from all backgrounds, all over Canada and around the world. They deal with issues such as depression, bullying, suicide, domestic violence, radicalization, intergenerational challenges, and identity questions. Nasiha is a valuable partner to organizations such as CAMH, school boards, and Kid Help Phone Line. I want to thank their directors, staff, volunteers for their excellent work.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Leanne Gauvin from Hearst received the Community Teachers of the Year Award from the Ontario College of Family Physicians in recognition of excellence in supervision of family medicine residents and medical school students. Dr. Gauvin was nominated by her students who praised her as a role model in terms of her empathy for her patients.
In rural and northern Canada, family doctors play a big role in the health of our communities, so it's nice when their hard work is acknowledged. That is also the case for Little Current's Dr. Peter Poen, who has been recognized by the College as a Family Physicians as a Family Physician of the Year, the highest honor presented to a family doctor who makes a significant impact for their patients. The award is no surprise to Dr. Poen's colleagues, who testify to his skill as a physician, leader, educator, and note that he also serves as coroner for the region. Please join me in thanking Dr. Gauvin and Dr. Poen for their dedication and congratulate them on their awards.
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, today is Albanian Independence Day. Dita e Pavarësisë. After 500 years of Ottoman rule, an independent Albania was proclaimed on November 28, 1912. On this day, the Albanian flag was raised in Vlora, which is why this day is also called Flag Day. Le jour de l'indépendance de l'Albanie.
On their Day of Independence, celebrations are held recognizing the colors of the flag and traditional dress.
Held in Albania and throughout the diaspora, and involve customary Albanian music and dance. On this day, I would like to salute Albanians across our country, including the Albanian Canadian Community Association of Toronto and the Albanian Canadian Excellence Society, and Albanians everywhere as they celebrate their nationhood. Gezwa festen e pavarësisë.
Honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, November 25th to December 10 marks the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. It is tragic that in 2018, this is still a reality, though so many Canadians experience on an ongoing basis. We are faced with daily reminders in the news and in our communities that we can and must do better. It is clear that everyone in our society has a role to play in ending gender-based violence. I would like to take a moment to draw attention to Wynn House in Edmonton that does tremendous work to support women and children fleeing domestic abuse. Wynn House provides a safe place, emergency services, and comprehensive programs to help support and empower victims. I recently had the opportunity to visit their facilities. I want to thank them for their hard work and the safe refuge that they have created. Due to organizations like Wynn House, victims do not need to be defined by their experiences. Together, we can work to ensure that gender-based violence is a thing of the past. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, for the residents in my riding of Brampton West, the recent increase in reported gun violence is a very concerning issue. Over the summer, I, alongside my colleagues from Brampton, appeared before the Peel Police Services Board to voice our concerns over what we are hearing from constituents to ensure that policy changes were made to reflect the community's feedback. I want to let the residents of Brampton West know that our government does not take these reports lightly. We're stepping in to ensure that police agencies have the resources and tools that they need to combat gun violence with $86 million investments recently announced by our Minister of Public Safety. This investment, alongside the introduction of common sense firearms legislation and our work with the Peel Regional Police, forms a comprehensive plan to ensure that all Bramptonians feel safe and secure in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to draw attention to the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Yemen. According to a recent report by Save the Children, 85,000 children under the age of 5 may have died of starvation since the onset of hostilities 3 years ago. 14 million people remain at risk of famine. In times of war and conflict, the most vulnerable segments of the population, women, children, and the elderly, also suffer the most. Today, I call on my colleagues from all parties in both chambers and on parliamentarians around the world to do everything they can to draw attention to this unconscionable suffering, to highlight channels for humanitarian relief, to amplify calls for a ceasefire, and to support the efforts of the United Nations, particularly those of UN Special Envoy Martin Griffiths, whose work includes the negotiation of access points for aid delivery. Mr. Speaker, the tragedy in Yemen calls into question everything that defines us as morally conscious beings. It must be brought to an end.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, Peter Klein, born Horst Klein, passed away on the morning of November 7, 2018, at 84 years old. He's survived by his loving wife, Krista, his 3 children, Daniela, Dagmar, and Christopher. As a young man, Peter became a mastery pastry chef, and eventually Peter and Krista moved to West Bank, where they would start their own business, Peter Klein Fine Cakes and Pastry Limited. Despite business and health challenges, Peter remained ever the baker. His greatest honor was to bake the annual Canada Day cake for Westside Days. To the delight of everyone in attendance, he baked the massive 6x4 cake, a Canadian flag of white icing and strawberries. He did this every year for 12 years, earning him the love of his community and a Diamond Jubilee Medal. His final year of making the Canada Day cake, he trained his successor, Anya Dumas, who plans on continuing with this important tradition. On behalf of the community, local Rotarians, the Westside Days Committee, rest in peace, Peter. I'll miss you as a friend, and certainly you were a great Canadian, and I appreciate all you've done for me and for the community.
Honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
November 25th to December 10th is the UN Women's 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. This year, the Unite campaign is using the hashtags HearMeToo and Orange the World. Gender-based violence can take many forms: sexual violence and harassment, domestic assault, the use of rape as a weapon of war, attacks on women human rights defenders, violence against the LGBT community, the particular vulnerability of Indigenous, racialized, and disabled women, cyber-sexual violence, and trafficking of women and girls are just some examples. This year, I would particularly like to draw attention to the UN Office on Drugs and Crime Blue Heart campaign to end human trafficking.
Each one of us has to take action to end the silence and impunity. Over the course of the 16 days of activism, swing into action and join the global movement against gender-based violence.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I have the privilege of welcoming my constituency youth council to Ottawa, where they're visiting for the day to learn how government works firsthand. These are smart, driven, and compassionate young Canadians who have chosen to get involved and make a difference. Last week, they joined me as I partnered with Mental Health Commission of Canada to host the Headstrong Summit. This partnership is the first in Canada, and once again, Richmond Hill is in the forefront. Headstrong is a youth-oriented initiative to break the stigma around mental illness, partnering with schools, and sharing lived experiences. It was a fantastic opportunity for these young women and men to connect with other youth advocates who understood the importance of breaking the stigma and helping those who struggle with their mental health. I welcome them once again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, Monday night I stood in this House during the emergency debate to discuss the announcement of the GM plant in Oshawa that was closing. 2,800 unionized and non-unionized workers will lose their jobs because of this decision. The cities of St. Thomas and London, the township of Southold, and the county of Elgin met a similar fate with the closure of the St. Thomas Assembly plant in Talbotville when Ford announced that they were closing. And then the community was hit once again when the Sterling Truck plant announced that it would be closing its doors and moving out of Canada. Families across the region were impacted by these job losses. Auto haulers, cafeteria employers, secondary suppliers. all of these companies and workers fell victim to these closures. We need to support the families of Oshawa by all levels of government working together. I urge this government to work with all federal party members to find a solution for the workers and families in the Oshawa region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the work of Paoletti Graciopo-Terrien, a chartered professional accountants partnership whose team is here on Parliament Hill. Founded in 1983, Giovanni Paoletti, Santo Graciopo, and Benoit Terrien, by them, this firm is a major player on the accounting scene in the Greater Montreal area.
Personalization and quality, search no more, because Paoletti Graciopo-Terrien is the place to go. Through their services, their uncompromising work, they make tax season a breed and not a nightmare. Over and above the personalized services and the passion for their work, Paoletti Graciopo-Terrien supports various charitable causes and gives back to the community every chance they have. Grazie Giovanni Paoletti, Santo Graciopo, and Benoit Terrien for your hard work over the past 35 years and to many more to come. Yay!
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
December 13th marks the 81st anniversary of the Nanjing Massacre. In recognition of the crimes against humanity and in the spirit of never again, I'm calling on the government to declare December 13th of every year as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day. Up to 300,000 people were killed, an estimated 200,000 women from occupied territories in Asia were tricked or coerced by the Japanese Imperial Army into sexual slavery. The UN recognizes 19 countries where sexual violence is used as a tactic of war. If we can learn from history and commit to preventing it from happening again, humanity benefits. Order of Canada recipients Joy Kagawa, Dr. Joseph Wong from Canada Alpha, Satsuko Naramatsu from Japanese Canadians in support of Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day, CACA, NCCC, CCC of Greater Vancouver and Toronto, the Korean Senior Citizens of Greater Vancouver, the Canada Philippines in Solidarity for Human Rights, along with close to 440,000 petitioners across the country are in support. I hope all members will as well.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing today to acknowledge an event happening this evening on behalf of the United Way, Leeds and Grenville, and in celebration of our dear friend, the former Member of Parliament for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, Gord Brown. The United Way, Leeds and Grenville has teamed up with the Gord Brown Memorial Canada 150 Outdoor Rink Project to offer hockey enthusiasts the opportunity to raise money to help make positive changes to lives in this community. It really was Gord's vision to create a better life for all the citizens in Leeds and Grenville. So let's all help him with this vision. Thank you very much.
No member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Due to the current crisis facing the Francophone community of Ontario, official languages minority groups have reason to wonder if their rights will be questioned every time a new government comes to power.
As Canadian society evolved, our predecessors rightly saw fit to protect and promote minority language communities wherever they were found across this country. The Official Languages Act of Canada is an indispensable tool to that end.
We all know the strongest of laws is meaningless if the political will to enforce it is absent, or if the majority is unwilling to adopt it as a fundamental principle.
So I call on my colleagues to fully grasp the importance of valuing both official languages so that they're no longer the concern of just the minority, but rather the pride of the entire nation.
Absolument.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the government has a bad deal for our agricultural producers, for forestry, for steel and aluminum. There is a crisis in our oil sector as well. And now we're losing jobs in the auto sector. This is all the fault of our government, this government and this Prime Minister. When will the Prime Minister stand up and fight for Canadian workers and the industries that employ them? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. From the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, we have been standing up for our workers and for the industries throughout our country. We had the highest economic growth rate of the G7. We have the lowest unemployment record in 40 years. And in our last, most recent economic statement, we have invested $14 billion to help industries to invest in jobs, to invest in our economy. We will continue to listen to and work with our workers and our industries to build a stronger Canada.
It's Liberal policies that are actually hurting the ability for businesses to invest in Canada and create jobs. It's Liberal policies in Ontario that created massive increases in energy costs, something that our competitors around the world don't face. Liberal increases to payroll taxes make it more expensive for employers here in Canada to keep jobs here. And now the carbon tax is making it more difficult to invest in Canada. We know that because the government admits it. So will the Prime Minister give the same exemption to other businesses that he's granted to large industrial emitters?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are concerned about our seniors. We are concerned about our future seniors, which is why we strengthen CPP for future generations, something the members opposite oppose, which is something he indicated right now. We are making sure that we take action in lowering small business taxes to actually support our small businesses right across the country. And we invested in an accelerated capital cost allowance program that is going to help our businesses be more competitive. And as to making sure that we put a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that the way to build the economy of the future and the jobs of the future is to prepare for the transition, and that's what we're doing.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's this Prime Minister's policies that is transitioning the auto sector right out of our country. He knows that his carbon tax is making it more difficult to keep jobs here in Canada because he said it himself. That's why they've granted a massive exemption to large industrial emitters. Now, workers in Oshawa are fighting to keep their jobs, Mr. Speaker. The least that this Prime Minister can do is help them in that fight. Will he repeal the carbon tax so that Canadian auto sector jobs can stay right here in Canada?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have continued to invest in businesses and in workers right across this country. Of course, our hearts go out to the workers in Oshawa who are facing these cuts, but we continue to stand with them and we will continue to fight for them, Mr. Speaker. In terms of understanding that the best way to secure jobs for the future is to take genuine action on climate change and aid our economies and our families to support and to thrive through the transition to a lower carbon economy. That is what we are doing. The members opposite have no plan and instead just try to play politics.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is going to have to put on his teaching hat here and explain the logic on this one. So for large industrial emitters, the carbon tax will kill jobs, and so they need a massive exemption to protect them from competition from other countries. But that very same carbon tax will somehow create jobs in the auto sector. That makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. The carbon tax is bad for all Canadian workers. Now that we've seen the impact of this policy chasing future jobs and investment away, will he do the right thing and cancel his carbon tax?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously all of our hearts go out to the workers and we will plan on supporting them. And I have to highlight that when I spoke with the Premier of Ontario, we agreed we were going to put partisanship aside and focus on how we were going to support the families suffering and worried because of this decision it's taken. On the question of carbon tax, of pricing pollution and putting a price on that pollution, we know that making sure that pollution is not free is how we're going to move forward on protecting jobs, on protecting our future, and protecting the environment for future generations.
Order. I've heard a number of interventions by members, including member for Barrie Innisfil, and I'd ask him to restrain himself and try to remember that we speak when it's our turn. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not just the auto sector that this government's policy has had a devastating effect on. It's also the energy sector in Canada. It was his decision to kill the Northern Gateway project, which would have opened up Asian markets. It was his decision that killed a pipeline that would have brought Western energy to Eastern Canadian markets. And as a result, there have been drastic job losses in Alberta. Now, the Prime Minister knows that under the Conservative government, 4 major pipeline projects were built. His preference is to phase out the energy sector. My question to him is, was it always his intention to phase out the energy sector before the next election?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've always worked to demonstrate that we understand that growing the economy and protecting the environment need to go hand in hand, and that we will continue to do.
But I would like to highlight, Mr. Speaker, the fact that for 14 days now, or 14 days ago, the Conservative government in Ontario slashed Francophone services, and the Leader of the Opposition hasn't even asked me a question on that. We think it's a very important issue. We think it's very important to talk about it and to stand up and protect Francophones, and that's why I'm so pleased that I'll have an opportunity to sit down with the Leader of the Opposition later this afternoon. Order.
Alors.
Order.
Order. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques.
Speaker, the announced closure of the GM plant is devastating for the families of the 2,500 workers and for the community. But it's not just workers and families in Oshawa that are worried about the future. It's all auto workers across the country. The Prime Minister must do more than just express his disappointment. He must demonstrate some leadership and develop a national auto strategy such as the one proposed and advocated by the member of Windsor West, if he wants to make sure our auto industry doesn't just survive but thrives. Will he do so?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously we continue to stand with workers at the GM plant and right across the country. We know that the auto sector is a vital element of our economic growth. That is why we fought so hard for it in renegotiating the new NAFTA deal. But specifically, since November 2015, our government has invested $389 million in 37 projects undertaken by Canada's automotive sector, resulting in nearly $4.1 billion in total investments in the sector. That is the work we're doing to support auto workers in this country and have done over the past 3 years.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques.
Having a strategy.
That's right.
Ce qu'il faut comprendre, c'est que cette
What one has to understand is that this week it's GM, but other closures could follow, and that's why the federal government must put together a concerted strategy to protect jobs. It must also make sure that the Canadian auto sector makes the shift to electric and hybrid vehicle manufacturing. The Prime Minister has expressed his disappointment, but now he has to show leadership. Will he at least convene a summit on the future of the auto sector with the unions, industry, provinces, and mayors of communities whose economies depend on the auto sector? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for 3 years, we have been working with unions, with the industries, with workers, with communities, precisely to attract investment. And that represents $4.1 billion total of investment in the auto sector here in Canada that we have been able to attract because we believe in the future of workers, we believe in the future of our industry, and we will always put the quality of Canadian workers at the top of our list of priorities. Thank you.
Jonquière.
The Honourable Minister for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the Oshawa GM plant closure was terrible news for thousands of families. Workers are angry. How can a government give billions of dollars of our money to a big company with no guarantee that our jobs will be protected? Will the Prime Minister fight to save jobs in Oshawa, or will he continue to simply give gifts to big corporations while asking for nothing in return? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to fight. When I spoke to the CEO of GM, I recalled to him that we have a long, proud history with GM in Oshawa, and this is thanks to the quality of our workers. As I said yesterday, we will be here to support workers and their families who are going through a very difficult time. And at the same time, we are putting together a plan that will be based on new initiatives involving new technology, consumers.
But yesterday, the industry minister said in this House, "Read my lips." Well, the people of Oshawa have been reading those lips all week, and what they see is a Liberal government that will do nothing to save their jobs. The Prime Minister is throwing away another $14 billion to corporate CEOs, but has shown that he is not willing to do a thing for Oshawa auto workers and thousands of others whose jobs are threatened by the closure. Why hasn't the Prime Minister convened an emergency meeting of Labour, business and elected representatives to save those jobs? Why won't the Liberals act?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite had better relations with Labour, he might have learnt that I sat down with Jerry Dias yesterday and had an excellent conversation with Labour about what we were going to do on next steps to fight for those GM jobs, to support our workers. We are going to continue to work with Labour, yes, with industry, and with workers and local community leaders right across the country, but particularly in Oshawa right now, to make sure that we are doing everything we can to support those families.
Honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday past, the Prime Minister announced that effective immediately, the Liberal member for Brampton East would be resigning. We've heard that it had to do with health problems, then it was gambling problems. We have heard that, as well, the Ethics Commissioner delisted the investigation on the basis of the Prime Minister announcing the member's resignation. You yourself clarified yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that the member certainly has not resigned. As a result, the Ethics Commissioner has relisted the inquiry and the investigation going on, and the RCMP has sought access to records. When did the Prime Minister know that the member from Brampton East was under investigation by the RCMP?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member informed us of challenges he is facing and put out a public statement on his decision to resign. We agreed that his decision, which he announced in his statement, was the right one to take.
Honourable member for Milton. Order.
Well, we appreciate the clarification on the member's decision, but what we're seeking is to know when the Prime Minister knew that the RCMP were investigating the member. Mr. Speaker, the Globe and Mail is reporting today that the member publicly questioned senior officials in the RCMP and other law enforcement agencies about the way they investigate money laundering early this year. At the same time, the Mounties were probing his multimillionaire gambling activities and sought to determine the origin of the funds. Mr. Speaker, this member was removed from this committee September 19th. When did the Prime Minister know he was under RCMP surveillance?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we learned about the member's challenges last week when he came forward and told us about his gambling addiction. We also will highlight how important it is to ensure that everyone understands that the RCMP's investigations happen completely independently and without giving advice or notification to any politicians of investigations that they need to undertake.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Globe and Mail reported this week that the Liberal MP for Brampton East not only gambled millions of dollars in casinos, and we're all wondering where the MP got that kind of money, by the way, but was also under investigation for months by the RCMP. This situation is extremely worrisome, very troubling. Yet another Liberal MP engaged in questionable activities. My question now to the Prime Minister is the same. When did he become aware of the RCMP investigation into the member? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I learned last week of the challenges that the member was facing, and we immediately recommended that he act, and we agree with his decision to withdraw from this House and to resign from his responsibilities as a member. Obviously, the RCMP will continue its work independently without any interference from politicians. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about a Liberal member, and as far as I know, he has not been kicked out of the caucus. Now, he was also part of the delegation on this disastrous trip to India that the Prime Minister had organized. And he even invited his former boss along. And interestingly, the same MP was recently asking questions to the RCMP at the Standing Committee on Finance on how they investigate money laundering. So now the Prime Minister is saying that he's only become aware of all this since last week. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, obviously, I became aware of the MP's situation last week, and we accepted his decision to withdraw from politics. Now, we know that there are many outstanding questions that the RCMP is looking for answers to, and we have full confidence in the RCMP that they will do their work properly.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a week since the Liberals announced their undefined, mistargeted, temporary patch, $600 million plus election year bailout for Canada's struggling news industry. Owners and publishers who get million-dollar checks and bonuses, and partisan big union bosses, not surprisingly, praise the bailout. But dozens of this country's most respected journalists have denounced it because it casts a dark shadow over the independence of their craft. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister now understand how acceptable this bailout is in an election year?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a free and independent press is the cornerstone of any democracy. We understand that. We also understand that the transformation of the news industry and the digital challenges that they're facing require new models to support a strong, independent journalism. And that's why our government is choosing to step up to defend the independence and the strength and the capacity of journalists to do their job in this country. We know that attacking journalists, as the members opposite like to do, is not the way to strengthen our democracy. We will support the capacity of journalists to do their job independently.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is clear from that answer that the Prime Minister doesn't understand the economic and technological realities that have created this crisis for our free and independent Canadian news industry. This bailout, Mr. Speaker, isn't a long-term remedy. It's a temporary patch which ignores, for example, suggestions from the Public Policy Forum, like ending tax write-offs for advertisers on foreign digital platforms or resizing the mandate of Canada's semi-private public broadcaster. Mr. Speaker, why won't the Prime Minister listen to Canada's independent journalists?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the conspiracy theory being peddled by Conservatives is insulting to the intelligence of Canadians and to the professionalism of journalists. The Conservatives think Canadian journalists can be bought. We don't. We know their work is essential to our democracy. France, Sweden, Germany, the UK, and many others took action to support journalism without compromising its independence. But newspapers are going through a crisis. That's why we're taking action right now to help them get through this crisis and continue to stay strong and defend our democracy the way they always do.
Order. Most members in all parties can sit through a question period and hear things they don't like without reacting. And I'm sure the rest are adults and can also do so. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister chose to appoint the member for Parliament from Brampton East to the very powerful Finance Committee. While there, he used his access to senior finance officials and money laundering experts to ask very troubling questions, and I will quote, "How many resources does FinTrack have to go after each little $10,000 transaction? If I'm money laundering, I'm doing transactions in the millions, not doing it in millions to catch attention. I'm doing them at the $10,000 to $15,000 limit to get away with it." These questions were so disturbing they raised red flags at the RCMP. Did the Prime Minister or anyone in his office find these questions so disturbing that they acted upon them?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last week the member stated his intentions after informing us of the challenges he is facing. As I said, we agree with the decisions he has taken to step down.
The member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Yeah, this one. The Prime Minister is claiming ignorance.
Order. Order. Apparently there are problems hearing. Is it the audio working now? The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These answers are not going to satisfy. I don't think the Prime Minister is fully understanding the gravity of this situation. He's claiming ignorance, but on September 19th, in the middle of its study on money laundering, the Prime Minister removed this MP from the Finance Committee. The RCMP, FinTrack, and the Ethics Commissioner are all investigating this colleague and friend of the Prime Minister. He said he knew nothing. He did nothing. So once again, did the Prime Minister remove the Member of Parliament from Brampton East from the Finance Committee because he was using his position to avoid possible prosecution?
You're right, Honourable Prime Minister.
No, we did not.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Before the 2008 global crisis, Minister Flaherty invested $40 billion. Now, to be fair, the Liberals before did the same. These decisions prepared us for the upcoming crisis. Now, once again, we're seeing problems in the energy sector, the auto sector, increases in interest rates, and crises could happen in the future. So how much of the national debt has our Prime Minister paid down? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, during the 2008 crisis, the Conservative government spent billions and billions and billions of dollars on the Canadian economy and were not able to show any growth in the economy for Canadians. On the contrary, Stephen Harper's government had the worst economic growth rate of all prime ministers since Bennett during the Great Depression, decades ago. We know that investing in Canadians, investing in infrastructure, investing in the future is what Canadians need. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
To blame the Conservatives for a global financial crisis that started outside of our borders and from which Canada was the first country to recover and after which the first to balance its budget. Now, at the time, Liberals said spend more, spend now, spend faster. They wanted the deficit to be even bigger. We managed to control the deficit, balance the budget, and come out stronger than before. The question is, he promised the budget would balance itself in 2019. When will the budget balance itself?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, twice in that answer, the member opposite talked about the fact that the Conservatives got to a phony balance just in time for the election. Well, the way they did that was by cutting services to our veterans, cutting the Canadian Border Services Agency, by cutting in programs and opportunities for Canadians, and by cutting and saving on things like the implementation of Phoenix. They brought together a phony balance that hurt Canadians, that hurt the services, and that's why Canadians kicked them out.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, basically every fact he stated was false in that response, but that will not distract from the reality. He likes to talk about what Canadians chose in the last election. Well, Canadians were told that the budget would balance itself in 2019. In good faith, they trusted the then Liberal leader that he would keep his word. Now the deficit is 3 times the size he promised, and there are deficits for another quarter century to come. When will the budget balance itself?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, $150 billion. That's how much the Conservative government added to our deficit without growth or jobs to show for it. We have watched over the creation of close to 600,000 new jobs in Canada, the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years, the fastest growth in the G7 last year. We have done that because we're investing in the middle class. We lowered taxes for the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%. We delivered a Canada Child benefit that helps 9 out of 10 Canadian families.
I'm hearing some language that is unparliamentary, and I'd ask members to remember what the rules are in that respect. The Honourable Member for Carleton has the floor.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, stating falsehoods about our record will not distract Canadians from the promise that he made to them in the last election. He said that if he were elected, we would have 3 tiny temporary deficits. Since that time, we've had large deficits. This year, 3 times the size he promised. Next year, when the budget was supposed to balance itself, it in fact will be bigger than it is right now. So the question is, one more time, he promised that the budget will balance itself. When?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the last election, Canadians had a choice between a government that was committed to cutting and balancing the deficit at all, balancing the budget at all costs, or our government that was looking at investing in communities, investing in Canadians, supporting small businesses, lowering taxes on the middle class and raising them on the wealthiest 1%. Canadians made the right choice because we have grown the economy, we have created 600,000 jobs, we have seen the unemployment rate drop to record low levels. The economy is doing well because we're investing in Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
This week we've learned it's impossible to clean up the 250,000 litres of oil spilled near St. John's. This environmental disaster is Newfoundland's largest oil spill ever. Turns out the Liberals' so-called Ocean Protection Plan doesn't protect oceans after all. First the Marathossa, then the Nathan E. Stewart, now this. No wonder British Columbians don't trust the Liberals on Trans Mountain. Newfoundland proves they don't have a credible spill recovery operation in place. Canadians want to know, is this the Liberals' idea of world-class oil spill response?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our historic investments in an ocean protections plan of $1.5 billion will work with local communities, partner with top scientists, partner with Indigenous communities, and demonstrate that we have the capacity to respond to spills and to protect our coasts and the livelihood of those who depend on them. We know that there's always more work to do, but we have focused on investing smartly, on trusting science, and working in partnership with provinces, municipalities, and Indigenous peoples to keep our oceans safe.
Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the meeting among party leaders to discuss the crisis around French language services in Ontario is a step in the right direction. We know just how much Liberals just love consultations, but the time comes when you have to act. What Franco-Ontarians want, that's what the Prime Minister should be listening to. Will the Prime Minister confirm that he intends to act and not just have meetings that are smokescreens? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have invested historic sums in official language minority communities. We will work with these communities countrywide. We will work with Franco-Ontarians, among others, to defend their institutions, their communities, and to make sure that their communities succeed and thrive in years to come. I'm very happy to sit down with the leaders of other parties to discuss how we're going to continue working on this, because it's an issue that unites us all.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met with community members and representatives of the Nature Conservancy. They were all particularly concerned with protecting our land, our water, oceans, and wildlife. Like many British Columbians, I recently heard the Minister of Environment and Climate Change announce that we're investing $7 million to expand Canada's iconic Darkwoods Conservation Area in the Kootenays of British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, would the Prime Minister please explain what further actions are being taken to protect our nature, our biodiversity, our Canada?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for South Surrey White Rock for raising this important issue, for his hard work on the file, and for his outstanding fashion sense. Last week, we were thrilled to announce our $7 million investment in the expansion of the Darkwoods Conservation Area. This investment builds on the historic action we're taking to protect nature in Canada, including committing $1.3 billion this year alone to protecting our lands, water, and wildlife. We'll continue to work hard to protect our natural heritage for our children and grandchildren.
L'honorable député de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, More and more dark clouds are gathering in the sky regarding Canada's economy. Canada has lost 2,500 jobs in the auto sector, 3,000 jobs in aeronautics. We invest more in the U.S. than the U.S. invests here. That's their record. Does he have any solution to deal with this reality? Does he have anything else to offer but a tax on carbon? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing from a Canadian, and not only Canadian, but a Quebecer, talking about what's important. Well, I can say what's important. It's important to invest for the future. And Quebecers have shown their support for us putting a price on carbon. So I believe that the member across the way should perhaps reflect on his position vis-a-vis our fighting climate change. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to hear the former member for the Right Honourable Prime Minister and former member for Papineau talk about how to bring down GHGs. We brought it down 2.5%. Mr. Speaker, while these dark clouds are gathering in the skies around our economy, what will be a real problem? The tax on carbon. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent really has the environment at the heart of his concerns, he might discuss this with his leader so that he can talk about his plan to deal with climate change issues. They have no plan to fight climate change, and Quebecers really expect more, as do all Canadians.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's policy has just cost thousands of Ontarians in auto their jobs, and he's forced more than 100,000 Albertans out of work with no end in sight. He insults Albertans by just saying he, quote, feels that frustration and understands that anxiety, while the Finance Minister says he's, quote, watching carefully. It is within the Liberals' control to fix this crisis that they created. The reality is 3 companies wanted to build pipelines when he was elected. Now they're all gone. And this crisis harms workers and families in every single province. So instead of empty platitudes, what exactly will the Prime Minister do today to fix the mess he's made?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to be in Alberta last week to listen directly to the concerns of folks in the oil sands, of business leaders in Calgary. We know there is work we need to do together, and we will do it. But the one thing they ask for is the one thing they've been asking for more than a decade, Mr. Speaker, to get our resources to new markets other than the United States. And for 10 years, that Conservative government that pretended to be a great friend to Alberta was unable to deliver on the one thing they asked for more than anything else. We, Mr. Speaker, are focusing on getting things done the right way, and that's exactly what we'll do.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Over 2,000 Albertans were in Calgary last week to tell the Prime Minister not to come back until he has a solution. Pipeline. He said spending billions of dollars on the Trans Mountain Pipeline would get it built, and he can't get construction started. And he gave Canadian money to go to the U.S. to compete with Canada. He landlocked Canadian oil, costing provinces billions of dollars. He defends using tax dollars to stop Canadian pipelines. Will make that discount permanent. When will he withdraw his No More Pipelines bill?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Conservative strategy of shouting and shaking your fist at things actually got things done, Mr. Harper would have gotten 10 pipelines built in new markets, but he didn't. Mr. Speaker, we have taken a different approach, and we have approved the LNG Canada terminal in BC, the largest private sector investment in Canada history. We expanded export capacity for the Alberta Clipper project. We approved the Nova Gas pipeline, the Line 3 replacement project, the Arno Appetite Mine, Woodfibre high-fiber LNG, the Ridley Island propane terminal, and more. We are doing things the right way to get them done for Alberta.
Order. 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 It sounds as though I'm already in the hockey rink where it'll be hopefully as noisy as this tonight in a better way. And I have
the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, the replacement of night staff at the Rouen Airport by an automated weather station is of concern to everyone. This automized system proposed by NAV is not 100% reliable in detecting things like freezing rain. Other airports, such as Windsor and Bathurst, are also targeted. Will the Prime Minister opt for the safety of the public and maintain night services both in Rouen and elsewhere? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I said to people in Rouyn-Noranda not too long ago, we are very concerned with their safety and we want NAV Canada to continue its consultations to ensure that there is safety and the necessary services.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals have been dragging their feet to finish a Wollaston Lake Road project. For 30 years, Hatchet Lake Dene First Nation has been fighting to get this all-season road done to make their community accessible. Without it, they have to fly in their already overpriced food and supplies. Northerners deserve answers. Why are the Liberals ignoring Hatchet Lake Dene First Nation and refusing to complete the Wollaston Lake Road project once and for all?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no relation is more important to this government than that with Indigenous peoples, and that's why we're moving forward on a true nation-to-nation relationship in partnership with them, but why we're also taking concrete action on definitive projects that are going to make a difference, whether it's ending boil water advisories, building new schools, building roads and community infrastructures. We're going to continue to work hand-in-hand with Indigenous communities right across this country to give them opportunities to grow their economies and make sure that they have every opportunities that all Canadians have.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, evidence in the legal proceedings regarding Vice Admiral Norman showed that the President of the Treasury Board had told two different stories with respect to interference in the supply ship contract. In the House, he said that it was his role to ask questions about the contract. But when interviewed by the RCMP, he said that wasn't his role. Does the Prime Minister still have confidence in the President of the Treasury Board? I have to say that it would be inappropriate for me to comment on this issue while it is before the courts.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the Treasury Board can't seem to keep his story straight. What he told this House is completely different than what he told the RCMP. Now, we are not asking the Prime Minister about a court case. We are asking about whether a minister can be trusted and whether he told the truth. So a simple question for the Prime Minister. Does the Treasury Board Minister still have the full support of the Prime Minister?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to say that every single member of my cabinet, including the President of the Treasury Board, continues to enjoy my full confidence.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Canada, at the Prime Minister's direction, just voted against eight measures at the United Nations designed to hold Cuba accountable for things like the release of political prisoners, the promotion of gender equality, abuses that prevent freedom of assembly and speech, and Cuba's prohibition on the workers' rights to strike. In doing so, Canada stood against these measures with the regimes of Iran, Syria, and North Korea. Will the Prime Minister reverse his shameful position on these votes?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to stand as a strong voice for human rights around the world in a broad range of cases. We will always make decisions on the best way to both support Canadian interests and defend Canadian values at any multilateral forum, whether it be the UN or anywhere else. Canadians can count on us to stand up for the values and priorities that we hold dear.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in my community of London, Ontario, the Pillar Nonprofit Network supports more than 600 nonprofits, social enterprises, and social innovators by helping them share resources and knowledge and building connections between nonprofit, business, and government organizations. Could the Prime Minister tell this House what the government is doing to support organizations such as Pillar, as well as the many social enterprise businesses and organizations like it across the country? Thank you very much.
Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member from London North Centre for his hard work and for highlighting the important role social innovation and social finance play in developing innovative solutions for pressing social problems and community needs. The Social Innovation and Social Finance Strategy Co-Creation Steering Group recommended creating a social finance fund to help accelerate the growth of social enterprise in Canada. Well, last week, we committed $755 million for a social finance fund, which will help generate up to $2 billion in economic activity and help create and maintain as many as 100,000 jobs over the next decade.
Honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, it's been revealed that under this Prime Minister, over 3,000 veterans had to wait over a year to have a decision made about their worthiness to receive the benefits that they've earned. That's completely unacceptable. He said he wouldn't take them to court. He's doing just that. He said they were asking for too much, and he broke his promise on pensions. This Prime Minister has been failing our veterans for the past 3 years in government. When is he going to stop pointing fingers and take responsibility for his failures?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I will take no lessons from Conservatives on how to treat our veterans. They shuttered 9 Veterans Service Centres in order to create a phony budget balance just in time for the election. They nickeled and timed our veterans while using them as props in photo ops. What we've done, Mr. Speaker, is invested over $10 billion in veterans over the past 3 years. We've ensured that we're improving services, that we're improving supports to families, that we're giving veterans the services they need, including following through on a pension for life commitment that we made to veterans. We will continue to stand up for our veterans.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Here is the 81st anniversary of the Nanjing Massacre. Approximately 300,000 people were killed, and an estimated 200,000 women from Japanese-occupied territories were tricked or coerced into sexual slavery. A family member told me today, my grandmother and mother never stopped talking about what happened and how shameful it was that so much of the world never even knew. On behalf of Order of Canada recipient Joy Kogawa and nearly 40,000 Canadians, I ask, will the Prime Minister declare December 13th every year as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day? Yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we deplore the horrific events that took place in Nanjing 80 years ago. All Canadians can agree that the loss of life and violence that so many civilians faced should never be forgotten. We will never forget those terrible acts. The memory of these victims and survivors must be addressed in the true spirit of reconciliation.
Honourable member for Mount Royal.
Monsieur le Président, ces dernières semaines...
Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks, the government has signed 4 agreements with respect to superclusters in the Prairies, Ontario, Atlantic Canada, and British Columbia. Can the Prime Minister tell us how this initiative will prepare talented Canadians for innovative jobs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his unstinting work in this area. We are investing in jobs by transforming ideas into concrete jobs. We are working with businesses of all sizes, universities and nonprofits. These 5 superclusters should lead to 50,000 new jobs and grow the Canadian economy by $50 billion over the next 10 years.
Mr. Speaker, last week, Conservatives and New Democrats worked together to try to fast-track a bill that would effectively fight forced organ harvesting. This bill has the support of high-profile Liberals like Irwin Cotler, but this government chose to delay the bill, substantially reducing its chances of passing. Victims have waited too long.
Why are they delaying action on the forced harvesting and trafficking of human organs?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is an issue we take very seriously. Obviously, the protection of Canadians is something that is fundamental for any government to be responsible for. We will continue to work with all interested parties to move forward on this important initiative.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. His government has refused to include the government of Nunavut as a signatory to 2 Dene treaties. These treaties will infringe on and limit the territorial government's legislative authority. Observer status just doesn't cut it. The government of Nunavut has to be a full participant. As the Premier has said, the government of Canada cannot simply shove this agreement down Nunavumut's throat. This is unprecedented. Will the Prime Minister tell this House why his government has excluded the government of Nunavut as a signatory to these important treaties?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples through the conclusion of modern treaties. Treaty negotiations are conducted in confidence between the parties at the negotiating tables. We are hopeful that the modern treaties will meet the interests of all negotiating partners and will be concluded in the very future.
The member for Vancouver East is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that if you seek it, you will find there's unanimous consent from the House for the following motion, that the House recognizes that 81 years ago, Imperial Japanese Army forces raped an estimated 20 to 80,000 Chinese women and girls, and approximately 300,000 people were killed. That after the Nanjing Massacre, the military sexual slavery system for the Japanese military expanded rapidly, and an estimated 200,000 women from Korea, Philippines, China, Burma, Indonesia, and other Japanese-occupied territories were tricked, kidnapped, or coerced to work in brothels to serve as, quote, comfort women to the Imperial Japanese Army. That Western eyewitness in Nanjing described the atrocities as hell on earth. That the House of Commons in 2007 unanimously passed a motion in recognition that the Imperial Armed Forces of Japan used women as sex slaves during the Second World War. Therefore, in the opinion of the House, that the government formally acknowledge this by declaring December 13th of each year as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day in Canada.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? No, there is no unanimous consent. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan? No. Okay. Divisions. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 27, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Aubin to motion M177 under private members' business. Calling the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Feuer, seconded by Mr. Aglinski.
The Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities be instructed to undertake a study of flight. Shall I dispense? Monsieur Aubin, appuyez.
Mr. Aubin, seconded by Mr. Nantel, moves that the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding after the words where they are located the following. 3. Study the impacts of noise pollution on public health. May I dispense? Study the impacts of noise pollution on public health. That the government be more transparent in disseminating the data collected on this topic. All those in favor of the motion to my left will please rise. Of the amendment.
Mr. Weir. Mr. Weir. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Marcil. Monsieur Marcil. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu. Madame Posé. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Fortin. Madame Gill. Madame Gill. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Ms. May Sanders-Scofield. Ms. May Sanders-Scofield. Mr. Duval. Mr. Duval. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Benson. Ms. Benson. Madame Trudel. Madame Trudel. Madame Sanssouci. Madame Sanssouci. Ms. Hardcastle. Ms. Hardcastle.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Nautel. Ms. Malcolmson. Ms. Kwan. Ms. Jolibois. Madame Quash. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Choquette. Madame Moore.
Second row on my left.
Madame Boutin-Suite. Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Dubé. Mr. Davies. Mr. Boulris. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Dussault. Mr. Donnelly.
First row on my left.
Mr. Caron. Madame Brosseau. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
All those at my right in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Quatrième rangée.
Fifth row, fourth row, third row, at my right. Second row, at my right. First row, at my right. All those at my left opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Mr. Kang. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Lauzon-Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Diot. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Mott. Mr. Benzin. Mr. Trost.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Mr. Gould. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Clark. Mr. Godin.
Rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbel. Mr. Whalen. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Warwa. Mr. O'Bry. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Reed. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Nader. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Carey. Mr. Anderson. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Mr. Lake.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Bertod. Mr. Martel. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abu Taif. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Generu.
Rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Gledoux. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Kent. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. Block. Mrs. McLeod Camels Thompson Caribou. Mr. Blaney Belchas Les Etchemin-Lévis. Mr. McColman.
Tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the amendment will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Jahari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé Avignon Métis Matan Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Mr. Willett. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Rioux. Mr. Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Seri. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldaig. Mr. Amos. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Cesar Chauvins. Mr. Biddle. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Moff. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Drouin. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fagascados. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Nandisangri. Mr. Fillmore. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Ms. Scroll.
Scroll.
Monsieur Lausanne, Jeté la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Jeté la Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest-Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest-Île-des-Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiffke.
Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Premier rang.
First row at my right.
The hair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Yeas pour 45, 45. Nays contre 240, 240.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment defeated.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Fuhrer, seconded by Mr. Iglinski, moved that the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities be instructed to undertake a study of flight. Shall I dispense? Study of flight training schools in Canada and be mandated to, 1, identify the challenges that flight schools are facing in providing trained pilots to industry, 2, determine whether the infrastructure available to flight schools meets the needs of the schools and the communities where they are located, and that the committee present its final report no later than 7 months after the adoption of this motion. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey Avignon Métis Patan Matapédia.
Mr. Massey Avignon Métis Patan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Porcoquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Porcoquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Cloud Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton.
Row at my right.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mr. Cheval.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame
Mr. Chen.
Lapointe.
Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouet.
Mr. Drouet.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascados.
Fregascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Row at my right.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Nan Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr.
Wisniewski. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Row at my right.
Mr. Nault. Ms. Scroll. Mr. Lausanne Jeantet de la Petite Nation. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Holland. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. McKenna. Madame Le Boutier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Kuzner. Ms. Murray. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Lemetti. Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs. Mrs. Lockhart. Monsieur Schiffke. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Hébert.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Sajan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Freeland. Ms. Chager. Mr. Trudeau. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussein. Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Ing. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Mr. Tutu. Mr. Kong. Mr. Weir. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Diot. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Plamondon. Mr. Saint-Marie. Mr. Marcil. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Beaulieu. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Madame Gill. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Ms. May Standard Islands.
Fourth row at my left.
Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Clark. Mr. Godin. Mr. Duval. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Canning. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Benson. Madame Trudel. Madame Sanssouci. Ms. Hardcastle. Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Warawa. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Reed. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Nader. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Carey. Mr. Anderson. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Mr. Lake. Mr. Aubin. Mr. Nautel. Ms. Malcolmson. Ms. Kwan. Ms. Jolibois. Madame Quash. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Choquette. Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tabera. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Bertod. Mr. Martel. Mr. Polis. Mr. Albus. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abouteif. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Generou. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin-Suite. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Dubé. Mr. Davies. Mr. Boulris. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Dussault. Mr. Donnelly.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Gledoux. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Kent. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. Block. Mrs. McLeod Camus Thompson Caribou. Mr. Blaney Belchas Les Etchemin-Lévis. Mr. McColman. Mr. Julian. Mr. Caron. Madame Brosseau. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 288, 288.
Nays, contre, zéro, aucun.
Speaker, I declare the motion carried.
Order. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 27, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-405 under private members' business. The question is as follows.
By Mr. Diot, moved that Bill C-405, an act to amend the Pension Benefit Standards Act 1985 and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act pension plans be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon-Stormodanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon-Stormodanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost. Row at my left.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godet. Row at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake. Second row at my left.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General. First row at my left. First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Blaney Belchas Les Echemelevy.
Mr. Blaney Belchas Les Echemelevy.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur
Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May Standish Gulf Islands.
Row at my left.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Row at my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Allen Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Allen Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donald.
First row at my left.
Mr. Julian. Mr. Caron. Madame Brosseau. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
At my right, opposed to the motion, will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé Avignon Métis Matan Metapedia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nessif. Mr. Willett. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Seri. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
My right.
Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldig. Mr. Amos. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bettina. Mr. Breton. Mrs. Cesar Chauvin. Mr. Biddle. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Drouin. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham.
Oh, at my right.
Mr. Eiking. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Hernandez Sangri. Mr. Fillmore. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamour. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Varani. Mr. Poisson. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Vandal. Ms. Kara. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Oh, at my right.
Mr. Nault. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Lausanne Chanté de la Petite Nation. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Holland. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. McKenna. Madame Leboutier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Cuzner. Ms. Murray. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Lemetti. Mr. Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest des Sœurs. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Schiffke. Mrs. Romanato. Mr. Hebert.
Row at my right.
Mr. Hare. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Sajan. Madame Jolie. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpot Taylor. Ms. Freeland. Ms. Chager. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Ing. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Carmel Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry.
Yeas pour 81, 81. Nays contre 205, 205.
I declare the motion defeated. Tabling of documents. I wish to inform the House, because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 25 minutes. Order. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le bureau.
I have the honor to table a document on the designation of premises or parts of premises for the purposes of the definition parliamentary precinct in Section 7951 of the Parliament of Canada Act.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 9 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees, the Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 22nd report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. We examined supplementary estimates A 2018-19, votes 1A, 5A, and 10A under Department of Citizenship and Immigration, and vote 1A under Immigration and a Refugee Board.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 21st report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Bill C-316, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Act regarding organ donors. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. I would like to compliment the member from Calgary Confederation for creating this important legislation, and after considerable testimony, 316 has received the unanimous support of the committee, and I hope all MPs take that into consideration at a later date. I want to thank CRA for their positive approach to this to help us get this through and have it resolved, and I want to thank the committee members for helping get this through to this point so quickly and efficiently. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities entitled Supplementary Estimates A 2018-19, Vote 1A under Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, Vote 1A under Canadian Transportation Agencies, Votes 1A, 5A, 10A, 15A and 20A under Department of Transport, and votes 1A, 5A, and 10A under the Office of Infrastructure Canada, and vote 1A under the Windsor-Detroit Bridge Authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Parliament of Canada Act by-election. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague, the member from Rimouski, Nejet Temesquita Lebasque, for his support on this bill. Just getting through the name sometimes is enough to celebrate. It's a very simple yet important piece of legislation that I'm introducing this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and it would simply require this, that in the event that a member of Parliament, for whatever reason, is no longer able to occupy their seat and continue their work on behalf of Canadians, that the Prime Minister would no longer have open-ended discretion as to when he or she might call the by-election, so that voters in that riding will be assured, if this bill were to become law, that they would have a representative in a reasonable amount of time. We are suggesting 45 days after the vacancy of a seat that the Prime Minister then would be required to call the by-election. Now, we didn't really think this was much of a concern because in years past, members of Parliament vacated their seats and by-elections were called. But unfortunately, with this Prime Minister over the last number of months, he has been playing politics with the calling of by-elections. And as you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, and I'll end on this, it actually helped unify the entire opposition parties in calling for the Prime Minister to simply get on with it, to allow the people in various ridings to have representation that they are entitled to under our Constitution and not play games in the calling of by-elections. This bill would no longer make those games possible. Thank you.
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture du projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Oh, I'm sorry, we've got motions. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to report there have been discussions amongst the parties, and I suspect that if you were to seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for me to move a motion related to travel for standing committees. So that, Mr. Speaker, I'll start off with that in relation to its study of Canada's contribution to international peacekeeping, 7 members of the Standing Committee on the National Defence be authorized to travel to Dakar, Senegal, and Bamako and Gao, Mali, in the winter of spring of 2019, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. The second committee, Mr. Speaker, would be that in relation to the study of Shared Services Canada, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates be authorized to travel to Ottawa, Ontario in the winter or spring of 2019, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Carried. Presenting petitions. Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For weeks, months, years, people in Trois-Rivières have been waiting for the return of the train, and now they are mobilizing. People from Trois-Rivières and the region have been adding their name to this petition, which asks the Minister of Transport to provide funding for a high-frequency via rail train, which would help to cut greenhouse gases, which would promote the economic development of regions in Quebec and Ontario. So I am very happy to table this petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions. The first is from a group of citizens in my riding of Simcoe North that are bringing attention to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change in respect to the Champlain Monument that's situated in Couchiching Park. It was removed in mid-year of 2017 with the idea of having it restored and replaced by this past summer, 2018. However, that did not occur. And the petitioners are bringing attention to this and seeking the agreement of the minister to make sure that this monument is back in the park for the coming summer. The second petition is on behalf of dozens of citizens who bring attention to Parliament in respect to concerns with relation to international trafficking in human organs, and the fact that there are 2 bills before Parliament at the moment, Bill C-350 and Bill S-240 in the Senate, seeking Parliament's quick attention to this proposed legislation, that it be passed with the first attentions to this as soon as it possibly can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be presenting a petition initiated by Kate Chung for the Older Women's Network. The Older Women's Network, a Living in Place campaign, calls for the national and provincial building codes to be changed to mandate that all new multi-unit housing be universal in design so that anyone of any age or ability can live there. I would like to thank her, as well as Doris Power and Judy Gilbert, for their advocacy on this issue, and I'm pleased to be presenting this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be presenting 2 petitions today. The first deals with the issue of the Canada Summer Jobs Program, a question that I know we'll be discussing again in the next few months. The petitioners call on the government to defend freedoms of conscience, thought, and belief and withdraw the attestation requirement from the Canada Summer Jobs program, and in particular they reference the freedoms guaranteed in Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which they feel oblige the government to respect their freedoms of conscience in this case. The second petition is to do with Bill S-240. This is a bill that has now passed the Senate and moved in the House, dealing with the scourge of forced organ harvesting. Petitioners call on the government to support efforts to move as quickly as possible to bring this bill forward. I know we saw delays during the first hour from the government, but petitioners are hoping, I am hoping, this will move forward now as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because bulk commercial anchorages, basically free parking in the Salish Sea, are causing threats to sport fishing, fish habitat, tremendous light and noise impacts on waterfront property owners, and a real risk of oil spills, which has been evidenced in Plumper Sound with near misses of 3 different bulk carriers. I've got 2 petitions to table in the House. One is petitioners from Ladysmith, Chemainus and Saltaire call on Transport Canada to suspend the use of outside of port anchorages in the area targeted by the interim protocol, and call on the Government of Canada to develop a comprehensive strategy to address the inefficiencies that are leading to the Port of Metro Vancouver being jammed up. Bulk commodity exports have increased 40%. Anchorage use has increased 400%. We have a problem. Also, petitioners from Gabriola Island asking not to have 5 new bulk anchorages established off the coastline of their island. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to submit petitions from several hundred Canadians, similar to my colleague from Fort Saskatchewan and Sherwood Park, asking the government to act on C-240 that's come before the House now, urging the Parliament of Canada to move quickly on the proposed legislation to amend criminal code to ban the horrible incidents of organ harvesting for financial gain. Thank you.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to table a petition on behalf of residents of coastal British Columbia. They're calling on the government to work with the provinces, municipalities and Indigenous communities to develop a national strategy to combat plastic pollution in and around aquatic environments. And they would like regulations aimed at reducing plastic debris discharge from stormwater outfalls, the industrial use of microplastics, consumer and industrial use of single-use plastics, and permanent dedicated and annual funding for the cleanup of derelict fishing gear, community-led projects to clean up plastics and debris on our shores, education and outreach campaigns. Further, they're calling on the government to adopt my motion, M151, which this Parliament will be voting on next week, to establish a national strategy to combat plastic pollution. Mr. Speaker, with the amount of plastic arriving on our shores, they're calling on the government to make this an urgent priority.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by several hundred Canadians urging this House to pass Bill S-240, which is being sponsored by my colleague, the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. The petitioners are urging Parliament to pass Bill S-240 to prohibit Canadians from travelling abroad to receive organs that have been harvested.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great to stand up once again on behalf of the amazing residents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. The petitioners I have before me recognize that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans have a renewed mandate to increase the protection of Canada's marine and coastal areas. And they also recognize that a conservation area in the southern Strait of Georgia is needed to protect the the marine environment there. Therefore, the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to establish a southern Strait of Georgia national marine conservation area by consulting with and gaining the support of First Nations, local governments, businesses, non-governmental organizations, and other stakeholders. Thank you.
Honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present yet another petition signed by constituents from my beautiful riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, who are deeply concerned with the Liberal government's Bill C-71. They're concerned that all this bill will do is recreate the ineffective long gun registry and punish law-abiding gun owners. Instead, they ask that the government invest more money into our frontline police forces to help them tackle the true sources of firearms violence.
Member for the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a petition. I have a petition from thousands of Canadians. In fact, in total, close to 40,000 Canadians who've signed this petition either in this format or online. And some of them, by the way, have not been verified yet because of the sheer volume of the petitions are sitting in a box in my office. And the petitioners are calling for the government to declare December 13th as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day each year. And it notes that in 1937, the Imperial Japanese Army raped approximately
20,000 to 80,000 Chinese women and girls and killed an estimated 300,000 people. Documents of the Nanjing massacre were included in the UNESCO Memory of the World Registry, and Western eyewitness at the time described these atrocities as hell on earth. And after the Nanjing massacre, the military sexual slavery system for the Japanese military expanded rapidly, and approximately 200,000 women from Korea, Philippines, China, Burma, Indonesia, and other Japanese occupied territories were tricked, kidnapped, or coerced into working in, quote, comfort stations to serve as, quote, comfort women to the Imperial Japanese Army. The crimes against humanity perpetrated during the Nanjing massacre is not merely a regional issue, but an issue of international justice that is acknowledged by various provinces across Canada through different commemorative events. And Canada has a rich humanitarian tradition of advocating for peace and recognizing global atrocities where women and children are often brutal casualties of war and armed conflicts. To that end, I hope that the government will act on this.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the following question will be answered today, question number 1975. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response to questions number 1976 to 1979 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
The pleasure of the House, the aforementioned questions be made orders for return that they be tabled immediately. Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. I have a notice of a request for an emergency debate. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, today I request an emergency debate on the Canadian energy crisis, which is a national emergency, impacts all of Canada and disproportionately hurts Alberta. The oil and gas sector has already lost more than 100,000 jobs and over $100 billion since 2015. That's 8 times the GDP and more jobs than the entire aerospace sector. It's 5 times the GDP and almost as many jobs as the entire auto sector, which would rightfully be a national emergency for any other federal government and all MPs. The ongoing and widening price differential for Canadian oil is threatening to add tens of thousands more, an estimate of 20,000 new job losses starting in January in 2019. Major producers with decades of history in Alberta are cancelling expansions, curtailing production, and at risk of going bankrupt. ATB Financial predicts this crisis could cause a recession in Canada, and the Bank of Canada already estimates no new energy investment in Canada after 2019. As you said in your recent decision to grant an emergency debate on the closure of the GM plant in Oshawa, economic events that cost thousands of jobs deserve an emergency debate. This crisis in the energy sector is such an emergency. It's already put more than 120,000 Albertans alone out of work, and it's causing job losses across Canada with no end in sight. Why is this an emergency today? Over the past decade, Western Canadian Select has sold for an average of $17 US less per barrel than West Texas Intermediate. This month, the differential hit a record of around $50 US, close to where it remains today, wreaking havoc on the industry and by extension on the entire Canadian economy. $50 to $100 million every day is lost in Canada because of this differential, and even the Prime Minister said last Thursday, quote, "This is very much a crisis." But it's a direct result of federal government policies, and it is within the federal government's power to fix. The Liberal cancellation of the Northern Gateway Pipeline, which would have exported to the Asia Pacific, and the Liberal killing of the Energy East Pipeline proposal, which would have secured Canadian energy independence and exports to Europe, disadvantage Canada, especially with regard to the U.S., which continues to be Canada's #1 energy customer, but also right now, Canada's #1 energy competitor. And of course, the Trans Mountain expansion remains stalled indefinitely because of the Liberals' failure, with no start of construction estimated even next year, and not a single shovel in the ground started this year as the Liberals promised. This lack of pipeline capacity and landlocking of Canadian oil because of federal government policies that have stopped new export pipelines is a direct cause of the price discount. The private sector and provinces warn that the Liberals' No More Pipelines Bill C-69 will stop all new pipeline proposals in the future in Canada. And that should be a concern for every single member of this House of Commons, given that the energy sector is the #1 private sector investor in Canada, that it is Canada's second biggest export, that Canada is home to the 3rd largest reserves in the world, and the 4th biggest exporter of Canadian energy on the planet, with a track record of responsible energy development, literally second to none on this planet. So this emergency in the Canadian energy sector, the catastrophic job losses in Alberta, but also rippling through all sectors across all provinces, is a national emergency. The Prime Minister has said it so. And so I would just submit to you that an emergency debate is needed to get the answers that Canadians deserve and demand. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Lakeland for her intervention, and I am prepared to grant her request for emergency debate to be held later this evening. Orders of the day.
Government bills. A beginning of debate at 3rd reading of Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moves that Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a 3rd time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I rise today to speak on behalf of the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada on Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments thereto. This legislation represents a key milestone in our government's commitment to modernizing the criminal justice system, reducing delays and ensuring the safety of all Canadians. Delays in the criminal justice system affect public safety, undermine public confidence in the administration of justice, adversely impact the rights of accused persons, and fail to provide Canadians good value for money. When proceedings are stayed due to delays, Mr. Speaker, the criminal justice system itself fails. Perpetrators are not held responsible for their actions, the innocent are not given the opportunity to truly clear their names, and victims suffer. The issues of delay in the criminal justice system is not a new one. In the early 1990s, tens of thousands of cases were stayed due to delay following the Supreme Court of Canada's historic decision in the Crown and Askov. As we know, the Supreme Court's subsequent decisions in Jordan and Cody set out a new legal framework for assessing delays. That framework included a transition period in assessing the cases for which charges had been laid prior to the release of the decision. Given that this period will come to an end next summer, we have no time to lose, Mr. Speaker. We must do everything we can to improve the efficiency of our criminal justice system. Fortunately, we have many helpful studies and reports, including the in-depth study of the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Their July 2017 report was entitled, "Delaying Justice is Denying Justice." After hearing from a sum total of 138 witnesses, the Senate Committee concluded that the causes of delays were wide and varied. They issued a call to the legal community, including judges and federal and provincial territorial ministers of justice and attorneys general, to take decisive and immediate steps to address the causes of delays and to modernize our justice system, end quote. They also called on the Minister of Justice to show leadership, quote, in taking the necessary reformative action, end quote, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Minister feels extremely privileged to have been entrusted with the responsibility to address this urgent issue, which also formed part of her mandate letter given to her by the Prime Minister. The Minister of Justice has taken several significant steps to improve the criminal justice system. In total, she has made now 240 judicial appointments and elevations to superior courts right across the country. In 2017 alone, the Minister made 100 appointments, more than any other Minister of Justice in the last 2 decades. This year, she's on pace to meet or exceed that number. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the last two budgets presented by our government have allocated funding for an unprecedented number of new judicial positions, which are necessary to allow courts to respond to growing caseloads, including in criminal matters. In all, our government has seen the creation of 75 new judicial positions over the past 2 years. In fact, earlier this year, Madam Speaker, Chief Justices in Alberta and Quebec noted that, for the first time in a long time, they're starting to notice positive trends in terms of delays. That is a very encouraging sign. The significant efforts made by judges, courts, government, and other actors in the justice system are paying off. I'll use the rest of the time that I have today to address our government's legislative response to criminal justice system delays. Premièrement, je tiens à remercier
I'd like to thank the members of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for their in-depth review of this bill. The committee heard from 95 witnesses and went through a considerable volume of material, which was extremely complex, including the briefs presented by police representatives, Crown attorneys, defense lawyers, victims advocacy groups, and Indigenous groups. The decision on routine evidence was particularly important, routine police evidence, and although their intentions were laudable, their recommendations could have had undesirable consequences for unrepresented accused. The committee took these concerns into consideration.
This bill were also generally well received by all sides. There were some concerns heard regarding the proposed reverse onus in the context of intimate partner violence, due to operational issues that some have experienced with what is known as dual charging. That is, where both perpetrators and victims are charged after a victim has had to use physical force to defend herself. Supporting survivors of domestic violence and ensuring that more perpetrators are brought to justice was part of our platform in 2015, and the reverse onus provisions, which do just that, were maintained in the bill after committee study. We know, including most recently from the Supreme Court of Canada decision in Antic, that the problem is not the law itself, but in how it has been applied. It's important to note that provinces and territories have developed policies and training in this area. We have a solid legal framework, Madam Speaker, yet a disproportionate number of Indigenous and vulnerable and marginalized accused are being denied bail, and those who are being released are being required to follow too many onerous conditions with a strong reliance on sureties in a number of jurisdictions. The proposed new process contained in C-75 talks about judicial referral hearings, which will provide an off-ramp for administration of justice offences that do not actually cause harm to a victim. And this proposal has been supported enthusiastically, both by residents in my riding of Parkdale High Park and by Canadians right across this country, Madam Speaker, who are concerned about the disproportionate overrepresentation of Indigenous and racialized persons in our criminal justice system. I think that what we have advanced is a shining example, Madam Speaker, of exactly what the Supreme Court of Canada and the Senate Committee report were imploring when calling for, quote, a cultural shift among justice system participants that moves them away from complacency and towards efficiency, cooperation, and fairness, end quote. My colleagues will also recall that Bill C-75 includes two proposals in relation to preliminary inquiries. First, the bill restricts preliminary inquiries for adults accused to offences punishable by life imprisonment, for example, murder, kidnapping. Second, it will permit the judge presiding over the preliminary inquiry to limit the issues to be explored and the number of witnesses to be heard at the preliminary inquiry. The approach in Bill C-75 with respect to preliminary inquiries reflects the extensive consideration and consultation on various options throughout the years and the best evidence available, and it ultimately proposes a balanced approach between the various interests at stake. It also proposes an approach that was endorsed and supported by the provincial and territorial ministers of justice during the extensive consultations undertaken by the minister with her provincial and territorial counterparts. Madam Speaker, one topic that was a particular focus for the committee was the reclassification of offences. Reclassification will result in amendments to many provisions in the Code, both for the purposes of hybridizing existing indictable offences that carry a maximum penalty of imprisonment of 10 years or less, and to create a uniform maximum penalty of imprisonment on summary conviction of 2 years less a day. The reclassification amendments were supported by the Minister's provincial and territorial counterparts, who felt strongly that these amendments would give prosecutors much-needed flexibility based on the gravity of cases before them. Notably, the reclassification amendments are procedural, Madam Speaker. They change how conduct that is not deserving of an indictable sentence range can be treated. It is already a well-known feature of our criminal justice system, that prosecutors assess the facts of the case and the circumstances of the offender to determine which type of sentence to seek from the court. Importantly, Madam Speaker, nothing in this bill proposes to lower the sentences that would be awarded under the law. These reforms would not change the fundamental principles of sentencing. We value the variety of perspectives and knowledge that the many witnesses contributed to the Standing Committee on Justice's study. Bill C-75's proposed reclassification of indictable offences punishable by a maximum of 10 years imprisonment or less does not treat these offences any less seriously for sentencing purposes. Nonetheless, Madam Speaker, this is an important point. The Justice Committee heard compelling testimony from witnesses on the terrorism and advocating genocide offences. Our government recognizes that these are crimes against the state, against society at large, for the purpose of advancing a political objective, in the case of terrorism. And in the case of advocating genocide, these are crimes not just against society at large, but crimes against humanity, Madam Speaker. I say that with some experience in the area, Madam Speaker, as a former prosecutor at the UN War Crimes Tribunal for Rwanda. I know firsthand that there is no more reprehensible crime known to law than genocide, which is advocating for the destruction, in whole or in part, of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. The Standing Committee unanimously recommended that these offences be carved out of the reclassification approach in Bill C-75. We thank the committee for their diligent work in this area and agree wholeheartedly with this amendment. On that note, we moved consequential government amendments to remedy an unintended error from one of these committee amendments in order to reflect the committee's objective of removing these offences from the list of those that are being reclassified. We also welcome the committee's amendments to Section 802.1 of the Criminal Code to allow the provinces and territories to set criteria permitting agents, that is, non-lawyers such as law students, articling students, and paralegals, to appear on summary conviction offences punishable by more than 6 months imprisonment, and to allow agents to appear on any summary conviction offence for the purpose of an adjournment. One of the unintended consequences of the proposal to reclassify offences in the Criminal Code is that agents would not have been able to appear for individuals on most summary conviction offences unless authorized by the provinces and territories. The Justice Committee helpfully amended 802.1 of the Criminal Code to enable provinces and territories to establish criteria for agent representation on summary conviction offences with a maximum penalty of greater than 6 months imprisonment, in addition to their current authority to create programs for this purpose, as well as to allow agents to appear on any summary conviction offences for adjournments. This amendment will address concerns over access to justice issues and will maintain jurisdictional flexibility while also recognizing regional diversity and how legal representation is regulated across Canada. Madam Speaker, on this point, I would just underscore that access to justice informs not only a core aspect of this bill, but in all of the efforts we are undertaking at the Justice Ministry and the efforts made by the Minister. The Minister has brought this issue to the attention of her provincial and territorial counterparts so that they will take the requisite prompt legislative action to set the necessary criteria for this important matter relating to access to justice.
Madam Speaker, I'd also like to talk about another proposal in C-75 about jurors. This will make significant improvements to our jury selection process by abolishing peremptory challenges and by allowing a judge to dismiss the jury in order to maintain public confidence in the administration of justice. And this would make it possible for reasons to be given for recusal and would make provision for situations where the number of jurors fell below 10 and avoiding mistrial being declared. There was also concern about Indigenous jurors. The concern has been well known for years, and we feel that by getting rid of peremptory challenges, this will have a significant effect on improving jury composition. Peremptory challenges provided the accused the power to exclude anyone from a jury without any reasons. That has no place in our courtrooms because it's open to abuse. This bill will allow Canada to join with countries like England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, which have already abolished peremptory challenges of jurors since 1988, keeping in mind that provincial and territorial processes play a significant role in jury selection and the ways that jurors' lists are drawn up. The federal government is just one piece of the puzzle. But I'm happy to note that the federal government is cooperating with provincial and territorial jurisdictions around juror selection issues with a view to improving our jury system in Canada. I'm also confident that the questions raised during the review of Bill C-75 will enlighten that work.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I was also happy to see that the committee was generally in favor of the more technical proposals to reduce delays and improve the efficiency of the system, including doing away with the requirement for authorizations for warrants in certain cases, and with court clerks, and facilitating remote appearances.
Speaker, I wish to highlight the committee's unanimous support of the repeal of Section 159 of the Criminal Code, a proposal that has been well received in the LGBTQ community, as well as the proposed amendment to repeal the vagrancy and bawdy house offences, which have been historically and improperly used to target consensual adult sexual activity. These amendments continue our government's important work to address discrimination against LGBTQ2 Canadians. Importantly, the committee also supported Bill C-75's proposal to repeal the abortion offences that the Supreme Court of Canada struck down as unconstitutional in the Morgentaler decision in 1988. Our government will always protect a woman's reproductive rights and her right to choose what to do with her own body. Madam Speaker, as I've already stated, Bill C-75 proposes comprehensive reforms that will help to ensure that an accused person's right to be tried within a reasonable time is respected, and that all justice system participants, including victims and witnesses, do not face delays. At the same time, we are deeply conscious of the need and have heard the call for sentencing reform, including mandatory minimum penalties, and the Minister remains committed to advancing change. The courts have made it clear that many mandatory minimum penalties present serious challenges from a constitutional perspective. The Minister has been clear, Madam Speaker, that her view is that judges should be provided the necessary discretion to impose sentences appropriate to the offender before them. That said, we need to ensure that we put in place sentencing reform that will stand the test of time. Mandatory minimum penalties are being litigated quite extensively. There are cases in which the Supreme Court has upheld the mandatory minimum penalty, and there are cases in which the court has not. We want to ensure that we have taken all steps and done our due diligence as we continue to work on sentencing reform so that the changes we make will stand the test of time. The bold reforms proposed in this legislation have been the subject of extensive discussions, Madam Speaker, consultations and collaboration with the Minister's provincial and territorial colleagues. Our commitment to prioritize key legislative reforms that we felt would cumulatively have the biggest impact in reducing delays in the criminal justice system remains strong. This discussion and the debate and the consultations have included extensive debate within this very chamber itself, Madam Speaker. The House has debated Bill C-75 for a total of 14 hours and 45 minutes thus far. 95 witnesses in the course of 27 hours were heard from by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights during extended sitting hours. A total of 28 members of the opposition benches from multiple parties have spoken out on this bill. Further to that, we have listened to the Standing Committee's recommendations and to key stakeholders who are committed to address the issues of delays in the criminal justice system. Bill C-75, as amended, is a result of this commitment and reflects the beginning of a culture change that the Supreme Court was calling for in its Jordan and its Cody decisions. I therefore urge all members to support this important legislation. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary about judicial referral hearings. At the Justice Committee, a concern was raised about the fact that with the judicial referral hearings, that a breach of an administrative offense, a breach of an order or bail condition, that breach would not then be entered into the CPIC system. Now, in my riding of St. Albert, Edmonton, we saw the consequences of not having that information brought before a justice of the peace when Constable Wynne was shot and killed by someone who had an extensive criminal record, including 38 outstanding charges for failing to appear. Now, with Bill C-75, there's no guarantee that that record, the totality of someone's record, will even be entered into the CPIC system. So what is the government doing to address that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I thank the opposition critic for his comment and for his contribution in today's debate, but also extensively at the Justice Committee. The focus and the rationale of the administration of justice offences, and I also want to highlight the tragedy that occurred with respect to Constable Wynne. I know it affected his community in particular, and he's been vocal about it, as he should, in advocating for his constituents here in this chamber. What I would say is that with respect to the administration of justice offences, the concept of a judicial referral hearing was well thought out and well planned. It was meant to address a specific problem in the system, which is the overrepresentation of marginalized communities within the criminal justice system. Who am I speaking about, Madam Speaker? I'm speaking about Indigenous persons, racialized persons, marginalized persons, people suffering under addictions, etc. Those persons, what we have found, have been suffering and overly criminalized within the system because of breaches of what we call administration of justice offences. So a breach of a bail condition, a breach of a curfew results in a further criminal charge, a further criminal record, perpetuating a cycle of criminalization of these individuals. It was in the effort to reduce that cycle and to remove such people from the system and address the court delays that the member opposite has discussed extensively in this House that we made the amendments. The amendments are there for a purpose, and we're confident that we're on the right path to addressing that overrepresentation problem by amending this legislation in this manner.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice. I have a lot of respect for the member. Madam Speaker, we know that at committee there was many witnesses that came forward and testified that mandatory minimums, in fact, contributed to the backlog. And I know that the Parliamentary Secretary discussed this in his speech, but our question is, if he knows that this is a problem and it's helping contribute to the backlog in our court system, here's a 302-page bill. They've had an opportunity to fix it right here today, and maybe the member can explain to this House why they haven't amended and fixed this problem right now, when we've heard at committee and testimony from witnesses that this is something that needs to be fixed, that mandatory minimums actually doubled under the previous Harper government and is contributing to the backlog in our court system.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for his question and for his contribution to today's debate. And as I indicated in my opening comments here in this chamber, the issue of mandatory minimums is a pressing one. It is one that is the minister is seized of, is one that she is committed to working on. We believe, first of all, fundamentally in empowering judges to exercise their discretion to apply the most appropriate penalty given the context of a particular case. We also believe fundamentally in reform that will stand the test of time, not in piecemeal reform that would be challenged continuously in the courts. There are mandatory minimums that have been upheld by the Supreme Court. There are mandatory minimums that have been defeated and not upheld by the Supreme Court. What we are doing is a comprehensive study and analysis of the issue so that we can put forward to this House and for all Canadians a suite of proposals that would address the problem writ large in a comprehensive way, a sensible way, an evidence-based way that will address the problem that the member opposite has rightly identified, that was raised in committee, has been raised in this House, and is a problem which the Minister is seized of. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, no problem. Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary a question regarding judicial appointments. He talked about the fact that the government has been appointing judges, but I say too little, too late. He can cite whatever number he wishes, and he did mention that the government, among other things, is establishing new judicial posts. In the Budget Implementation Act of 2017, 14 new judicial posts were established, or funding for 14 new judicial posts was provided for in the province of Alberta. Today, a year and a half later, 7 out of the 14 remain vacant. Is that a record of action?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I think the record of action is actually quite clear, and it's what I outlined in my opening statements, Madam Speaker. The actual record of this government is tremendous in respect to appointing judges. And what we're doing is, was there a delay at the start of our mandate? Absolutely. Why was there a delay? Because we took under our wing and under our mandate reforming the system of judicial appointments to make it inclusive of people's lived experience, to make it inclusive of merit that was hitherto ignored by the previous government. What has resulted, Madam Speaker, is in a diverse judiciary that actually reflects the community that it adjudicates. The previous government's record was 30% appointment of women. We've appointed 56% women. We've appointed, Madam Speaker, 3.1% Indigenous individuals, 12% persons who are visible minorities, 6% who are LGBTQ, and 30% of people who are bilingual. That point needs to be underscored in terms of the threats that Conservative governments at a different level are putting on bilingualism in this country. That's a record that we will stand by and we will defend, and it applies across this country, including in Alberta, the area that the member represents.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We heard just a few moments ago that the priority for the government was eliminating mandatory minimums, and I just need, through you, to remind the member, Madam Speaker, that they've now been in power for well over 3 years, and so the idea that somehow they get around to things, or it's a priority, is something that they obviously need to understand. They are in government now. They need to take action. I'm deeply concerned, Madam Speaker, by certain provisions that the Liberals seem to ram through committee, the reverse onus positions, the considerations. Have been flagged by some witnesses, including Jonathan Rudin of Aboriginal Legal Services, that the provisions actually could perpetuate the overrepresentation of Indigenous women in incarceration. And also Michael Spratt, who pointed out the concerns around concerns around restricting of preliminary inquiries. So we have witnesses that brought forward concerns. The Liberals didn't seem willing to address those concerns in any way. Finally, Madam Speaker, the Liberals have now been in power for 3 years. Crime prevention programs that were gutted under the former Conservative government have not been restored in any way by the Liberals. And we know that $1 of crime prevention funding actually saves us $6 in terms of policing costs, in terms of justice costs, court costs, and prison costs. And so I just have to ask why the government isn't willing to get things right and why they are so slow to meet the commitments they made back in 2015.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member for his contributions today. I will take issue with pretty much all of what he just articulated in this chamber. In terms of the position of Aboriginal Legal Services, what they did at committee is laud our initiative in respect of the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the criminal justice system. Specifically, Jonathan Rudin gave testimony at that committee about the elimination of peremptory challenges and what that will mean to avoid the situation that we had with the trial of Gerald Stanley, where we had a homogenous, all-white jury rendering a verdict with respect to an Indigenous accused. That is specifically the kind of change that is needed to address concerns that I believe the member opposite and I share with respect to the overrepresentation of individuals. With respect to intimate partner violence, there was clearly a discussion about intimate partner violence at the committee. There was discussion about the important steps we were taking to address intimate partner violence, to expand out the definition so that dating partners and former dating partners are included in the analysis so that people can take more seriously, adjudicators and actors within the criminal justice system can take more seriously domestic violence and addressing this serious scourge on our system. With respect to what we are doing with respect to the broader system delays, we are acting on multiple fronts. We have a role to play. The provinces and territories have a role to play. I would note, for the members' edification, the contribution we made just yesterday to Pro Bono Ontario, a system that was gutted by the provincial government in Ontario that is currently serving, that we are shoring up with $250,000 of new funding to reduce the number of self-represented litigants in our courts, which contribute to the delays that we would seek to address, that I'm sure the member opposite would seek to address. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise once again to speak on Bill C-75. And let me say at the outset, as I've said before, one of the biggest problems with Bill C-75, legislation the objective of which is to reduce delay in Canada's courts, actually does really very little to reduce delay. And that, for a bill that is designed to reduce delay, the fact that it doesn't reduce delay is a pretty big problem, Madam Speaker. Let's talk, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Justice and other Liberal MPs who have spoken on this bill in this place have patted themselves on the back. They patted themselves on the back about the, as they have put it, the good work of the Justice Committee, which heard from 95 witnesses, as the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Justice just stated, and that Liberal MPs listened to the key stakeholders, and they acted on the concerns raised by stakeholders. Let me say, Madam Speaker, that in the 3 years that I have been a member of Parliament, I have never seen a piece of legislation more widely criticized in virtually all aspects of this massive 300-page bill than Bill C-75. And despite the rhetoric from across the way about listening to key stakeholders, the reality is that on issue after issue after issue, the Liberals didn't listen. They ignored the concerns raised by key stakeholders at committee. Instead, they rammed the bill through committee, and other than a few minor changes, we are largely stuck with a very flawed bill, a bill that is problematic in so many different ways. Let me first, in that regard, highlight the issue of hybridization. Putting aside the issue of watering down serious indictable offenses, which is certainly a serious concern, from the standpoint of reducing delay, what hybridization is going to do is download even more cases onto provincial courts. 99.6% of criminal cases are already heard before provincial courts. And if any member questions my statement about the fact that this is going to result in the further downloading of cases, I say don't take my word, take the Canadian Bar Association's word. The Canadian Bar Association, in their brief to the Justice Committee, said, quote, hybridization would likely mean more cases will be heard in provincial court. This could result in further delays in those courts. No kidding, Madam Speaker. And yet, despite what the Canadian Bar Association said, this government says, no problem, we'll just download more cases onto provincial courts. Then there were public safety concerns raised about hybridization. One of the concerns that was raised was by John Muse, a former member of the Parole Board. He noted that among the offences that are being reclassified include breaches of long-term supervision orders. Long-term supervision orders apply to the most dangerous sexual predators in our society. We are talking, Madam Speaker, about individuals who are so dangerous that after they complete their sentence, they are subject to a long-term supervision order for up to 10 years with many stringent conditions. And John Muse, again a former member of the Parole Board, said this is a serious problem to treat breaches of these orders which are imposed on the most dangerous of people, and that they should remain solely indictable, mainly because a breach of a long-term supervision order is a sign that these very, very dangerous offenders are returning to their cycle of violence and exploitation of vulnerable persons. We're not talking about marginalized people here, as the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary referred to with respect to minor administration of justice offences, breaches of orders, which should be treated seriously, but we're in this case talking about the most serious offenders. And instead of heeding the advice of John Muse, the government said, no problem, we'll move ahead, forgetting about what a member of the National Parole Board said. Mr. Muse, as well as Sergeant Chow from the North Vancouver Police Department, who is the Deputy Chief Constable of the Vancouver Police Department, he appeared before our committee, and he said that there's another problem by reclassifying what are some very serious indictable offenses, and that is as it relates to taking a sample and putting it into a DNA database, the National DNA Database. Right now, if someone is convicted for one of those offenses as an indictable offense, the Crown could apply to a judge to take a DNA sample to be put into the National DNA Databank. However, with Bill C-75, if the offense was prosecuted by way of summary conviction and the individual was convicted, therefore, of a summary conviction offense rather than an indictable offense, no such application could be made. And to talk about the impact that that might have upon police investigations, Detective Chow noted in his testimony that of the 52 offenses, or of the 85 offenses, rather, that are being reclassified, that as a result of DNA samples being taken, yet over the last number of years, 19 homicides and 24 sexual assaults were solved. But instead of listening to Chow, instead of listening to Muse, the government said, we don't care, we're moving ahead. Mr. Speaker, then there is the issue of preliminary inquiries. The government is limiting preliminary inquiries whereby if the maximum sentence is life, a preliminary inquiry could be held. However, for all other offences with a lesser maximum penalty, a preliminary inquiry would no longer be available. The government claims that this will help speed up the court process. But, Madam Speaker, witness after witness begged to differ with the government. Let me quote again the Canadian Bar Association in their brief what they submitted to the committee on limiting preliminary inquiries. The Canadian Bar Association stated, quote, "This would not reduce court delays and would negatively impact the criminal justice system as a whole. Any connection between court delays and the preliminary hearing is speculative at best." If you don't want, Madam Speaker, to take the word of the Canadian Bar Association, perhaps you might be interested in taking the word of the Bar du Québec, which stated that, quote, the Bar du Québec opposes this amendment. By limiting the use of preliminary inquiries, some argue that we can speed up the judicial process and thus reduce delays. We believe that limiting preliminary inquiries in this way would be ineffective or even counterproductive. Then there was Philip Starr, a criminal defense lawyer from Nova Scotia, who said before the committee in respect of preliminary inquiries, quote, "They're incredibly helpful not only to the accused, but to the Crown and ultimately to our system by cutting down on delays," unquote. So much for the government's assertion that limiting preliminary inquiries is somehow going to reduce delays. But it gets better, Madam Speaker, because Laura Lee Dale, another lawyer, a defense counsel who appeared before the committee, said before our committee, quote, "Two major studies have concluded that preliminary inquiries do not contribute substantially to the problem of court delay. Preliminary hearings facilitate the resolution of potentially lengthy and expensive trials in Superior Court. They are often used instead of, rather than in addition to, trials. They expedite the administration of justice. It is far easier and quicker to get a 2 to 4 day prelim as opposed to a 1 to 2 week trial in Superior Court." And then there's Michael Spratt, who said, "There is a delay problem in our courts, but preliminary inquiries are not cause of that delay." Madam Speaker, witness after witness, as I said, told the government that this is not going to work. It's not going to reduce delay. But did the government listen? Did the Liberal members on the Justice Committee listen? Apparently not, Madam Speaker. And, further testimony on prelims was from Sarah Lehman, who said, quote, 87% of them actually are resolved. Cases are resolved after the preliminary inquiry process. It saves the complainant, in the context of a sexual assault complainant, in the vast majority of circumstances from having to testify again and from being re-traumatized. And so, again, Madam Speaker, while the Liberal members opposite say we listened, the evidence before the committee and the response of the government to the evidence before the committee demonstrates exactly the opposite. And, Madam Speaker, even if one accepts the reasoning of the government, despite all of the evidence before the committee, that limiting preliminary inquiries will in fact reduce delay, it is important to note that preliminary inquiries only take up about 3% of court time across Canada. So, Madam Speaker, to the degree that this is going to have a beneficial impact, the fact remains that it is a very small piece of the much larger problem of backlog and delay in Canada's courts. Madam Speaker, let's look at the issue of judicial referral hearings and the evidence that was before the Committee on Judicial Referral Hearings. Serious concerns were raised, including by John Muse, a former member of the National Parole Board, as well as from Mr. Chow from the North Vancouver Police, about the fact that individuals who commit an administration of justice offense who are referred to a judicial referral hearing would not have that breach of an order or other administration of justice offense entered into CPIC. Right now, if someone does commit an AOJ offense, it's entered into CPIC, but thanks to this government's judicial referral hearing process, that wouldn't happen. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned when I posed a question to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the consequences of not presenting the full CPIC record before a judge or justice of the peace can have devastating consequences, as my community learned and when Constable David Wynne was shot and killed by someone who had an extensive criminal record, including an extensive record of administration of justice offenses. Now what the government is doing is saying that the court wouldn't even have the benefit, if that CPIC record was to be presented, of the totality of that offender's record, criminal record, because after all, those breaches, those offenses wouldn't be entered into CPIC. And when I asked the Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker, what the government intended to do to fix this serious public safety issue, which was brought up more than once before the Justice Committee, he regretfully didn't have an answer. The government has, and I should note, again, that in terms of judicial referral hearings, while they will have an impact on undermining public safety because that information of those breaches will not be entered into CPIC, the impact of administration of justice offenses on the backlog in our system is actually quite limited. And that, Madam Speaker, is because AOJ offenses are typically dealt with as tag-along offenses. What I mean by that, Madam Speaker, is that they're usually dealt with at the same time that the main or underlying charge is dealt with. So in terms of the amount of court time and court resources that are being used for the purpose of dealing with administration of justice offenses, it in fact is quite minimal. And again, Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. Take the word of Rick Woodburn, the president of the Canadian Association of Crown Counsel. Here's what Mr. Woodburn said to the Justice Committee. I quote, "I can tell you from the ground that they don't clog up the system. They don't take that much time. A breach of a court order takes very little time to prove, even if it goes to trial, and that's rare. Keep that in the back of your mind." Did the Liberals keep that in the back of their minds? Apparently not, because they just went ahead with moving forward with the judicial referral hearing process without a plan, without any thought of the serious public safety issues that were raised before the Justice Committee. Then there's the issue of peremptory challenges, Madam Speaker. The government peremptory challenges have nothing to do with delay, but they were added to this bill. The basis upon which the government has decided to eliminate peremptory challenges is on the basis that somehow it will increase the representativeness of juries, evidence that I've now run out of time to quote. Witness after witness after witness said quite the opposite, Madam Speaker, but instead of listening to those witnesses, the government just moved ahead. So, taken together, the record is very clear. 95 witnesses came to committee and gave evidence, and on issue after issue after issue, the Liberals ignored the evidence, the Liberals ignored the witnesses, and as a result, we have a very, very flawed bill that isn't going to get to the heart of the problem, and that is to reduce delay and backlog in Canada's courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I thank the member opposite for his contribution to today's debate and again for his contributions at the Justice Committee. To make the assertion which was just made that somehow this government is not listening to, attentive to, or indeed hearing and validating the work that is being done in committee is just patently false, Madam Speaker. 50 amendments were accepted at committee with respect to this bill, some of which came from the member opposite himself and his party. They included 4 key areas that related to routine police evidence, the use of legal agents, the aspects that related to the hybridization of terrorism and genocide that I outlined in my speech, which were proposed by the Conservative Party of Canada, and finally the bawdy house and vagrancy provisions, which were also addressed at committee and accepted at committee. So to assert in this chamber that somehow the committee's work was not validated is simply incorrect. What I would ask the member opposite in terms of my question is with respect to those important changes with respect to the bawdy house and vagrancy provisions, because more than that, there was a key provision about Section 159 of the Criminal Code that's contained within Bill C-75, and it's the repeal of 159. And to simplify matters for people that are watching, 159 said that basically consensual sexual activity amongst a gay young couple is illegal, whereas amongst a heterosexual young couple, it's perfectly legal. By removing 159, we're creating an equality for gay couples around this country who are young persons in Canada. Does the member opposite agree with this kind of change being commensurate with the approach that is necessary in 2018 to addressing LGBTQ discrimination in Canada?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in response to the question posed by the Parliamentary Secretary, let me say that Section 159 is an unconstitutional and inoperative section of the Criminal Code. In other words, it is one of these zombie laws. And I fully support the removal of zombie laws, including Section 159. But I'm surprised that the honourable member would pat the government on the back for taking this step, given the government's record of dragging its feet. It was all the way back in the fall of 2016 that the government introduced Bill C-28 to remove Section 159 of the Criminal Code. What happened to Bill C-28, Madam Speaker? 2 years later, it stuck at first reading. They could have passed that bill with unanimous consent, but because of the inaction of this government, Section 159 remains in the Criminal Code. To highlight the incompetence of this government, after introducing Bill C-28, in March of 2017, they introduced Bill C-39. Bill C-39 also would have removed Section 159 and other zombie sections of the Criminal Code. What happened to Bill C-39? It stuck at first reading. So, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, the only thing keeping Section 159 from being removed from the Criminal Code is this government.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for St. Albert, Edmonton. He and I sat on the Justice Committee last year, and I certainly appreciated the subject matter that we dealt with. It's a committee that demands a lot of responsibility from its members, a lot of maturity, because the subject matter is also always very weighty. And I think that when we're deliberating on legislation with the criminal code, there's a real sense that the actions we take when we amend that statute are going to have real life consequences for people. And, you know, and he's right. He's right when he talks about this government's slow legislative agenda. I'll just correct him. It was C-28 was actually the victim surcharge, but it was residing at first reading. C-32 was residing at first reading. Then we had C-38 and then C-39. So, you know, the Canadian public got the feeling that the Minister of Justice, despite coming to power with a bold agenda to reform our criminal laws, was just kind of stringing the public along and giving us little crumbs, saying, yes, we're going to fix this, we're going to fix this. And then finally having C-75, which I liken to a giant amoeba, having swallowed all those previous bills, but adding a whole bunch more. And then now we're finally getting to the stage 3 years later where we get to give these a debate. And some of these, I agree with them, could have been passed really quickly, like the zombie provisions of the criminal code. Scholars and professors have been calling for decades to get the criminal code cleaned up, and we could have passed that bill very quickly, but we're only dealing with it now. So I would like to ask the member, would he not agree that, you know, when you're looking at sections like Section 287, which deals with abortion, Section 159, those could have been dealt with very quickly by this House, and it's a real shame that we're only doing that just now.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
I would agree, Madam Speaker, that the criminal code should accurately reflect the law in Canada, and as a result, inoperative sections of the criminal code should be removed. And the consequences of not doing that can be very, very serious. And we saw that in the case of the conviction of Travis Vader in respect of 2 second-degree murder convictions overturned because the trial judge applied an inoperative section, Section 230 of the Criminal Code, which was struck down in the Martineau decision all the way back in September of 1990 when I was just starting in grade 1, and yet almost 3 decades later, it's there in the Criminal Code. The McCann family pleaded with this government to move forward. I stood with them. They're from my community of St. Albert. They cannot believe that almost 2 years later, C-39 is stuck, at first reading, which would have removed Section 230, which would remove Section 159, and here we are, all because this government simply can't get it done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from St. Albert Edmonton for the fine work he does on the Justice Committee and also for serving as the Deputy Shadow Minister for Justice. The intent of this bill, C-75, as indicated, is to streamline our justice system, but I'm wondering if the member could comment on this government's inability or unwillingness to fill judicial vacancies, how that impacts the streamlining and efficiency of our justice system.
Honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, on the issue of judicial vacancies, I feel like a broken record. I wish I could stop talking about it because I would have thought that after 2 years this government would actually have done something about filling judicial vacancies. But they haven't done it. Filling judicial vacancies is the easiest and most straightforward thing to do in terms of the backlog in our courts. It's not the be-all and end-all. It's not going to solve all of the problems, but it's certainly a starting point. And with respect to this government's record, they can cite all the number of appointments that they've made after, frankly, letting judicial vacancies reach record levels. But when it comes to filling them, they established 14 new spots in Alberta. They provided the funding to fill those new judicial spots, and a year and a half later, Madam Speaker, 7 out of the 14 remain vacant. That is simply unacceptable. That is the record of a government that doesn't take filling judicial vacancies seriously.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government to the Minister of Justice.
So just very briefly, in terms of the competence of the government, I would point to the medical assistance in dying, Bill C-45, Bill C-46, and appointing 240 judges. But to get to the question, Madam Speaker, what I would point to is that the member opposite took issue with peremptory challenges. The question I would put to him is that, first of all, we haven't just eliminated peremptory challenges. We're allowing judges to ensure that any jury is diverse and represents the community that it serves, and we are emphasizing challenges for cause. Does the member opposite believe, as in England, as was done 30 years ago, that it is important that if one seeks to stand aside a juror, that you have a reason other than simply just the way that juror looks, and that you can motivate that reason in front of an impartial adjudicator?
A brief answer from the member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Speaker, I would cite the Canadian Bar Association, which said that in the case of peremptory challenges, that, quote, more frequently they're used to the benefit of Indigenous and other racialized persons, unquote. And the Canadian Bar Association goes on to say that, quote, abolishing peremptory challenges seem insufficiently considered. If legislative reform is required, it should be based on empirical data generated through an examination of the jury system, unquote. And indeed, that was before the committee. There was a lot of evidence about how it is actually going to make it less likely that juries are representative. One of the proposals was perhaps a consideration.
I'm sorry, I did ask for a brief answer, and unfortunately maybe the member for St. Albert Edmonton will be able to add that into a question to the because I'm going to go to resuming debate, and it's going to be the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, when I think of Bill C-75, I would have thought that the Conservatives would be a little bit more excited about what I believe to be fairly comprehensive changes that will in fact serve our country well, Mr. Speaker. Within the legislation, you'll even see yet other examples of the government prior to the last election where we made some commitments, and we're seeing the fulfillment of some of those commitments within this legislation. That's a positive thing, Madam Speaker. But I wanted to pick up on the bigger picture of justice. And, you know, when I think of our justice system or our judicial system and the many different stakeholders, I think that if we were to canvass our constituents or Canadians as a whole in terms of what their expectations are, and I would suggest to you that there's really three big expectations. One is that it keeps our communities safe. And that is something that is very important to this government. I like to think that it would be important to all members. And this legislation makes strides, significant strides, at keeping our communities safe. A second priority is to protect our victims, Madam Speaker. When you think of our justice system, one would like to think that there is a vested interest to ensure that we are, in fact, protecting victims. And when I say protecting victims, we should be going out of our way to prevent victims in the first place, Madam Speaker. And that is something that I'll make a brief comment on very, very shortly. The third aspect is ensuring that there is accountability for offenders. And I think that those three priorities is something that would be universally accepted by all Canadians. And if you take a look at the essence of what Bill C-75 does, is I think it moves the ball further ahead on those three principles. Now, there is a different approach, I would ultimately argue, between the Conservative approach on justice versus this government's approach on justice. Or if I can put it in a different way, the Stephen Harper approach on justice versus the approach that this government has taken on justice-related issues. Whether it's this legislation or legislation that we have introduced previously. You see, what we need to recognize that when you think of individuals that become incarcerated, that a vast majority of those individuals will, in fact, be leaving our jail system, Madam Speaker.
that they will, in fact, be going back into our communities. And as such, I think that there is a responsibility to ensure that our system allows for a better integration, because if we are successful at that, Madam Speaker, we will actually prevent victims into the future. Now, on this side of the House, we recognize that. On the other side of the House, if you listen to the speeches, whether it's this legislation or other legislation, one would get the opinion that once someone enters into custody or goes into our jails, that they're never ever going to return into civilian life, Madam Speaker, that they're not going to be going or returning into our communities. And in many ways, in many of those individuals, there's a very good chance that they won't. But we have to have a system that ultimately is going to work for Canadians by keeping our communities safe, by ensuring that we're protecting our victims, and I would suggest to you preventing future victims, and ensuring that there is a high sense of offender accountability. For the Conservatives to try to give an impression that for serious crimes that this government is looking at ways to minimize the consequence is just wrong, Madam Speaker. And under this legislation, what they try to say is that, well, we are hybridizing crimes, too many crimes. And as a result, they're trying to give a false impression that that means that there's going to be less serious impacts on those offenders when it comes to the weight of the law and incarceration or fines or whatever else that it might be, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to recognize that we have summary convictions and we have indictable offenses, as has been talked about a great deal inside the chamber. And within this legislation, we have what we call, I would suggest to you, as a third component, and that being the hybridize, where here's a list of crimes that we're saying that the Crown has some discretion to be able to help determine whether or not something would be an indictable offense. During second reading, I had the opportunity, as many members in this chamber did, to listen in on some of those debates, and I can recall one offhand. And I think this is one that bears repeating, because I think most people that are following debate could relate to the differences. And this is what we mean by discretion. In second reading, if my memory serves me correct, I can recall one member of the Conservative Party, and Hansard will reflect this, that says kidnapping is kidnapping, it doesn't matter. It's a serious crime. End of story. It's indictable. You know, in essence, lock up the person, put them away for many, many, many years. And there is no doubt that kidnapping is indeed a very serious crime. Canadians as a whole would recognize it as a serious crime. We as a government recognize it as a serious crime. So the Conservatives say, well, why would you hybridize that particular crime? Well, let me give you a real, tangible example. And this is something in which I think that if I was to take to the constituents in which I serve, would understand why it's important to have that crime as one of those hybridized crimes. And that is, when you think of kidnapping, the first thing that comes through, I believe, a person's mind is, you know, a individual maybe being at a school grounds, a playground, and identifying a potential victim and having that individual brought into a car or to a van and then disappearing, all sorts of horrific actions being taken, maybe even having an individual kidnapped and ultimately put into the sex trade. There's all sorts of horror stories that come out of kidnapping, Madam Speaker. And I, for one, look at that and say, yes, let's get those individuals where they should be and lock them up, Madam Speaker. But there is a but, as some of my colleagues recognized across the aisle. And that is, imagine, if you will, today there are a number of divorces that occur every day throughout our country. Some of those divorces are very emotional. Some of those divorces involve young children. And for those that have been parents, and I suspect most in this chamber have been parents, I've had two wonderful children, Mr. Speaker, that are now adults. And what you will find is that at times when there is a divorce that occurs, there's all sorts of issues that a child will often have to deal with. And there might be a situation where a child who is maybe in custody with one parent has a bad week or a very bad day and makes the decision upon him or herself that I'm not going to go home to the parent that has the 100% custody. I am going to go to my non-custody parent, and I am going to say whatever I want or say something that's maybe a little bit negative, and that parent's being sympathetic. And the individual, Mr. Speaker, then says, my child has disappeared. My child has been kidnapped. And there is an obligation then, because that parent did not have the right to have custody of that child at that time, but that child actually went to that individual's home and maybe in tears or whatever circumstances it might have been, Madam Speaker. But the point is that that child shouldn't have been at that individual's house, and as a direct result, now we have a kidnapping charge. I would like to think that there's a big difference in that sort of a situation than the first situation that I described. So if you believe that what I just said is accurate and does take place in real day life, well then you should acknowledge that there is a need to support the idea that yes, in certain crimes, in certain actions, that we do need to incorporate, hybridize certain crimes. You see, I have confidence, generally speaking, a great deal of confidence in our crowns, in the ability of our judicial system to make good decisions. So what we're really saying here is that, look, if you have a situation that comes before the judicial system where it's a kidnapping of the first example, well, I would suggest to you that that Crown is going to say this is an indictable offense and this individual is going to have to go through a process where ultimately there could be years and years and years of custody, of being incarcerated, I should say, versus another where it could be classified as a summary conviction, Madam Speaker. Now, we have seen a number of those crimes that are now eligible, and I suspect arguments could be made for each and every one of those, Madam Speaker. So that is the reason why when we look at the legislation, one of the major complaints or concerns that have been raised by the Conservative Party on this issue is that issue of hybridize. So hopefully they have a better understanding. And, you know, they raised the issue in second reading, and then they brought it to the committee stage. And, Madam Speaker, I am actually quite pleased where we are at in regards to third reading today, in the sense that this has been a long process to get us to this particular point, and the Minister of Justice has demonstrated very clearly that this has been a project of consultation, working with a wide variety of stakeholders, leading up from the beginning right to the Standing Committee. And that's why maybe I should just kind of expand on that particular point just for a moment, Madam Speaker. We need to recognize that when you think of our justice system, that it is a joint responsibility. We don't have sole responsibility on judicial matters in Canada. We have shared responsibilities with the provinces. So that means we've had a minister, with the assistance of the parliamentary secretary and others, no doubt, canvass and work with the different provinces and territories to establish priorities that needed to be able to be changed. And those changes, those priorities, are fairly well reflected within this legislation. And it even went beyond that in terms of the consultations with Indigenous people, with different other stakeholders, Madam Speaker, that formulated Bill C-75 so it was ready to go into first reading, followed by second reading, and then into committee. And that's where I kind of interjected while I was talking about the hybridized cases, Madam Speaker. My interjection was to provide comment that even when the opposition, when we brought it to the committee, there was a number of changes that were introduced by members after listening to the committee presentations, Madam Speaker. The Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights amended Bill C-75 at the committee to, for example, remove the provisions regarding routine police evidence which had laudable intention but could have had some undesirable, unintended consequences, particularly for unrepresented accused. Removed terrorism and advocating genocide offences from the list of those being reclassified. Madam Speaker, that's the amendment that I thought of when I was talking about the hybridize. So the Conservatives were able to raise that issue. And by raising that issue and bringing it in the form of an amendment, we actually accepted it, which was completely foreign when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. The Conservative Party never, ever accepted an opposition motion. Not only, oh no, we had plenty of amendments, Madam Speaker, and they went absolutely nowhere with Stephen Harper. Under this government, we have seen many amendments, even from the official opposition, and this is yet another example where an amendment was actually accepted. So I am to believe, Madam Speaker, that they accept the principle of what is actually being suggested when we talk about hybridized crimes, Madam Speaker, and the importance of that. It's a major aspect of the legislation. The other aspect is the preliminary trials, and it's interesting when I hear the Conservatives and the NDP saying the same thing on preliminary trials. And what caught me was the critic for the Conservative Party said it today. He says, well, it's not really going to reduce waiting times. I don't believe that, Madam Speaker. And the member opposite said, well, we can quote X and X who are somewhat suspicious of it reducing waiting times. I don't believe it. And maybe the member across the way is going to have to do a little bit more convincing. The preliminary hearings consume a great deal of court times. And I'm not a lawyer, Madam Speaker. But I used to be the justice critic in the province of Manitoba, and I can recall many of the frustrations of crowns of provincial crowns and other crowns dealing with preliminary trials. I can remember one judge, a discussion at one time I had with a judge, Madam Speaker, on the issue. I believe that it was fairly well received by a good number of people and recognized that it will in fact reduce time. Backlogs or delays, I should say, Madam Speaker. But here's what the NDP and the Conservatives said together, and that was they're highly suspicious that they don't believe that it will reduce. The Conservatives a little bit more affirmative, saying it won't reduce. But what they said was, it's only 3%. It's only 3%. So if it's only 3% of the cases that are coming before the courts, what good is it? 3% is thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. That makes a real difference, Madam Speaker. You know, preliminary trials at one time might have been something that was really in need years ago. But it emphasizes one of the reasons why it was so important that this government do what it made a commitment to do, and that is to overhaul and improve the system. So to try to give an impression that, you know, minimizing the number of preliminary trials will not reduce court delays, it's just wrong, Madam Speaker. I believe that it is just wrong based on what limited, and I will underline the word limited, experience I have on this issue. But I look at that numbers, and that 3% is a significant number of court cases, not to mention the thousands of hours, and I believe that it will make a difference. You see, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives, I believe, should be supporting this legislation because this is the type of legislation that Canadians want to see, Madam Speaker. It will keep our communities safer. It will ensure that there's more justice for our victims. It will ensure...
Unfortunately, the time is up, but I'm sure that the member will be able to add more during questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me, and thank you for cutting him off, finally. Now, I am a big fan of what's called the departmental plans. These are the plans that every single department has to publish at the same time the estimates come out, and these plans are signed off by the minister. Now, the plans provide the departmental priorities for the year. They lay out their goals and their priorities. Now, my colleague across the way talked about the government's priorities being, number one, keeping communities safe. And I'd like him to comment on the fact that in public safety, in their departmental plan, which has been signed off by the Minister of Public Safety, actually there's something called the Crime Severity Index. Under this government, it's actually increasing from the current the previous government. There's another line, percentage of Canadians who think that crime in their neighbourhood has decreased. So again, the priority, as he mentioned, is keeping communities safe. Their own plan calls for a 33% decrease in the amount of Canadians who feel their community is safe. Whoa. His second comment was priority is protecting victims. Now, in the departmental plan for both public safety and justice, victims are not once mentioned. So please, my colleague across the way, was he misinforming the House when he said that was a Liberal priority? Or were the ministers of justice and public safety misinforming the House when they tabled their departmental plans? Which is it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I talked about a comprehensive approach at dealing with the issue of justice. So, for example, you will find some legislation that we have brought in that enshrines victims' rights. You will find legislation that we have brought in that will ensure that there's mental health services being provided in our institutions. Madam Speaker, you will find that at the end of the day, those priority areas of keeping our communities safe, of ensuring that there is protection for our victims, and ensuring, from my personal perspective, preventing victims in the first place, and to ensure that there's a sense of accountability for offenders. To me, those are very much high priorities and something in which I believe on this side of the House that we believe in. And if you take a look not only at this piece of legislation, but all the different actions that the government has taken to date, that you will find that we are going to have safer communities.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malahat. Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think the member should sell himself short. I had the honour of serving as our party's justice critic last year, and I feel it should qualify us for at least first-year law school. So, Madam Speaker, the member was talking a lot about the hybridization contained in Bill C-75. And I was just wondering if he was aware of looking at it from a different perspective. One of the concerns that we had, and he would be aware of this if he is knowledgeable of the Standing Committee on Justice's work on access to justice, and particularly the problems we have with access to legal aid right across Canada. It's very much a patchwork quilt because different provinces have different abilities to fund their systems. And often we have cases where paralegals and students of law are coming in to help represent clients who are being charged with an offense that could result in 6 months or less. The hybridization of some offenses in C-75 is actually going to bring the maximum penalties to some of these summary offenses to 2 years less a day. And therefore, one of the consequences of that is that in many provinces, paralegals and students in law school will be unable to represent these clients, and therefore we're going to have a lot more backlog. So I'm just wondering if he can comment on that and why the government wasn't aware of that particular consequence.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that the member has just done by saying that the provinces were not aware, because you have to remember that this is legislation that has been at work or at play for actually a couple of years now. And what we had was the parliamentary secretary and the minister actually meeting with the different departments, stakeholders, including our provinces. When I made reference to the fact of being a justice critic, it was a provincial justice critic in the province of Manitoba. And the member is right in terms of the stress level that's on legal aid services. And legal aid services are in high demand, I know for sure, in the province of Manitoba, that there is a need for additional dollars. I like to think that when we talked about the consequences of this legislation passing and what might be taking place shortly thereafter, that there was all sorts of considerations that were given. I like to think the issue of legal aid and the future demand, potential increase as a direct result, will be something that will be no doubt monitored over the years ahead. And that's the nice thing about having these interprovincial discussions between the different ministries and incorporating the national minister, because then we're able to do it in a collective fashion to ensure that there is good representation.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice.
Thank you. So to start with a couple of comments, Madam Speaker, with respect to what was just raised by the member for Cowichan, we specifically understood that concern, and that's why an amendment was made to 802.1 to allow provincial regulatory bodies and law societies to permit agents to appear up to a summary conviction of 2 years less a day. With respect to the member from Edmonton West, with respect to what we are doing for victims, we are increasing the penalties for summary conviction offences to 2 years less a day, up from 6 months. We're also increasing the penalties for intimate partner violence because we take that seriously on this side of the House. I want to thank the member here on this side of the House for his comments and reference something that he raised extensively with respect to preliminary inquiries. That's something that was highlighted in the Supreme Court in the Jordan decision. It's something that was raised at consultations that were done by the minister across the country, including in the province of Manitoba, where various provincial attorneys general indicated a need to reduce the backlogs by eliminating preliminary inquiries. My question to the member is this, that in respect of preliminary inquiries in sexual violence trials, does he appreciate that there's a concern about re-traumatizing a victim, making them go through a preliminary inquiry where they would relive the experience and then subsequently reliving it again a second time at a subsequent trial? Is that an important aspect of why we've moved forward to remove preliminary inquiries?
I'm going to get the member to answer the question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I would ask that, within the 1 minute, please.
I can do that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member and my friend brings up an excellent issue, and this is something that I should have actually made reference to. You know, when you think of a victim, think of a sexual assault victim, as he has pointed out, having to go to a preliminary and reliving the incident, and under this legislation, that this will be marginalized, minimalized in a very serious and tangible way, and that is something that's very good, Madam Speaker, and I would think that all members would see the strength of that one argument in itself. And just listening to the member, whether he spoke on the bill or he poses the question, it gives a vote of confidence in terms of just how understanding this particular parliamentary secretary is on this issue. And I thank him for the question.
Comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to the Parliamentary Secretary, he provided an example in his kind of opening in a particular case involving kidnapping, because it's one of the charges that is being hybridized. In French, we would call the example an exemple farfelu. If I had a good Yiddish proverb, I would say it too, but it's the most ridiculous of all examples that he gave to us, Madam Speaker, because he's basically saying that a prosecutor should make the decision. He doesn't trust the judge to hear the facts of the case and say, obviously, in this particular situation, the charges should not apply, that justice would not be done for the child or for the parents involved. So it's just an example of how the government is trying to defend the indefensible in this bill, hybridizing a whole series of offenses that should rightfully be heard by a judge. So why is it that the Liberal government doesn't trust the judges to rule on the cases?
Great question.
Oh, wow. Parliamentary Secretary has less than a minute to respond.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I have confidence in the Crowns. You know, the example that I gave is a good reason why it is that the members should be supporting it, because that latter example is a good reason why that individual should not have to go before that particular judge. You know, this is the type of thing in which having confidence in our judges and judicial system, absolutely, but I also have confidence in our Crowns.
Before I go to resuming debate, I do want to remind the member that he's not going to be able to have his full 20 minutes, and therefore I will end up having to interrupt him at one point. The resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you much, Madam Speaker. When I made my speech on Bill C-75 at second reading, I mentioned that we were eager to work with the government to improve the bill. I'm disappointed to report that not enough was done to enable us to support this legislation. The government's stated goal, of course, was to reduce court delays in accordance with the Supreme Court's decision in Jordan, and, of course, to continue with trial fairness imperatives. I'm afraid on both counts the bill comes up short. This was a 302-page bill, so I won't be able to address in my short time now the questions I wanted to, but I would like to speak on four themes very briefly. First, the failure to address mandatory minimum penalties, the hybridization issue you've heard about, the restrictions on preliminary inquiries, and the patchwork approach to agent representation, which are among the many issues that we heard testimony at the Justice Committee. We heard testimony that the measures, in fact, in many cases will make matters worse, and I will elaborate. Madam Speaker, as you know, most of the action in criminal justice in Canada takes place in the provincial courts. And hybridizing offence and pushing more cases onto those courts is hardly a solution that's going to make things better. I commend the government for a number of things, however. I commend them for deleting the routine police evidence provision that was agreed to be problematic at the committee, and I'm pleased we at the committee persuaded the government to change that odious provision. I'm also pleased to have moved, along with my colleague, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre, a provision that repealed the body house provisions and vagrancy sections of the criminal code that have been used so often to criminalize consensual sexual activities, particularly amongst the LGBTQ2 community. But, Madam Speaker, there were hundreds of amendments brought to the committee, and a number of them were not accepted. For example, the New Democratic Party brought 17 amendments to committee designed to help vulnerable people impacted by our justice system. None of them were accepted by the government. Madam Speaker, every day there are real people who are self-represented They can't afford lawyers, and there isn't enough legal aid in this world to represent them. Who are these people? They are primarily Indigenous, they are poor, they are marginalized, and it's our submission that this bill simply doesn't do enough to address their realities. Many of the stakeholders we consulted have told us that the key reforms in Bill C-75 are in fact not evidence-based at all. The stated objective of this bill is to respond to the Jordan judgment with mandatory time limits. Yet there's considerable doubt that the changes proposed are in fact going to speed up the criminal justice system. Arguably, they'll have the opposite effect. The Liberals claim that this is somehow bold criminal justice reform. Yet the elephant in the room is that they failed entirely to address Prime Minister Harper's regime of mandatory minimum sentences, despite their political promises and despite public commitments to do so. Defense lawyers and legal academics agree that the reversal of this practice would have been a huge step to unclogging the delays in the system, yet the Liberals failed utterly to even address the topic at all. We believe that we need to deal with the root causes of the delays, drug issues and addiction issues and poverty issues that are really the root of the crime that we're dealing with. Let me start with mandatory minimums. This is one thing that would have increased compliance with Jordan and alleviated court burden from multiple charter challenge, and it's unfathomable why the Liberals ducked this issue. So many people came to our committee and talked about it. I don't have time to list them all. Le Barreau du Québec, Dr. Marie-Ève Silvestre, a professor at University of Ottawa, Jonathan Rudin of Aboriginal Legal Services. I could go on and on. All of these people have spoken out about the failure to address mandatory minimums. And I think I'd start with so many quotes I haven't got time to address, but Jonathan Rudin, who is the Program Director for Aboriginal Legal Services, reminded us that even the Justice Minister herself acknowledged the issues with mandatory minimum sentencing. So here's what she said. This government knows that mandatory minimum sentences do not work. The Minister of Justice spoke eloquently almost a year ago, exactly on September 29th, to be precise. She said this: there is absolutely no doubt that mandatory minimum penalties have a disproportionate effect on Indigenous people, as well as other vulnerable populations. The data are clear. The increased use of mandatory minimum penalties over the past decade has contributed to the overrepresentation in our prison system of Indigenous people, racialized communities, and female offenders. Judges are well equipped to assess the offender before them and ensure that the punishment fits the crime. Nothing. Absolutely nothing in this bill to address that issue. I'm pleased that Senator Kim Pate has introduced Bill S-251, sponsored by my colleague from Saskatoon West, that provides for judicial discretion to depart from the mandatory sentence when it would be just to do so. And there'd be opportunities for plea bargaining when judges have the discretion that they used to have. And that would solve, as all the experts have said, go a great deal of distance to solve the issue of delays. I don't have time, Madam Speaker, to do much with the second issue of hybridization. I think that there's been enough said about that. In the interest of time, I will skip that. But I will say that Emily Taman, one of the witnesses, a prominent lawyer in Ottawa, said this: Of the 136 indictable offences that are to be reclassified as hybrid under Bill C-75, 95 are offences punishable by 5 or 10 years. Consequently, this bill now gives the Crown, rather than the accused, control over whether trial by jury is on the table for these 95 offences. This is problematic, she says, because the Crown's exercise of discretion is done without transparency and is only reviewable on the very high standard of abuse of process. Close quote. In other words, Madam Speaker, we're giving the Crown Counsel of the land the ability to make up their mind about which way to go in the privacy of their offices. Contrast that with judicial discretion, where in open court, judges decide whether the penalty fits the crime. How different, how far we've come, and how far away from justice. the potential for bias is real. So I believe that the time won't allow me to do much more, but I'm so enticed by what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary said about preliminary inquiries that in the interest of time, I want to address that issue head on. The government appears to believe that restricting preliminaries will save court time and protect vulnerable witnesses. The Canadian Bar Association, the Criminal Lawyers Association, the Canadian Council of Criminal Defence Lawyers, and the Alberta Crown Attorneys Association are amongst the witnesses that utterly disagree with the Parliamentary Secretary. We heard considerable testimony about preliminaries actually reducing court delay. We heard extensive, compelling testimony that preliminary inquiries are a necessary tool to preserve trial fairness. The Criminal Lawyers Association of Ontario said, and I quote, "Eliminating preliminary inquiries for all cases other than those for which a maximum period of imprisonment or life is available will not further the interests of justice or assist with the orderly and efficient administration of criminal justice. The committee should recommend that these changes not be made." But I think my favorite witnesses, I had a dozen quotes to give on this, Madam Speaker, but was Professor Lisa Silver of the University of Calgary's Faculty of Law. She said this: "We have to protect people from having a trial where none is necessary. The preliminary inquiry at its core exists as the legislative shield between the accused and the Crown." She gives an example, Madam Speaker. You may well remember the story of nurse Susan Nellis, a nurse at the cardiac ward at the Hospital for Sick Children in Toronto, who was accused of murdering children. But during the preliminary inquiry, they found a complete lack of evidence. Result, the charges were dropped. And the result was, in Professor Silver's view, that preliminary inquiries are a vital step in ensuring due process and fair trials. Now, Madam Speaker, the other issue I want to talk about involves restricting agent representation. Upping the penalty for summary offences to 2 years less a day is going to have an adverse effect for agent representation across our country. I'm talking about law students, paralegals, and other agents that currently represent a large gap population, as they're called, in our country. There are many individuals, as I said, who simply don't qualify for legal aid and are too poor to afford a lawyer. The government's decided it's up to the provinces and territories to regulate what type of agent can represent what crime. This is not cooperative federalism. This is creating a patchwork effect to justice across Canada. Access to appropriate counsel shouldn't depend on where you live, but now it will be. So we have student legal aid services such as Lisa Cirillo, Suzanne Johnson, Douglas Ferguson, who asked the government to reverse the measure that would limit agent representation, and yet nothing appears to have been done on that point. And let me be clear, Madam Speaker, an unrepresented accused will absolutely increase court delay and deprive that person of their right to a proper trial. It often forces the Crown and judges into an uncomfortable position where they must occasionally advise, assist, and support the self-represented accused when this is contrary to their official role in the process. So we proposed, Madam Speaker, a number of changes to increase jury representativeness. They were rejected. Professor Kent Roach talked about the shameful situation of juries, the Gerald Stanley case and the failure to have any Indigenous jurors on that case, and suggested, as did the Criminal Lawyers Association, that we have the ability to look at the jury and the judge given the discretion to decide whether it was representative or indeed embarrassing. That was rejected by my colleagues. I'm sorry that I don't have time, Madam Speaker, because of the changes in the schedule to go much further, except to say this. There's a real opportunity lost. We don't do comprehensive criminal justice reform very often in our country. They brought a 302-page bill in. Some of the key issues I've addressed will only exacerbate the problem before us, making less justice and further delays. There are some things in this bill we like, but on balance, Madam Speaker, we have to say, sadly, we cannot support it. Thank you.
It being 5:40 p.m. pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 20th, 2018, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. La question est la suivante. Madame.
The question is as follows. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moves that Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass.
No? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les noms l'emportent.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le mardi le 20.
Pursuant to the standing order, the recorded division is deferred until Wednesday at the usual time.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader has a point of order.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, there has been some discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House during the debate on the motion to concur in the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, and during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 52, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair, and that at the conclusion of the debate on the motion to concur in the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, the question be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred to Wednesday, December 5, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Agreed. Carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has another point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House again, you'll find that we could call it 5:55, so we could commence private members' hour.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:55? Agreed? And so ordered. It's now 5:55. It being 5:55, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business consideration at report stage of Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property, standing in the name of Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
As there's no motion at report stage, we will now move to the...
Mr. Whalen moves that Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property is amended, be concurred in that report stage. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes? I declare the motion carried.
When will this bill be read a third time?
Now?
No.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester, seconded by Mr. Whalen, moves that Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's certainly an extreme pleasure for me to rise again and talk about the my private member's bill, and now entitled Indigenous Human Remains and Cultural Property Repatriation Act. And I want to thank my seconder, the very distinguished member from St. John's East, who has not only helped me make sure this gets through at an appropriate time, but he'll be speaking on it again tonight, or speaking on it as well tonight. But this private member's bill has taken me down a road I didn't expect to go down when we first adopted the motion or the bill. I've been here just a few days ago. I celebrated my 30th anniversary of my first election, but I still marvel at what can happen in this place. It's an amazing place that can do amazing things, and this private member's bill of mine, although I didn't realize how important it was when we first drafted it. It's turned out to be very meaningful to a lot of people, and it's going to have, I think, a very positive effect. When I first started it, I started as a result of a visit I made to the Millbrook Heritage Site, Millbrook Heritage Museum in Millbrook, a First Nation in my riding. I was admiring its beautiful robe in a glass case, and while I was admiring it, the curator came over and said, well, that's not the real robe. The real robe's in Australia. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, it was taken there, it was purchased legally and legitimately and everything by a person in the 1800s, and it was taken there, I believe, in 1852, and it's now residing in a museum in Australia. And I thought, I asked, have we tried to get it back? And she said, we've made some efforts, but we just don't have the ability to get it back. So I thought at that time, perhaps we could draw up a private member's bill to ask the government to establish a structure so that small First Nations like Millbrook Bend and near Truro, Nova Scotia could have somebody to turn to get a little help if they did discover an artifact that was originally from their First Nation and they wanted to get it back. So we drafted C-391, thinking that it would just be a little innocuous bill, but it might help First Nations get their artifacts back if they became available. Well, when I stood up and I tabled the bill, I spoke for 2 minutes and 37 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, but what I didn't know was that the embassy from Australia, or the ambassador from Australia, was listening. She was listening to what was said, or she heard about it somehow, and she took action. We didn't ask her to, we didn't expect her to, it wasn't part of my intention, but Her Excellency Natasha Smith took it upon herself to contact the museum in Australia and see if they could begin negotiations to get the rope back to Millbrook. I couldn't believe that happened, but she came to see me a few weeks later and told me that she had taken these steps. So I'll be forever in her debt for doing that. But Her Excellency Natasha Smith, excuse me, and Brittany Noakes, her assistant, worked hard on this, and they made a connection with the Melbourne Museum where the robe resides. And in the end, it turned out that the young Aboriginal woman in my First Nation, or First Nation in my riding, Heather Stevens, was negotiating with a young First Nations person in Melbourne, Australia. I just thought that was so meaningful. It's not Canada to Australia. It's First Nation to First Nation, 15,000 kilometers apart, and they have these negotiations underway, and hopefully someday we'll see the robe come back. But Heather Stevens, the manager and curator of the Millbrook Heritage, is dealing with Genevieve Greaves, the manager of First Peoples Department in the museum in Melbourne. And to me, that's part of the magic of this whole process, that those two people have connected and are negotiating and discussing how this could all happen. But I especially want to thank, through the process, I want to thank all the people who have been involved and all the people who have helped. All the people in the First Nations who have, right across the country, have contributed ideas and thoughts. And they really made me understand how important these artifacts are to their peoples. It's more than just an artifact. It's their history, it's their people, it's the spirit of their people. And I don't pretend to be able to capture the true, the entire meaning that they have, but I can tell that it's so important for them to have their artifacts back. And I'm so pleased to be part of a process that will help that process and or help that goal to get artifacts back to their proper homes. Again, I want to thank the Committee of Heritage, the Standing Committee on Heritage, and especially the chair, the honourable member from Toronto Danforth, who helped very much get this through Heritage in a proper way and in a timely fashion. And they made thoughtful amendments to it that I think improve the bill and strengthen it. So I also think that through this process, we've got a better understanding on the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People for those of us who really hadn't had a lot to do with it. But it's this complies with that declaration, and I think it will be an important part of Canada's process to move ahead on the United Nations Declaration. The other thing that has amazed me is we've had responses from all over the world on this. It's just a private member's bill, and it's not. I had no idea where we were going to go, but it was pointed out to me that it was written up in the Netherlands. The article is all in Dutch, but I know it's right because they spelled my name right. But that's the only thing I can tell. And they've got a picture of the artifact from Millbrook, and it's all in Dutch and it was written in the Netherlands. The same thing. I got an article written in China. Same thing. They spelled my name right again. But the picture of the artifact and Millbrook is in here. But this is talked about in China. We've been contacted by the Commonwealth of Museums in Britain about the importance of this bill and how it might be used as a model down the road in other countries. There's so many countries that want their artifacts back. And again, I noticed, I think last week, France has just decided that they're going to repatriate some incredible artifacts back to countries in Africa. But we're part of a worldwide effort here to repatriate artifacts to Indigenous peoples. And I'm certainly pleased and proud to be part of it. And I hope the bill does go through. I think we've seen support from all parties and appreciate it very much. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to wind up. I'm just going to say I do appreciate so much the support from my caucus, from my House Leader, who's helped make sure we get this in a timely fashion. I want to ensure that I work with all members if there's amendments or they want changes or interpretations, and I appreciate it going through report stage the way it has, and I'm now pleased to have it at third reading. So with that, Madam Speaker, I just want to say thanks to everybody that's been involved with this. It's been an incredible journey. It's taught me a lot. It's taught me a lot about Indigenous peoples and the values they have, which I've come to really appreciate more than I did in the past. But it's all through talking with Indigenous peoples and museums about Indigenous artifacts. You know, one Indigenous lady said, "That's just not a robe in Australia. That robe represents the spirit of all of the Indigenous people that made it, all the people that handled it, all the people that cared for it until it was changed hands and went into a European hands, and then it went to Australia, and it's been there ever since." And I'll never forget that conversation I had with her, and it's certainly meaningful and meant a lot to me. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'm going to wind up and say thank you again for everybody who supported it and helped put this where it is and help us bring us to where we are. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for St. John's East.
Yes, I'd like to thank the honourable member not only for his recent remarks, but just for the fact of seeing the opportunity to bring this bill forward to the House, where we can have a real positive impact on the lives and the memory and the cultural heritage of the Indigenous groups in his riding. I think that it'll have a similar fate in my province. And I just want to ask the member, does he have plans on how he's going to procedurally get this bill, if it's passed in this chamber, through the next stages, and what the importance is of having this heard tonight rather than in the winter, so that we can get this bill passed?
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thanks very much for the question, and thanks very much because that member actually helped us move this forward. And I have beseeched our House Leader, who has been very cooperative and helpful, and I know she's going to be really helpful going forward and help us get this through, because it's important that we do get it through in time for it to go through the Senate and through the process and be there for the whole world to see. And like one of the amazing things about this is the articles that have been written around the world about this private member's bill. I'm just so proud they've done it, but I did not realize when we started how meaningful this issue is to Indigenous people. And if we can help, it will not only help in Canada, but it will help in many other areas. The Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Museum Association contacted us and asked if we could use this as a model for legislation in other countries. They represent 52 countries, so perhaps this will go many places and benefit many Indigenous people. So thanks for the question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We were really happy earlier this year when that member and the Liberal Party voted in favour of Bill 262, C262, which was brought in by the member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. and essentially seeks to make sure that all of Canada's laws are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And of course, a big part of that is returning cultural property. So I was just wondering if the member had any thoughts to share with the House on how his private member's bill can work together with 262 and really advance that cause towards reconciliation.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, the thing I've learned through this process is that repatriation of artifacts is reconciliation. That's reconciliation in its most tangible, meaningful form. It's reconciliation for the young people, young Indigenous people who can see what their ancestors did and the talents they had and the ways they made these artifacts and the abilities they had. And it's reconciliation for seniors who remember some of these artifacts and the people that made them. So I believe it is the ultimate step in reconciliation in a very tangible way. And again, I'm proud to be part of that.
We have time for another question. Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-391, and I thank my honourable member for bringing this private member's bill to this House for us to consider. I have a keen interest in the subject and the matter of this bill. I have great respect for the history and greatly enjoyed learning more about it as we studied it through the committee. So, I think that this bill is well-intentioned and will be supporting it. However, I do believe that there were some issues with it that we brought to it that could have helped make the bill even better. So, Madam Speaker, I have great respect for the important role artifacts play in fostering an appreciation for our history. They are a tangible, irreplaceable link to our past. It is one of the things to read about in history books, but it's another to see the historical objects created by another person living in a different era. Historical objects bring history to life. They provide a window into how things were and how people really lived. They remind us that historical figures we read about really existed in flesh and blood. If we want future generations to truly understand how their present is linked to our country's past, we need to make sure these objects aren't lost. They are not just an invaluable means through which to remember the past, they are the way we can learn to live how they lived. They're also the key to understanding this in the present. I strongly believe that their protection and preservation should be a priority of any government. This bill seeks to establish a framework through which Aboriginal peoples can reacquire these invaluable links to their proud history. It would implement a mechanism through which any First Nation, Inuit, Métis community may acquire or reacquire Aboriginal cultural property to which they have a strong attachment. It would also implement a means through which they would reacquire human remains. Another important to the study that we found was missing to begin with, and the significance that it has to the Aboriginal people. It would encourage owners, custodians, or trustees of Aboriginal cultural property to return such property to Aboriginal peoples and support them in the process. This is a very laudable goal. In my riding of Bow River, we have Blackfoot Crossing Historical Park. I was very happy that their representative, Clement Gore, was able to join us at committee and offer valuable testimony. Blackfoot Crossing maintains a collection of many incredible historical objects. They provide a great educational service to their community. They also provide an economic benefit by attracting visitors and promoting tourism in this region. I was fortunate enough to visit and receive a guided tour again last year. I was greatly impressed by the wealth of history and knowledge on display. I believe they are an example of a success story that deserves to be emulated more broadly in this country. Despite being well-intentioned, I do strongly believe that parts of this legislation should have been clarified and could have been improved. The government members rejected our amendment that would have ensured that public interest is considered in the repatriation strategy. The intent was to make sure that artifacts are available to Canadians in a way that enhances knowledge and appreciation of Aboriginal culture. Including this language explicitly in the bill would have strengthened it considerably. Access to history is always in the public interest. As I noted, we cannot comprehend the present without understanding the past. I again point to the Blackfoot Crossing in my riding as a great success in this regard. It is located on the historic site of great significance to the Blackfoot Confederacy, where thousands gathered for the signing of Treaty Number 7. It is available to the general public, and I can assure anyone interested in visiting that it offers a fantastic educational experience. I also believe that this bill should have included language noting how important it is that the strategy adequately preserve and protect the quality and integrity of the Aboriginal property. We have heard on the Heritage Committee about the challenges the museum industry faces in attracting staff, and for a variety of reasons there are not enough professional custodial staff in Canada. Many artifacts are fragile and require a good deal of expertise to preserve. Operating costs related to the preservation of historical objects can also be a real challenge for smaller museums. We heard in committee that the Haida Museum, for example, has significant difficulties due to its remote location. So this bill should have been amended to reflect this reality. I was also lucky to be able to have visited the Haida Nation and see some of their historical treasures. It is isolated and far removed from most of the Canadian population, but it is significant that most people should be able to see it and travel there, but it is remote. We need some manner of safeguard in place to ensure that these tangible links to history are not lost to future generations. We need to help the costs to preserve and maintain these Aboriginal artifacts. It was a mistake not to include this explicitly in the bill. We also failed to make sure that this legislation does not have unintended consequences for Aboriginal artists and creators. I myself own several pieces of tremendous artwork produced by Siksika artists that live in my riding. This industry yields great economic benefits in many Indigenous communities and helps foster appreciation for their cultures. It should not be jeopardized in any way. This bill must not dampen enthusiasm for the incredible work produced by Aboriginal artists by suggesting one purchase might someday be repatriated. That would be a very unfortunate, unintended consequence. Again, the government rejected our amendments to the legislation that would have guarded against any such unintended consequences. I'm not sure why they rejected that amendment. I was very disappointed to learn that Canadian Museum Association was not consulted during the drafting of this bill. Perhaps some of these issues could have been highlighted at an earlier stage in the process had that consultation taken place. We did eventually receive a written brief from the CMA in committee. We attempted to include some of their counsel in the bill through amendments, but again, the government rejected them. So the CMA has done great work, has a great relationship with First Nations, and I think their input was invaluable, and it should have not been disregarded in this way. But we want to continue to ensure that Canadians understand and appreciate First Nations people of Canada, while respecting property and the great significance of their historical objects to Aboriginal peoples. As I noted, I will be supporting this legislation, but I remain deeply disappointed that there was amendments rejected that could have made this legislation much stronger and better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and pleased to rise and join in this debate on Bill C-391, brought in by the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester. I really appreciate the initiative and the thought that's behind this bill, because I think it's an issue that certainly needs to be talked about and brought into force with some measure of the law. Now, I'm very honored to come from a region of the country that has a very deep and rich First Nations heritage, which is still ongoing, as do many parts of Canada. It's a vast land, and When we're talking about First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, their cultures are as diverse as any you would find around the world. We can't speak about them just as one set of peoples. They have a lot of diversity, a lot of different cultural practices. And, you know, when I look at the Cowichan Valley, the Cowichan people, which are the largest First Nation band in British Columbia, I'm very honored to have some long-standing relationships with many members, including the chief. And I look at some of the well-known archaeological sites. They abound in the Cowichan Valley and in many of the islands that form the Southern Gulf Islands between Vancouver Island and the mainland. You look at one in particular, Madam Speaker, the Yayum Nuts village near Duncan, which is actually about to become a living Indigenous history lesson. So it's a 2.4 hectare meadow, which they, in collaboration with Cowichan tribes, are going to be using as an open air classroom. They have found a lot of different tools. The site is more than 2,000 years old, and it's estimated that the Cowichan people lived there for about 600 years and then used the area as a burial ground for another 600 years. They have found tools that originate from the Fraser Valley and even jade jade tools that come from the Fraser Canyon, but also sharp cutting rocks that originate from as far away as Oregon, which speak to the flourishing trade routes that existed among all the different nations among the Pacific Northwest. You can go out near Salt Spring Island to Grace Islet, where we had some controversy there about 3 to 4 years ago when someone was trying to build a house on the island, even though there was knowledge that there were at least 15 different individual burial sites marked by cairns there. And it was only through the intervention by the government of BC that the construction on that island was stopped. It's now, I believe, under the protection of the Nature Conservancy, which is working with local First Nations to preserve the area and to bring it back to its natural state. And then I look at Galiano Island, specifically the campground of Montague Harbour. That is actually sitting on an old midden heap, which for thousands of years was where all of the clamshells were deposited. So we're talking about hundreds of years worth of clamshells being deposited in one area, and all of the various tools that were used to harvest them. So I have a friend who's actually an archaeologist by profession, and I can remember one year when we were camping at Montague Harbour being able to walk down the beach, and she pretty much every couple of minutes was pointing out different stone tools. And once you got an eye for them, you could just see them everywhere, because you know, they were pieces of rock that had been basically hit upon with different instruments to make them into different cutting surfaces, and these are everywhere. Now, when we look at museums around the world, we derive a lot of education from them. We wouldn't know about some of the very long-lost civilizations, the Sumerians, ancient Babylonia, the ancient pharaohs in Egypt, if it were not for museums. They do serve a purpose. I think the main difference when you're talking about First Nations cultural pieces and tools is that they are not gone. They are still with us. In fact, I attended the Elders Gathering, which the Cowichan hosted in British Columbia this year, and the main theme of that was that we are still here. And we know that most Indigenous ethnology collections found in Canadian and foreign museums and universities of today were taken by missionaries, government agents, amateur and professional collectors, and anthropologists. And these were done without the informed or prior consent of the people. So it was theft, and in many cases the stealing of these tools, of these ceremonial devices, was in fact a way to kind of crush the culture, to try and take away their traditions, to try and subsume that nation into the white person's culture, as we've tried to do so many times in this country. And so I think that's the main difference. And I'm really happy that the member has brought forward this bill. If I could offer some constructive criticism, when we do look at the language in the bill, we still see words like encourage, support, and provide. I think that, to offer some constructive criticism, it may have been nice. We could have probably had an opportunity to maybe use more forceful language to maybe bring this particular bill in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That being said, it's good to see that the minister will have to report to Parliament via Section 4. It remains to be seen how well the government will fund the initiative that's present in this legislation, but I certainly hope that if this bill does make it to royal assent and becomes one of the statutes of Canada, that the government will see fit to take this issue with the seriousness that it deserves. And Madam Speaker, I mentioned the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and I think that's really important to highlight that, because the member for Abitibi James Bay Nunavik EU, he has spent a large part of his life working on this particular issue, and I think everyone in this House can take great pride in Bill C-262, which seeks to bring the laws of Canada in harmony with the United Nations Declaration. And the very fact that the government members voted in support of that a majority of the members in this House voted in support of that bill and sent it off to the other place, I think represents a very historical moment, because if we as a nation, this Parliament, both the House of Commons, the Senate, and later the Crown, represented by the Governor General, assent to that particular piece of legislation, one of the key articles of the United Nations Declaration reads as follows, and I'll quote, it's under Article 12, subsection 1. Indigenous peoples have the right to manifest, practice, develop, and teach their spiritual and religious traditions, customs, and ceremonies, the right to maintain, protect, and have access in privacy to their religious and cultural sites, the right to use and control of their ceremonial objects, and the right to the repatriation of their human remains. And in subsection 2, Madam Speaker, it states that states shall seek to enable the access and/or repatriation of ceremonial objects and human remains in their possession through a fair, transparent, and effective mechanisms developed in conjunction with Indigenous peoples concerned. So I think Bill C-262 was certainly the very important first step, because if we are going to agree to that document as a whole, then we agree to Article 12. And so when I look at Bill C-391, I think that's the effort to establish the framework on exactly how this is going to be done. So I think there's always room for improvement in legislation, but I will commend the member for Cumberland-Colchester for having his private member's bill arrive to third reading. That is a rare feat, and I appreciate the thought that is behind the bill. And Madam Speaker, I'm happy to indicate that I will be supporting it and voting to send it to the other place, and I hope the honourable senators will give it their due consideration. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. You want me to call the question? Oh, reprise de débat. Oh, l'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Oh, okay, nobody was getting up. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I just want to remind the members, if they plan to speak, that they should stand so that we can, that speakers are able to recognize who is standing. The honourable member for St. John's East.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Usually we wait till we hear the riding name before we stand up, so sorry. about that.
Madam Speaker, I just really want to rise to in support of Bill C-391, an act respecting the national strategy for the repatriation of Indigenous remains, cultural property. Mostly to say why I've handed my spot over to the member for Cumberland Colchester so that this could pass quickly through this place and get on to the next place in advance of the election. For those who follow the order paper closely, they may have noticed that my motion, M196, was meant to be heard tonight. It's important to people in my community, cultural diversity in the online world. But I do understand that in order to get things through this place and onto the other place, it takes some time, especially when we come up against an election. And so, and the reason it's so important to people in my riding, Madam Speaker, is because the Beothuk remains that are currently held in the National Museum of Scotland, of course, Newfoundland and Labrador made their own attempts to obtain the repatriation of those remains. The Government of Canada had to step in order to fulfill obligation under European and Scottish law to make a national request for the return of those remains. That was done just less than a year ago, and we would so love to have the additional support of this House and our Senate in order to allow the Beothuk remains to be returned and reside most likely at the rooms, which is a museum in my riding of St. John's East. So I'm very interested in hearing the comments from any other members that may arise in this place,
including the member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. I'm sure he'd like to speak. But if he could just hold on for a minute or two, maybe there will be an opportunity to let this bill pass on to the next steps before the Christmas break. Thank you.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank you for giving me the floor to speak to this bill, which provides for the return of Aboriginal property. As you know, Madam Speaker, I have the opportunity to sit on the Heritage Committee with other colleagues, and we wanted to better understand this bill and also improve it.
Good afternoon. I would like to rise to speak on this bill, C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Indigenous human remains and cultural property. The Conservative Party had amendments for this bill, Madam Speaker, and actually we tabled 5 amendments we felt that would have improved this bill. We were assured by the member for Cumberland Colchester, the sponsor of this bill, during a committee that this bill would not interfere with private property rights. As long as the Liberals are true to this, we plan to support this bill, even though, unfortunately, during committee, the Liberals were demonstrated that they were being close-minded. For example, they rejected the suggestion of the Canadian Museum of History before even reading them. We felt, Madam Speaker, that there were substantive amendments that we brought forward to a committee and that would have significantly improved and better defined the scope of the bill. While we do not believe this is a perfect bill, what I gathered from the testimony we heard from experts and, importantly, Aboriginal Canadians, leads me to believe that this is desired by our Indigenous people. Indeed, the repatriation of Indigenous human remains and cultural property is one of the many steps we must take towards reconciliation, as was mentioned earlier in the House today. Et, Madame la Présidente, avant d'aller plus loin,
Madam Speaker, before going further, I'd like to specify that the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property is part of a larger movement. And for example, I'd like to mention the fact that France has entered into a similar process to return African property. And Felwine Sala, a Senegalese writer, looked at the conditions under which works that are currently located in French museums could be returned to Africa. Obviously, that has to be done in an orderly fashion, and that is why when we debated this bill and sought to improve it, we had some concerns that unfortunately were not taken into consideration by the Liberal government, and it's our view that those improvements would have done a better job of setting out the objectives of the sponsor of this bill. In other words, not for it to be an attack on property rights, which are fundamental rights.
Reasons on why I support this bill, and so does I hope many of my colleagues. It is important to consider the concerns and debate around the bill. Even for something we ultimately support, it is important to consider all sides. On one hand, I am pleased that the sponsor of the bill verbally reassured the House and the committee that the intent of the bill is not to tamper with private property or to force anyone to give out legally acquired artifacts. During the first round of debate for this bill, the member of Cumberland, Colchester, said, "Madam Speaker, we have done wide-ranging consultations. Our focus is on having a system that can help a small community like Millbrook First Nation," in his writing, "with the issue of transportation, restoration, storage, display, and so on. Right now, there is no process. Communities are on their own if they identify an artifact. They have done that, but they have no help and there is no place to turn to. Certainly," he added, "I am open to anything that will make the bill better." And I must say this is where we intervene in committee, Madam Speaker, to deal with these issues and that we have both brought up. But the intent is not to force anybody to give up legally acquired artifacts. So we see that the intent of the proposer of the bill is clear. Unfortunately, we don't find this clarification in the bill because the amendment we were willing to pass were rejected by the Liberals. While the bill, as I just mentioned, does not mention the protection of private property, I have been assured that the bill ultimately does not make any change to private property rights in Canada. Some stakeholders did signal a concern for this, and the Liberal government was not very open towards amendments proposed from stakeholders such as museums. And you know how a key role they play in this process, as I've just mentioned earlier, for what is happening in France. Ultimately, on this topic, while I do not believe the bill infringes on private property in any way, I hope that once it comes into effect, there will be no unintended consequences, as we see too often, and that we continue to always keep private property, one of the most sacred rights in a democracy, in mind. There were also some concern regarding the scope of the bill and jurisdiction.
The Canadian Museum of History told the committee, "We wondered whether it was anticipated that this bill would cover domestic or international requests, or possibly both." Madam Speaker, the issue is this. Is it a public good or a private good? Is it something inside Canada or outside Canada? These are the kinds of specific details we would have liked to see in the bill based on the recommendations of museum experts. But once again, unfortunately, the Liberals did not take into account the specific recommendations, and our amendments were defeated. And that is why we have the bill as it is today. And now eventually it will be considered by the other house. And we know that sometimes they like to correct flaws in the bill, and this is probably something that the other house could consider, because under the current wording, it doesn't specify whether these requests would be domestic or international, whether it would be public property or private property that we're talking about. So we did have suggestions, but they were not taken into consideration. So the current wording of the bill does not spell this out. We hope these observations will be helpful to committee members. But once again, the Liberals did not actually consider these recommendations. I'm wondering if they even read them. When we're dealing with legislation, it's very important to listen to witnesses and to make sure that there are no unintended consequences of that legislation. Madam Speaker, I would just also like to add that over the centuries, collectors, churches have acquired various ceremonial objects. And that is something that a member of an Aboriginal community in northern Alberta told us about. But the process has to be orderly. So working together on this is a step towards reconciliation. It's very important to be able to make that connection with our ancestors and our grandfathers. Now there are collections in museums, but unfortunately these collections aren't accessible. So it's important to preserve culture. We agree with the spirit of the bill, but unfortunately, because the Liberals rejected the amendments, the bill is vague. So I don't think it's really a final product. It's still going to require changes that will hopefully be done within the Senate. I still support the principle, and we will support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say it's a pleasure to rise tonight in the House of Commons and to contribute my voice to Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Indigenous human remains and cultural property. I want to begin by thanking the sponsor of this motion, the Honourable Member from Cumberland Colchester. I would note that in his comments this evening, he noted that he recently celebrated 30 years since the first election as a parliamentarian in this place. I would note that currently he is a member of the government party, in which he's been a member of the government party for a few different times throughout the years, maybe noting that some of those government parties went by different names over the years, including the Progressive Conservative Party of Canada from 88 to 93, and then the legacy party to that, the Conservative Party of Canada for a time as well. And I believe he did sit as an independent as well, making, I guess, I was going to say a trifecta, but I guess a quadfecta in terms of sitting as members of parties within this place. I do want to thank him for bringing forward this piece of legislation and bringing it for third reading here tonight in the House of Commons. I also want to thank some of the previous speakers who have spoken thus far, particularly the member from Bow River, the member who is also a member of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. I thought his comments were particularly insightful because he brought about some of the concerns he had with the piece of legislation. While supporting the bill, he still expressed the concerns that he has and some of the unintended consequences that are often come to be when you have these types of bills. I thought his thoughtful commentary and his constructive criticism of the concerns expressed in this bill were worthwhile, and I thank that member for bringing forward this debate. When we talk about the preservation of artifacts and of human remains, my mind, of course, is drawn to many of the great cultural institutions and institutions in our ridings and across the country that have at their core an effort of preserving and enhancing the memories that we have of our history. Of course, in my riding of Perth Wellington, I am always delighted to attend events at the two significant museums in my riding, those being the Stratford Perth Museum, located just outside of Stratford, Ontario, officially in Perth South, as well as the Wellington County Museum, which is officially just outside of my riding, but nonetheless covers the Wellington portion of my riding. Both of these institutions have made a distinct and concerted effort over the past number of years to ensure that the Indigenous history that has spanned our country and has in some cases touched on the local geographic area that is now known as Perth and Wellington counties, as well as communities within them, are preserved, and that they are appropriately preserved and respectful of the important Indigenous cultures that have been in Canada over the many millennia, and that history is enhanced and preserved, not just for our generation, but for the generations that come after us as well. Now, this bill is at its heart, or has at its heart, a few measures that would be included in a potential strategy. So this bill calls for the implementation of a strategy to preserve these artifacts and provide that they could be repatriated to the appropriate location within Canada, within the appropriate First Nations, Inuit, or Métis community. I thought that the honourable member from Cumberland Colchester's example of what he came across when he was in his riding of an Indigenous artifact which had found itself in Australia, and the connections that were made to try to return that artifact to its rightful home in the Indigenous community is a great example. And so the measures that are contained in this bill, and there are 5, would help to facilitate the production of such a national strategy. The first measure would implement a mechanism by which any First Nation, Inuit, or Métis community or organization may acquire or reacquire Aboriginal cultural property to which it has a strong attachment. Now, there is some ambiguity, I would suggest, in this statement, particularly in the phraseology of strong attachment. That could be open to interpretation, but I would suggest that as the strategy is developed and as the departmental and governmental officials undertake the construction of this national strategy, they bear this in mind and ensure that there are strong indicators to indicate the strong attachment that Indigenous community or that an organization may have to a particular artifact, so there's not too much of a gray zone when analyzing these measures. The second measure would encourage owners, custodians, or trustees of Aboriginal cultural property to return such property to Aboriginal peoples and support them in the process. And I think this is a worthwhile measure and a worthwhile conversation as well. I think often one of the things that we as non-Indigenous Canadians often find is that we may not necessarily understand the significance of a particular artifact or a significance of a particular piece of Aboriginal or Indigenous history. So having this measure included within the strategy would start to spark that conversation, have that discussion and that dialogue of the significance of a particular artifact that ought to be at least considered to be returned to another more appropriate venue, such as an Indigenous community, First Nations, Métis, or Inuit community as well. The third measure would support the recognition of preservation of Aboriginal cultural property and of access to that property for educational and ceremonial purposes as principles of equal importance. And I think talking about the educational and the ceremonial purposes, I think, is extremely important because we are still learning. We unfortunately have had terrible examples in our history of the Indian residential schools. It is indeed a dark mark on our history, but having the ability to learn from those mistakes, to learn from where we as a country have not treated Indigenous communities, Aboriginal peoples, with the care and with the respect that they deserve, and the tragedy, the absolute tragedy of that aspect of our history is one that we truly as Canadians cannot forget. So the focus here on the recognition of preservation in the light of educational and ceremonial purposes, I think is indeed very important as we debate this bill and as the national strategy is eventually created. The fourth part is to encourage the consideration of traditional ways of knowing rather than relying on strict documentary evidence in relation to the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property. I think this really goes to some of the traditional cultural ways in which Indigenous communities operate. There may not be written evidence of the ownership of a particular artifact, but nonetheless there is that traditional knowledge within an Indigenous community that an artifact or a piece of history does indeed have that connection. And I would hope that the national strategy, when it is developed down the road, would be able to take into account that traditional way of knowing as is referenced in the bill itself. And the fifth aspect is to provide a forum for the resolution of conflicting claims that is respectful of Aboriginal traditional processes and forms of ownership and where claimants are self-represented. And I think this is important as well because there will be disagreements. There will be disagreements among individuals and particularly among or perhaps among Indigenous communities themselves as to whether or not there is significant connection. So having a forum to help to adjudicate, but also to help to resolve in a non-confrontational way would be exceptionally important, I would suggest, in terms of the development of this national strategy. There would be some concern, in my view, about whether or not that particular aspect would require a royal recommendation, but that would be an aspect for down the road after the national strategy is created and is developed. I would go on to say, Mr. Speaker, as well, that in committee, as has been referenced by the member from Bow River, there were amendments that were suggested by our official opposition. Those, unfortunately, were not accepted. I think those recommendations and those amendments would have improved the bill, but we, as the official opposition, will nonetheless be supportive of this bill here at third reading and sending it to the other place, to the Senate for further debate. The Senate, of course, is its own independent body. They may wish to consider the amendments that were proposed by our official opposition at committee stage, but that is, of course, their right and their prerogative as an equal legislative body to do so. And to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I do recognize that I am running short of time, but I might just conclude with what I think was a important quotation from the former Shadow Minister for Canadian Heritage, the Honourable Peter Van Loan, who stated, I should say, the Aboriginal communities of Canada are truly our first peoples. As such, Aboriginal culture is important to all Canadians for its role in informing us who we are, what our roots are, and how that has contributed to making Canada the extraordinary country we are today. Now, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that my time is at an end, but I do want to thank once again the member from Cumberland Colchester for bringing forward Bill C-391 and for having the opportunity to participate in this important debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There are about 4 minutes remaining in the time for private members' business today, so we'll go to resuming debate in the honourable member for Edmonton West, and I'll give him the signal at the usual time and interrupt at the appropriate time. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on this important private members' bill. Like my colleagues, and also speaking on it today, and other colleagues from the Liberals, I'm not sure if the NDP have spoken on this, but we will be supporting this bill. Now, this bill, of course, is C-391, which is Aboriginal Cultural Property Repatriation Act, introduced by our colleague from Cumberland Colchester just recently. It talks about Aboriginal culture and repatriating it to museums and other proper owners here in Canada. I had the pleasure in what I call a past life, not my parliamentary life, but a previous life before I joined this wonderful place, where I used to be in the hotel business, but one of my activities was a supporter and a board of directors of the Alberta Aviation Museum. So, of course, I do appreciate the member bringing forward an important act that will strengthen our ties to our past, whether it's through Aboriginal, through the repatriation of some of their artwork or artifacts, but also to give Canadians better access to perhaps enjoy this artwork. Now, my role with the Aviation Museum, the Alberta Aviation Museum, was as a board of director. It's located in what's part of downtown Edmonton, located in the very last surviving dual hangar left over from the British Commonwealth Air Training Program. And I bring that up, the fact it's the very last one, because they were scattered across Canada from Victoria all the way out to the east coast of Newfoundland. But there's resurgence, or almost not a resurgence, but a newfound interest among First Nations in flight and aviation, to a point where there is a school in Ontario, and it's called, so you have to bear with me, the Tyendinaga Aerodrome. It's the first people's aviation technology, where there's almost a rush to join the First Nations aviation technology to learn to fly. Now, what's interesting about this is the aerodrome is based at one of the very last surviving single hangar left over from the air training program. So it does tie in together, and it's interesting to see the First Nations getting into the high-demand aviation industry. Now, we were fortunate at the Aviation Museum in Alberta. We had a wonderful wonderful collection. We have an actual F-86 Canadair Sabre, and what's interesting about that Sabre, it was the very first plane in Canada to break the sound barrier, not just in general, but that very plane. We also had we actually have a Mosquito, which was interesting. The way I tie it into the repatriation, Canada does not allow Canadian-owned or Canadian-built planes to be sold out of the country. Unfortunately, down to the last minute. I'll skip the story on the Mosquito, unfortunately, and just talk about why we support this bill. And just quickly, what it's about: implementing a mechanism by which First Nations, Inuit, or Métis community organization may acquire or reacquire Aboriginal cultural property, which has a strong attachment. This is part of the recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation program brought about by the previous Conservative government. Also supported in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as well, Article 11 and 12. There's a lot of great things about this bill. I'm sorry, member from my colleague, that I can't speak for the full 10 minutes of it. I think I'm out of time, but just to say thank you for bringing it forward. There's a lot of good that will come from this bill. I look forward to it passing in committee, passing in this House, and all the wonderful things that the bill would do. Thank you for bringing it forward. Again, I'm sorry I wasn't able to speak the full 10 minutes of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West will have 6 minutes remaining for his time when the House next gets back to debate on the question that's before the House. And now the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Concurrence in committee report. Resuming debate on a motion to concur in the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, Road to Recovery, Resettlement Issues of Yazidi Women and Children in Canada. Standing in the name of Ms. Rempel.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say from the outset that I will be splitting my time with the member for Edmonton Strathcona. Let me begin by acknowledging the genocide against Yazidis, which occurred formally in this House in October of 2016. The Yazidis are an ethnic group of over 700,000 people, mostly in northern Iraq, who were targeted and persecuted by ISIS for their beliefs and practices, displacing more than 200,000 people from their homes, both in Iraq and to other places around the region. And I want to acknowledge that one of the reasons that we know of the horrors of the treatment of the Yazidi people was the work of the 2018 Nobel Prize winner, Nadia Murad. Nadia Murad used her own ordeal as a survivor of sexual slavery as what she called her best weapon to make the world aware of the plight of Yazidi women and children. And the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to her appropriately, I think, on the 10th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1820, which condemned the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war and stipulated that rape and other forms of sexual violence constitute war crimes, crimes against humanity, and may even constitute acts of genocide. Nadia Murad's tireless advocacy, along with that of former Conservative leader Rona Ambrose, the MP for Calgary-Nose Hill, the MP for Vancouver East, and others in this House, did finally move Canada to act in October of 2016 and to announce that we would resettle the most vulnerable and take in more than 1,000 Yazidis who now reside in Canada. Though slow to act and slow to deliver on our promise, we did do the right thing when it came to the most vulnerable of the Yazidis. Now, the report we're dealing with today deals with pretty much what its title says, the road to recovery, the resettlement of Yazidi women and children in Canada. But before addressing the report directly, I want to stop for a moment and address some of the most popular and stubborn misconceptions about refugees. The first of those is that refugees are somehow a burden to Canada. Now, I will acknowledge that government-sponsored refugees in their first year require and receive government assistance. But no, it's not more than Canadian seniors receive in government assistance. But an even larger group of refugees in their first year are privately sponsored refugees, and they are just that, privately sponsored. So rather than being a burden on Canada, ordinary Canadians come together to support those refugee individuals and families in their first year. And I want to cite an example from my riding, the Gorge Tillicum Refugee Sponsorship Group. This is a group of a dozen plus families and individuals who simply call themselves friends and neighbors. And they have set themselves the goal of raising $91,000, which will be required to sponsor a Somali refugee family of 8 who has been stuck in a refugee camp in Kenya for 28 years as a result of civil war in Somalia. This family from Somalia can't be identified for security reasons, but they do have 2 adult children who came to Canada as refugees and now reside in Victoria. So with private sponsorship and with 2 family members already in Victoria, this family has an enormously high chance of success in resettlement and integration in Canada. And what they have now is no prospect in the refugee camp in Kenya. So they will not be a burden to Canada. And in fact, when you look at refugees who come to Canada and compare their economic performance with the rest of Canadians, studies have found, looking at immigration and tax records, that after 25 years, refugees have incomes more than 12% higher than other Canadians. So why is that the case? Why would refugees actually be more successful than other Canadians? One of those things, I think, is that we have effective settlement programs, which give them the assistance they need to integrate in Canada. But often, it's the case that those who are able to escape violence and persecution at home and access the Canadian refugee system are those who already have skills and resources. The poorest of the poor are often trapped in those civil wars and in those cases of violent persecution and are not able to access refugee systems abroad. But I think the most important thing in the refugees I've known, and I've been a friend of refugees in my community for the past 40 years, is the drive to succeed so they can help their family, because not all family members get to Canada at the same time. And so most refugee families spend a lot of what they achieve in Canada supporting their family back at home. Now, the second myth I want to address is the concern about, quote, hundreds of thousands of refugees streaming into Canada. I received correspondence in my office just this week referring to hundreds of thousands of refugees and being concerned about that burden that I just talked about. When you actually look at the numbers of refugees arriving in Canada is somewhere between 40 and 50,000, or about 12% of the total newcomers to Canada in any given year. And so what those who are talking about hundreds of thousands of refugees are talking about is a confusion between refugees and other immigrants to Canada, with those who choose to immigrate to Canada. And so we're talking about Yazidis and the effort we're making for Yazidis. There's only 1,000 Yazidis who came through the refugee system to Canada. And so we can certainly afford to offer government assistance as we're doing to most of those Yazidi refugees. The third myth is that somehow refugees skip the queue, displacing skilled immigrants and family reunification programs in our immigration system. These are completely separate programs. Refugees do not displace those who are waiting to have their applications for family reunification or for economic immigration adjudicated. The delays for those people are not from refugees getting ahead of them. The delays are caused by underfunding of our immigration system. It began with cuts by the Conservatives in 2012, and I'm sad to say that adequate funding to deal with immigration has never been restored by the Liberals in their 3 years in power. Fourth myth is that making a refugee claim in Canada is sometimes illegal. Under both Canadian and international law, that is never the case. Even those crossing the border irregularly from the United States, and the accurate term is irregular rather than illegal crossings, are not making an illegal claim here. Now, I will admit that there is a chance that the underfunding of our refugee system, which causes delays in adjudication of those claims, could seem to be a draw for irregular crossers of our border. But it's important to remember that of those whose claims have been heard of irregular border crossers, nearly 60% have been found to be legitimate refugees, meaning that if they had stayed in the United States, they face being sent back to certain persecution and in many cases certain death back in their home countries. Now, coming back to the report and its recommendations, which I am happy to be supporting tonight, Yazidi refugees, we have to remember, were selected on a criteria of being the most vulnerable. And that means that making their success at resettlement in Canada is perhaps more challenging than that of refugees in general. And that's what this report of the Immigration Committee looked at. When Canada was bringing Yazidis to Canada, the cases were prioritized on the basis of the following. First of all, women and girls at risk. Secondly, accompanied children and dependents. Third, LGBTI individuals, single women, single parents, elderly, person with disabilities and medical needs, and finally, cases with family in Canada. This report comes with 12 recommendations, and I know my time is short tonight, but let me see how far I can get with these. Recommendation 1, increasing our refugee targets, is obviously something that I support. As I mentioned earlier, they're a small portion of our total immigration system. So recommendation 2 asks Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada to work to facilitate private sponsorships. And that's why I talked about the example in my riding. I believe that Canadians are prepared to step up and to sponsor refugees and help them resettle in Canada. And I think it's a very important recommendation that we encourage Canadians to do so. Recommendation 8, and I know I'm running very short of time I want to talk about, and that is to improve the mental health supports for all refugees. Refugees who came from escaping the Yazidi genocide include many women and children who were survivors of sexual violence. And this gives them mental health challenges and mental health needs that are very, very specific. And I believe, once again, the recommendation about improving those supports will get a response from Canadians. And I'm going to use another example from my riding. That's a group of trauma-trained counselors in Greater Victoria who came together about 4 years ago to offer volunteer services to refugees who had been subjects of sexual violence or children who had witnessed horrific violence. They have now come together and formed society, and even they admit it's a mouthful, the Vancouver Island Counseling Centre for Immigrants and Refugees, and I want to salute them for the work they're doing. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise to support this report and all the work that's being done, not just by the government, but by private citizens in Canada to help support the Yazidi women and children who've been resettled in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his brief speech here this evening. I just want to clarify, because I know it was not his intention to do so, but just to make clear for those paying attention, that we're talking about two totally different things when we talk about those who come to Canada as asylum seekers and are subject to adjudication through the Immigration and Refugee Board, and those who are resettled through our partnership with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and other organizations, and that's how we undertook the Yazidi and survivors of Daesh resettlement. And our government was successful in resettling 1,400 survivors of Daesh, an overwhelming majority of whom were Yazidi women and girls, into Canada. And we know that while they have many challenges, including significant mental health challenges, We know that in the communities where they are being resettled and settling, that they are generally doing well because they do have access to the mental health supports needed, largely because they are beneficiaries of the interim federal health program that was so callously cut by the previous government that our immigration minister reinstituted in 2016. I think that's an important note to make, that under our government, not only have we seen these vulnerable persons resettled, but they're receiving the supports that they need, and we will continue to walk with them. I just would hope that the honourable member would acknowledge that a lot of work has been done to ensure that when we resettle refugees through these streams, that we provide them the proper wraparound support services in the communities where they come to Canada to live.
Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the Honourable Parliament Secretary for pointing out something which I did not intend to do, which was to confuse those resettled with refugees. But I still think that those two are a category as opposed to economic migrants and family reunification cases. His comments I will receive, I guess, with the grain of salt that's what this report is about. This report is about ensuring that those who are resettled and those in particular who suffered from the sexual violence get the services that they need so that their resettlement can be successful. And so there's no doubt, as I said, the government's made a good start on this, but many of these recommendations point out to additional things that need to be done and additional services that need to be provided.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague and neighbour from Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke, for his report on this committee, or for his speech on this committee's report. I was just looking through the list of recommendations, and under recommendation 7, which comes under the title of ensuring proximity to services and housing, which is affordable. And I was just wondering if he can look at the example of his own riding in Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke, and the greater Victoria area generally, and the experiences of refugees in his area, but also, just underlining just what kind of a crisis we are facing with housing right now, and how important it is that we address that crisis with the importance that it deserves right here and now.
Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank my neighbour for his question, and I think it's one of the points that I didn't have time to get to this evening. But certainly one of the biggest challenges for all refugees, whether they're refugee claimants or resettled, is affordable housing. And I think one of the strong points of what the government has done is to identify some centres for relocation for Yazidis so that services that are appropriate can be grouped together. But one of the challenges is that some of those centres, like Toronto, are some of the most expensive housing markets in the country. So there is more work that needs to be done to make sure that there is access to affordable housing. And again, it raises that specter where when there's a housing shortage, that those who need housing will point to each other as the problem. And so those who are waiting for housing will say, gee, I'm being displaced by another group. And that's why it's so important that the government, with its wonderful housing strategy that promises billions of dollars over hundreds of years, actually gets down to the short term and starts delivering non-market housing for those who need it most in our society.
Resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his very thoughtful speech. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I would like to thank the members of both of the committees in 2016 and 2018 who did incredible work on reviewing what needed to be done to help the Yazidis, and then again now this year, did we go far enough? What additional needs to be done? So I hope to concentrate, Mr. Speaker, on the work of those two committees. To reiterate, Mr. Speaker, in August 2014, so just 4 years ago, Daesh launched attacks on the Yazidi people in Sinjar, northern Iraq, removing and murdering the men, and then forcing the women and girls into sexual slavery, and forcing the young boys into child soldier roles with Daesh fighting groups. So this was a targeted group, in particular, as I recall, for religious persecution purposes, who were intent on essentially creating genocide. And to the credit of this place very clearly some years back recognized that that was a genocide of the Yazidi people. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague has mentioned and others before, in 2016, the House of Commons passed a motion, to the credit brought forward by a Conservative member, to provide asylum to the women and girls considered the most vulnerable victims of these attacks. And I think it's important for us to know what that motion said, because there was recognition way back then of the significance of the problems being faced by this particular group of people. And that motion said that they recognize that ISIS, or Daesh, is committing genocide against the Yazidi people, to acknowledge that many Yazidi women and girls are being held captive by ISIS as sexual slaves. 3, to recognize that the government has neglected to provide this House with an appropriate plan and corresponding action required to respond to the humanitarian crisis. Next, support the recommendations found in a report by the United Nations Commission of Inquiry into Syria entitled "They Came to Destroy ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidis." And finally, called on the government to take immediate action on the recommendations from that report and to use its full authority to provide asylum to the Yazidi women and girls within 30 days. Now, following the passage in this place of that motion, my colleague, the member for Vancouver East, brought forward a motion to the Immigration Committee. And that motion said, pursuant to Standing 108.2 and in light of the House of Commons unanimously voting in favour of the motion for the Canadian government to use its full authority to provide asylum to Yazidi women and girls who are escaping genocide, within 120 days the committee undertake a study. And I won't go into the detail of the study, but the committee then set about looking at all the details of what these women and children were facing and what were the possibilities for what action that Canada could take. So in having passed that motion and then the committee agreed to review, that eventually spurred the government to actually host Yazidi women and children. And I think it's very important in this place to recognize that there were Yazidi women in Canada who worked with the members in this place, and that's what really spurred the action. It was a very emotional reaction, and in response to the emotion of the crisis that these women and children were facing, Parliament responded, and the government then moved to host and eventually bring some of the Yazidi women and children to Canada. My understanding is 1,000 of the Yazidis have since resettled in Canada, and half of those are children. Now, again, starting in October 2017, the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration again requested an update from the government on what was happening with the Yazidis, both in Canada and how well were they being resettled here, and also what was the situation overseas for the Yazidis that had not yet come. And that committee was well briefed by government, settlement agencies, refugee sponsors, and newly arrived Yazidi women and children. As a result of that review, the committee as a whole unanimously made a good number of recommendations. And I think that that's important to recognize here that yes, action was taken, and good action, to support these Yazidi women and children. But the committee itself, from all parties in the committee, made some very strong recommendations to the government to go further. And most of that goes to giving greater support for two things. One, to ensure that actually we provide fulsome support for the resettlement of the Yazidi families here in Canada. But secondly, to take action to enable more of the Yazidi to come and seek refuge in Canada. So one of the recommendations was increase Canada's refugee settlement targets generally. And within that, then we would also give greater support to the Yazidi families as well. To work with stakeholders to facilitate private sponsorship. And as my colleague has mentioned tonight, Mr. Speaker, there are many as well in my riding who desperately want to step forward and have the government let them sponsor further refugees. Most of the support to date has been they want to support more Syrian families, particularly in my riding. But there certainly are families who step forward and said they are willing to also help more Yazidi women and children to come. So the call by the committee was to facilitate more private sponsorship beyond the sponsorship agreement holders' allocations by the government. Third, to work with multilateral partners to help internally displaced Yazidi to return to their region. So should they choose, and if it was deemed that it was safe for them to go back there. Normally speaking, people come from an area of strife. That's where they would like to return to, but obviously we don't want to help them return if we don't think they can't return safely. Offer greater information and support to new arrivals. offer greater support to settlement services, ensure access to affordable housing and services. And you heard two of my colleagues speaking to that earlier, Mr. Speaker. We have a crisis with the cost of housing, particularly in British Columbia and say in Toronto. And if a lot of these idiots are moving there, we have double the crisis. We've got to figure out a way where to put these families in a place that is affordable and safe. Provide mental health supports and provide professional interpretation services and language training to the Yazidi families, and support family reunification for survivors, extending indefinitely the one-year window of opportunity. But, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the member for Vancouver East, who is a member of the committee, went a little bit further in the committee, and she added supplemental recommendations. And those recommendations included the Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada lift the cap on previously sponsored refugees. So that has been a bone of contention with those trying to support bringing in the Yazidi families, as well as the fact that we need to be letting families who want to step forward support them. Second, that Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada expand the definition of family under the Family Reunification Program and the one-year window of opportunity sponsorship program for refugee claimants, so as to include siblings, cousins, uncles, aunts, nieces and nephews. And Mr. Speaker, I have faced that as well on my own riding. There is a wonderful Congolese man who settled in Canada, and he had nieces that were stranded in one of the refugee camps out of the Congo. But he was having trouble sponsoring those children because they were not his own children. And when we look at the situation in a place of war and strife and genocide, I think that we need to be rethinking the category of persons that we should let people sponsor. Third, that Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada engage in a follow-up measure to resettle 5,000 Yazidi refugees in Canada. In addition, to increase humanitarian aid levels targeted towards populations of internally displaced people, and that the government should work with the provinces and territories to ensure interpretation is available to those with language barriers accessing public services. Also, that the government provide greater funding to resettlement services to provide opportunities for conversational English-French programs, and so that to ensure vulnerable refugees, especially women, don't experience isolation, language training for children and child minding services. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for her delivery here just now. When I listened to her enumerate the recommendations that the committee provided in its report, it reminds me that we should be clear that the government generally supports the recommendations in the report of the committee because they are things that we are already doing and we are already working on to ensure proper resettlement and settlement and integration for the survivors of Daesh, the over 1,400 of whom who were resettled in Canada as part of this effort, a majority of whom were Yazidi women and girls. A majority of that group were actually internally displaced persons responding in one way to the supplemental recommendation that was made from the NDP colleague from Vancouver East. Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind the NDP that Canada is now the global leader in refugee resettlement in the world. We are on track to resettle more refugees in Canada than any other country in the world. We have almost quadrupled our privately sponsored refugee spaces to respond to the generosity and desire of Canadians to play a part. We have more than doubled the amount of spaces that were available previous to 2015. We have increased the budgets for settlement and integration organizations commensurate with the number of refugees we are bringing to Canada, and we are leading the conversations on the compacts on safe, orderly and regular migration and the compacts for refugees because we know that Canada cannot alone deal with the pressing global challenges that are faced by many vulnerable refugees and other migrants around the world. We need to work through international cooperation, diplomacy, and by sharing our world-leading resettlement efforts to ensure that we can continue to play a leadership role when it comes to vulnerable refugees and migrants globally.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'm not sure. Is that a question, Mr. Speaker? Did you find a question there? I fully believe that the member sitting there is very committed. But, Mr. Speaker, I can only look to the committee. It was a unanimous report, including Liberal members. And I find it hard to believe that since that report was tabled here, that all of the requests have been met. Yes, we have been generous to refugees. There are millions of refugees around the world. So yes, we accepted, what, 30,000, 35,000. But that doesn't mean we can't do more. I understand that there are more Yazidi women and children that could be rescued. And if there are families who are willing to sponsor those, I do not understand why the government would want to stand in the way of that. It would not cost the public treasury. It simply means that they would have to lift that cap and let Canadians be generous, which they enjoy doing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the comments from a member across the way. And I've had the opportunity to talk about the Yazidis and the horrific situations that have taken place. We've seen, I believe, tangible, strong support from the government on this particular issue. I think in many ways we're leading the world in terms of a per capita percentage type. But in listening to my friend across the way, I used to be the immigration critic for the party a number of years back, and there is a great deal of demand for Canada to be able to look at additional refugees. And I'm wondering if she would apply the same principle that she just finished espousing in terms of just allowing individuals to come in because there's family members here. Is that something in which she believes should be universally applied for many other horrific situations that are there with refugees? Or is this just the Yazidis that the member is referring to, because I think we got to try to get a sense of where the New Democratic Party might be coming on the issue of refugees. What percentage, for example, do they believe of the overall immigration should they make up, or should it be an undefined number? Whatever number we can get in, we should accept.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, in doing my speech, I'm simply speaking to the report of the committee, of which Liberals were a majority. And we heard the committee heard testimony from people, for example, Omar Koudida, who's an activist in the Yazidi community in London. And he was saying he was the opinion that special measures for additional resettlement of Yazidi women and children to Canada was necessary, given how many are still in the refugee camps. The case that is being made by many, and we're supporting, is in the case of genocide, surely there has to be some kind of special consideration. So if we made that special consideration in the case of, say, the 1,500, why all of a sudden are we saying, well, we did our bit? Indeed, I do believe in a lot of circumstances. We've been hearing in our Foreign Affairs Committee about the case in Congo. And I mean, there are just women being raped and murdered and children taken away as child soldiers. There may be special circumstances where there are Canadians here that are willing to sponsor extended family. Maybe we should be reconsidering that in some circumstances.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak about our government's ongoing efforts to resettle Yazidi women and children in Canada. Overall, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear that the government concurs with the committee's report. Indeed, the committee's findings will help inform what we have learned already through the Yazidi Resettlement Initiative. The report will also help guide our programs going forward. As you know, Canada is committed to helping vulnerable and marginalized populations around the world. Our refugee protection program was designed to save lives, offer protection as well to displaced and persecuted persons, and to respond to international crises by providing resettlement to those in need. As you may recall as well, in October of 2016, the House of Commons voted unanimously for the Government of Canada to provide protection to Yazidi women and girls who are escaping genocide. Since Canada does not offer protection on the basis of religion or ethnicity, but rather on vulnerability, the government's response to this motion focused not only on Yazidi people at risk, but more broadly on survivors of Daesh. But because the Yazidi community suffered a particularly high level of violence at the hands of Daesh, Yazidis figured prominently in the cases that were referred to us by the United Nations Refugee Agency for resettlement. The Government of Canada committed to resettling 1,200 survivors of Daesh, including vulnerable Yazidi women and children, as government-assisted refugees by the end of 2017. Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada worked closely with the United Nations Refugee Agency, the International Organization for Migration, Resettlement Assistance Program service provider organizations, and other partners in order to meet this commitment. With the help and advice of German, Iraqi, and Kurdish authorities, as well as Yazidi leaders, the government determined that the focus of these efforts should be on helping the most vulnerable individuals rather than on large-scale resettlement. The government also facilitated the private sponsorship of individuals who fall within this vulnerable group, so more Yazidi women and girls, as well as other survivors of Daesh, could arrive in Canada as privately sponsored refugees. Canada has now welcomed more than 1,400 survivors of Daesh, including 1,310 government-assisted refugees and 94 who were privately sponsored. As highlighted in the committee's report, the resettlement of this vulnerable population has not been without challenges. That being said, I'm pleased to report to this House that Yazidi families in Canada are generally integrating well and are showing increased independence in their daily lives. One of the ways we're facilitating the arrival of this population is to promote connections between service providers and Yazidi leaders and associations to help newly arrived families to connect with the broader community. Some are also starting to leverage faith-based community organizations in order to further build connections within the community. Among other instances of community building, there is a strong indication that families are feeling empowered and have a clear willingness to engage with the broader community. This is positive news, Mr. Speaker, and it is a good sign that these families will soon be fully integrated into Canadian society. One of the committee's recommendations is to help foster precisely this type of community building within the Yazidi community. And the government is pleased that the committee's thoughts are in line with what we're already doing. More specifically, the committee recommends that we offer newly arrived Yazidi women and children information about existing Yazidi communities in Canada to help build a supportive Canadian network of Yazidi people. In addition to our efforts to build bridges between service providers and the Yazidi community, the government is exploring the best means of providing information directly to newly arrived Yazidi refugees regarding Yazidi communities in Canada, both before and after their arrival. As with all government-assisted refugees, Yazidis are resettled to areas where they will be most likely to integrate into the community and have the support that they need. The core cities selected for the resettlement of survivors of Daesh were Toronto, London, Winnipeg, and Calgary. These core cities were chosen after comprehensive consultations with various stakeholders and agencies, and the criteria were based on various aspects of the resettlement process. Among these criteria are adequate medical and psychosocial supports, the availability of interpreters, and adequate community capacity to support high-needs clients. Mr. Speaker, the government took great care in choosing these locations to help ensure the best possible resettlement outcomes for this population. While the government supports all efforts to improve access to services by Yazidi women, we do not concur with the committee's recommendation to directly assist Yazidi women in relocating them to areas that are in close proximity to services. And that's because Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada plays a limited role in offering housing supports as part of the integration of newcomers. Through the Refugee Assistance Program, the department offers temporary accommodation to government-assisted refugees and it is the service providers who assist newly arrived refugees in finding permanent housing. Service providers work with refugees to find affordable housing that is in proximity to the essential services and other Yazidi community members. In addition to the Resettlement Assistance Program, Yazidi women and children are also eligible beneficiaries under the Interim Federal Health Program. As you know, Mr. Speaker, under this program, they receive basic coverage for services that include mental health services provided by physicians or services provided by mental health hospitals. They also receive supplemental coverage, including mental health services provided by allied health professionals, such as psychotherapists or counselors. But we also know that the services funded by the Interim Federal Health Program are not the only way for Yazidi women and children to receive the support that they need. Specialized refugee clinics or even family physicians often play a key role in providing mental health services in response to the traumas that this population has faced. Furthermore, all newcomers can access mental health supports through the settlement sector. The government will continue to work with these health professionals and community organizations in these centres to ensure that the coverage provided through the Interim Federal Health Program translates into the services that Yazidis need. The committee recommends that the government works with relevant partners to invest in improving mental health supports for all refugees in Canada, and that we improve access to mental health support for Yazidi women and children in their mother tongue. Mr. Speaker, the government fully supports this recommendation. In terms of its settlement programming, IRCC also partners with organizations such as the Canadian Mental Health Association and the Centre for Addictions and Mental Health to help settlement, social service, and healthcare providers identify the mental health needs of refugees and equip them with the training and resources. IRCC will continue to build on our partnerships with these organizations, as well as other levels of government, to support the mental health and well-being of refugees. Mr. Speaker, on a similar note, the government also supports the report's recommendation that IRCC anticipate linguistic capacity needs in its settlement initiatives and expand their provision of professional interpretation for newcomers. The support services offered by service provider organizations funded by IRCC include childcare, transportation assistance, crisis counseling, provisions for persons with disabilities, and translation and interpretation services. Translation services are available to all newcomers who may need it at any point in the settlement process. Of course, this includes Yazidi newcomers. Mr. Speaker, the government also supports the report's recommendation that IRCC work with other levels of government and with professional associations working in interpretation and translation to ensure professional interpretation is provided to newcomers in Canada. To that end, IRCC has increased engagement with provinces and territories at both multilateral and bilateral levels. Mr. Speaker, the government also agrees with the report's recommendation that IRCC continue to support language training for all permanent residents, including refugees. Indeed, IRCC spends about 36% of annual federal settlement funding on language training and an additional 3% of the envelope on language assessment for all eligible clients, including refugees. Speaking more broadly, Mr. Speaker, the government supports the report's recommendation to increase Canada's refugee resettlement targets. Canada has committed to resettling 27,000 refugees in 2018, and that number will increase to over 31,000 in 2020. With this commitment, our country will be the largest resettlement country in the world. The 2018 Immigration Levels Plan also committed the government to growing overall refugee settlement levels by 17%, and as I said, that takes us to over 31,000 refugees in 2020. And in Budget 2018, the government committed to resettling an additional 1,000 vulnerable women and girls from conflict zones around the world. On top of Canada's domestic resettlement initiatives, our country also works with our international partners through the Global Refugee Sponsorship Initiative. And Mr. Speaker, we already have uptake from at least 5 countries who are now engaging in resettling refugees in their home countries using the privately sponsored model pioneered in Canada. This initiative is helping those countries set up their own community-sponsored refugee programs modeled on our system, and this will help boost resettlement capacity all over the world. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada partially supports the committee's recommendation that Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada work with stakeholders to facilitate the private sponsorship of Yazidi women and children and deem these applications over and above the sponsorship agreement holders' allocations until 2020. While the government will continue to work with sponsors to facilitate the private sponsorship of survivors to Daesh who are outside their country of nationality, it must ensure that it can manage the number of applications it receives each year in order to process them in a timely manner. Because demand from sponsors to submit new applications has long outpaced available spaces in the Levels Plan, we have experienced long wait times and backlogs, which create barriers for Canada to offer timely protection. The current sponsorship agreement holders' allocations were selected to support the government's commitments, balancing the interests of Canadians to sponsor with the additional space in our Levels Plan has provided in order to reduce application inventories and processing times. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada certainly supports the report's recommendation that it help internally displaced Yazidi persons return to northern Iraq by working towards creating a favourable environment for that return. Indeed, in 2016, the Government of Canada announced a 3-year comprehensive strategy providing humanitarian, development, stabilization, and security assistance in Iraq. Canada is providing $179.5 million in humanitarian assistance in Iraq to meet the needs of the most vulnerable. Canada is assisting in creating a favourable environment for returns through its stabilization programming in liberated areas, and Canada is at the forefront of international diplomacy efforts to bring Daesh to account for crimes against vulnerable groups in Iraq and Syria. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada also supports the report's recommendation that IRCC continue to support settlement service providers assisting Yazidi women and children in developing shared capacity and best practices. It also supports the report's recommendation to work with relevant stakeholders and experts on the development of a best practices guide or series for the settlement sector on the resettlement and integration of vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, in response to the report's recommendation that IRCC support family reunification for survivors of Daesh by considering an indefinite extension to the 1-year window of opportunity for them to include immediate family members, the government is partially in support. More specifically, the government will not extend the 1-year window provision indefinitely, but it will develop eligibility criteria and implement a temporary extension of this provision for immediate family members of survivors of Daesh. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you and all members for the opportunity to address this important issue in the House this evening and remind Canadians of this government's clear commitment through our Immigration Levels Plan to help grow our economy, to provide opportunities for more family reunification, and specifically on the issue that we are here to talk about this evening, continue to be a global leader in providing safe refuge and resettlement opportunity for the world's most vulnerable. Let me remind everyone in this House that it was this government that reinstituted the interim federal health program that Yazidi women and girls are now accessing today to ensure that they have the mental health supports they need. Let me remind this House that it was under this government that 1,400 survivors of Daesh, the majority of whom were Yazidi women and girls, have been resettled into Canada. let me remind this House and for anyone watching that this government is doubling the spaces available for refugee resettlement in Canada and quadrupling the number of spaces provided to private citizens who are taking a leadership role in helping vulnerable persons, refugees around the world, come to Canada, resettle, and make a life for themselves and their families. Mr. Speaker, we know we have more work to do to ensure proper settlement and integration of all vulnerable persons when they come to Canada, and that particularly includes Yazidi women and girls, of which the conversation this evening is focused. But we will continue to be there, working with our provincial and territorial counterparts, working with the great service provider organizations that I have the pleasure of working with in my home community of Fredericton, the great service provider organizations that I know are providing particular services to Yazidi women and girls and children in places like Calgary that I had the chance to visit back in October. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to play a leadership role when it comes to the global trends that are seeing more people migrating around the world than ever since World War II, and the refugees that we are seeing being hosted in some of the least developed countries around the world. We will work with them, sure, to do our part as a global leader in resettlement, but also cooperate internationally with other countries to develop their capacity and their ability to provide long-term, sustainable solutions for some of the world's most vulnerable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, for his speech. I don't think anyone in this place doubts his sincerity, and I think this is a subject where, indeed, all parliamentarians in this place can come together. Now, just going through the report, I want to draw his attention to recommendation number 7, where at the end it recommends that the government work with provincial and municipal governments as well as service provider organizations to ensure resettled Yazidi women and children have improved access to housing which is affordable. Now, before the Parliamentary Secretary starts talking about the National Housing Strategy, I just want to provide some context and contrast. Yes, the National Housing Strategy is celebrated as a $40 billion investment over a 10-year period, but a large chunk of that is in fact coming from provincial governments and from these service provider organizations. And furthermore, the lion's share of it is not going to start flowing until 2020. Now, Mr. Speaker, I discovered a really interesting thing a few weeks ago when I substituted the Government Operations Committee. We found out that the Kinder Morgan purchase of $4.5 billion, the money from that was outside of the main budgetary process. The money was actually attained from the Canada Export Development Corporation and then transferred to the Trans Mountain Corporation of Canada. And so my question to the honourable member is, would he not agree that another Crown corporation, perhaps the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, could also deserve a $4.5 billion loan to start building the housing right here and now to address the crisis that we not only have for Yazidi refugees, but in fact for many Canadians across the country who may not be able to afford to wait until 2020 or 2021. Will he not agree that maybe a $4.5 billion transfer to CMHC would be a smart idea if they're able to afford it for a pipeline? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Immigration.
I would recommend to my colleague that he stick around later on this evening if he wants to talk about the transport of oil. I think we'll be having an engaging conversation about that in a little bit. And I will also reiterate, and I know my colleague who sits in front of me in the House of Commons, though he's not here this evening, would be able to talk at length about the investments that are already being made through this government's housing strategy in communities right across the country, including in communities where Yazidi women and girls have been resettled. But on the specifics of how the federal government and the Immigration Department plays a role in providing support to resettled refugees through the government-assisted refugees program, or the Refugee Assistant Program, we provide the support to settlement agencies and support to government-assisted refugees for immediate and interim housing, and those resettlement agencies have a significant role to play in help providing and help finding long-term housing for those refugees once they are able to resettle in the community. So there's certainly an ongoing conversation that must be had between the federal government, provincial and territorial governments, and community organizations who all have a role role to play, as well as everyday citizens, all have a role to play to ensure resettlement, settlement, and integration of Yazidi women and girls, all refugees, and all newcomers to Canada, to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to be safe and well and contribute to Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Canadians were rightly horrified by the situation of the Yazidis. And I think all Canadians can be very proud of what Canada has done to give safe haven to so many Yazidi women and girls. And not just safe haven, but the work that my honourable colleague, the parliamentary secretary, has spoken about in family reunification and resettlement, the fact that we have restored health care for refugees and provided the services that they need. But I noted that my honourable colleague also mentioned a program to settle women and girls from other conflict areas. We know that there are many parts of the world where we have women and girls who are in terrible situations, and I was wondering if my honourable colleague could elaborate on that particular program. Thank you.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you to my colleague from the Ottawa area, who is certainly a leading voice in this Parliament when it comes to human rights matters domestically and internationally. I know she is actively engaged in conversations about how Canada can provide opportunities for safety and security from those fleeing war, persecution, and all kinds of other horrors. Our effort to resettle an additional 1,000 vulnerable women and girls came through a commitment made in Budget 2018, which is in line with the work that Canada is leading on globally to help develop a compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration and a compact on refugees. We ensured that language and an understanding was inserted into those compacts so that we could build capacity around the world to better understand the situations facing vulnerable women and girls, many of whom are fleeing gang violence and gender-based violence in all areas of the world. We know there are situations in Latin America as well as in the Middle East and other regions like the Rohingya refugee situation. We are going to do our best to ensure that we can provide safe refuge to the most vulnerable, and we know we have a particular responsibility when it comes to helping ourselves and the world better understand the particular vulnerabilities and challenges faced by women and girls in refugee situations, and we will do our part as the global leader in resettlement to make sure that women and girls who find themselves in horrific situations are able to come and build for themselves a life in Canada.
Questions and comments. Consider commentaire. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleagues tonight from all parties in the House in regards to their speeches in regards to this issue. I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary a question. It's come up in my meetings with some of the Yazidi people in Winnipeg particularly, and that is the situation of private sponsorship where there hasn't been able to come up yet with a number of occupations for a few of the folks that are there. And there is a requirement for some support in the area of food for some of the people that are living in that area right now. And I just wondered if perhaps he was aware of that and if there is something that perhaps we could talk offline or he can answer the question directly now for me that would be able to help resettle some more of these folks in a manner that we would be accustomed to here in Canada. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm always willing to talk offline with my honourable colleague from Brandon. There's always more that we can do to help those who are coming to Canada, and we will always endeavour to do so. That's why we are playing a global leadership role on the issues of refugee protection and safe refuge, as well as on the global trends of migration. I will remind my honourable colleague that Canada is now the global leader in resettlement and that we have almost quadrupled our privately sponsored spaces in Canada. That includes spaces for Yazidi women and girls and all vulnerable persons from around the world. I know my honourable colleague doesn't do this often, but some of his colleagues on the Conservative benches, they call for us to do more for vulnerable women and girls, while at the same time they slander Canada's leadership in helping to develop and sign a global compact that will help us take a leadership role in ensuring that the most vulnerable women and girls around the world can both be resettled in Canada and find safe refuge in other areas around the world. I'm happy to talk with him offline around his genuine request, but I would also ask him to go back out into the back lobby and ask his Conservative colleagues to clearly state where they stand. Do they want Canada to play a leadership role when it comes to refugee protection, or do they want us to walk away from the table and have no say in how the global community deals with growing trends of migration globally, or refugees who we see more of than at any other point since World War II?
We have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his very informative speech. And we know that all refugees have come from horrific circumstances, but Yazidi women and girls have survived the sexual slavery of Daesh, which is a particularly difficult journey that they've made. And when they've arrived in Canada, I understand that we have specialized and customized approaches and specialized services that we provide. And I was wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary would like to speak to that.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Thanks very much to my colleague, who is playing an important role in this global conversation about how we better support vulnerable women and girls globally through his leadership on the Women, Peace and Security file, a file that really envelops both global diplomacy, international cooperation through development and humanitarian assistance, and Canada's world-leading refugee resettlement program. On the specific question he asked about the particularized services that we provide for Yazidis who are here in Canada, I have to remind people in this place that it was this government that reinstituted the interim federal health program that for Yazidi women and girls is ensuring that they are beneficiaries of particularized mental health supports through allied health professionals, through psychosocial experts, through counseling, through mental health hospitals, through a whole range of service that would not have been available to them previous to our election to government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my remarks, I'd like to personally thank my friend and colleague from Calgary Nose Hill for her dedication to immigration as the Shadow Cabinet Minister for Citizenship and Immigration. Through her tireless efforts, she has put the plight of Yazidi people front and centre. She's taken this Liberal government to task and she's held them accountable. It was just this past summer in Manitoba we met with Yazidi refugees. It was a very moving experience to hear firsthand the torture, pain, and agony inflicted upon them by the terrorist death cult ISIS. They reminded us that there is still much work to do. Before I speak about the report, it's important to understand how we got here. Yazidis are a Kurdish religious minority who live in Iraq, Syria, and the Caucasus region and some parts of Turkey and Iran. Their religion is a branch of Zoroastrianism and has adopted some practices from Islam and Christianity. In August of 2014, ISIS launched an attack across the Sinjar region in northern Iraq. The area is primarily inhabited by the Yazidi people, a long-established ethnic and religious minority group condemned by ISIS because of their beliefs. The atrocities reported from the region included the removal of murder of Yazidi men, the sexual slavery of Yazidi women and girls, and the incorporation of Yazidi boys into ISIS fighting groups. It is estimated that around 10,000 Yazidis were either killed or captured in August of 2014 alone in that month, out of which 3,100 were murdered by gunshots, beheaded, or burned alive. Under the previous Conservative government, we took real action to fight ISIS by conducting Operation Impact, allowing for our CF-18 fighter jets to bomb ISIS. In 2016, our Conservative opposition moved a motion to hold summer meetings of the Immigration Committee to study immigration measures for the protection of the world's most vulnerable. This study included a heavy focus on Yazidi genocide survivors and the need for Canada to respond. In October of 2016, my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill put forward a motion to resettle Yazidi genocide survivors in Canada, and that was passed in this House. Now, in this debate, I want to highlight some specific areas that the Government of Canada must improve to ensure that Yazidi survivors can succeed and flourish in Canada. The committee report we are debating today was born out of a study at the Standing Committee of Citizenship and Immigration that was looking at how well Canada was integrating the small number of Yazidis that were resettled in Canada. The resettling of Yazidi women and children in Canada is the first step to rebuilding their lives. However, a number of critical support services, such as better access to mental health support and interpretation services, are needed in order to fully integrate. The road to recovery for survivors of genocide also includes reuniting with family members who were left behind. This report provides a number of recommendations based on the issues heard during the course of the study. Among these, Mr. Speaker, is the committee highlighted the importance of facilitating the private sponsorship of Yazidi women and children, developing a best practices guide on resettlement and integration of vulnerable groups, as well as anticipating linguistic capacity needs in order to provide professional interpretation to newcomers in their mother language. However, the committee noted that resettlement issues are not the only solution to the violent displacement endured by the Yazidi people. Stabilizing the Sinjar region and creating a favorable environment for those wishing to return is also part of rebuilding the lives of Yazidis. The report found that there appears to be a patchwork of services for Yazidis across the country, and non-governmental agencies are expected to draft their own specialized programs. The committee report also found that there is a lack of psychological and mental health resources to help remove the stigma of sexual assault and mental health treatment. There's also a lack of in-translation services specifically for Yazidis. As a result, immigration societies are now calling on the government to not only bring over spouses and dependent children of refugees, but also extended family members. At this time, I'd like to go over some specific areas of the report and what our Conservative caucus is calling for. 6 in particular, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, family reunification of Yazidis is imperative to their integration and justice. There are many survivors of the Yazidi genocide and newly rescued sex slaves that are only now able to leave the Islamic State, and it is necessary to recognize the exceptional nature of their situation. We have continuously heard of Yazidi refugees who have been resettled to Canada, yet are still facing troubles reuniting with their family members who have been found alive. The government must prioritize this for survivors instead of using resources to reach out to known terrorists seeking to come to Canada. Many already have family in Canada now, and others are unable to return home to northern Iraq due to the instability of the region, with no local durable solutions. They should be prioritized in Canada's refugee resettlement, along with the prolonged ability for Yazidis to sponsor family to Canada. Family reunification is a key area of concern for all refugees resettled in Canada, but we heard that Yazidi families have unique issues when trying to sponsor family. For example, family members are often undeclared on documentation given to IRCC because they were presumed dead or disappeared. Under current regulations, those family members cannot be included under the one-year window program, even if they are located within the first year in Canada. Costi stated, "It is not unusual for missing family members to be located after the one-year window provision has passed, leaving few avenues for resettlement other than submitting a humanitarian and compassionate claim, which not only costs money to apply, but also requires a lawyer to complete the application." Lastly, for extended family members still living in their home country, such as Iraq and Syria, there exists no mechanism to resettle refugees who are internally displaced other than family class sponsorship, which has inherent barriers for refugees. UNHCR and the Refugee Sponsorship Training Program has confirmed that without official refugee documents, it is not possible to recommend Yazidi extended family members for resettlement in Canada. Needless to say, the stress of being disconnected from family overseas, especially when those family members continue to be in precarious situations, contributes to poorer health and settlement outcomes and makes it much more difficult for refugee newcomers to focus on the task of integrating into Canadian society. This challenge, in terms of reunification of Yazidi families, should be addressed immediately by the government. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, Canada must support the return of refugees to their ancestral territory in northern Iraq. More than a year after the defeat of the ISIS in Iraq, 1.9 million Iraqis remain displaced internally, including Yazidis, Christians, Muslim minority groups, and members of other ethnic and religious minority groups. Many of them have suffered human rights violations that the United Nations has found amount to acts of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. With the Doak-Sinjar road completely closed for almost a year, this has prevented Yazidis desiring to return home from the camps to rebuild their lives in Sinjar. There have also been other measures implemented to prevent Yazidis from transporting materials needed for reconstruction of their homes and farms, measures that exacerbated immigration from the country and seriously endangers the future survival of minorities within Iraq. Given that Yazidis are being prevented from returning to their ancestral territory, Canada should be advocating for the establishment of a body to regularly report to the public on the progress that has been made and the obstacles that have been encountered with the return of ethnic and religious minorities to their places of origin in northern Iraq. 3. Canada must support Nadia Murad's International Criminal Court case. Yazidis and other ISIS victims want justice in a court of law, and they deserve nothing less. We cannot stand idly by and allow impunity for genocide and other crimes that ISIS is committing in Iraq and around the world. The International Criminal Court has no jurisdiction in Iraq, but the Security Council can override that and to refer the conflict in Iraq to the court. Canada should be using its position in the world to advocate for Nadia Murad's court case to go through. 4th, never again means bringing justice to the perpetrators of genocide. To borrow a phrase from the Parliamentary Secretary in his speech tonight, quote, let me remind this House, end quote, Yazidis who have suffered genocide at the hands of ISIS deserve true justice. Recognizing a genocide for what it is not enough. Action to protect and serve justice is essential. Never again means taking action to prevent and stop genocide. Canadians deserve a government that will not hesitate to take a principled stand against those who commit the worst crimes against humanity. To truly say never again and mean it means seeking justice for survivors. Survivors of ISIS and their atrocities should know the perpetrators are being prosecuted to the full extent of the law, not simply reintegrated into Canadian society. 5th step. Mr. Speaker, a Conservative government would take strong action to bring ISIS terrorists to justice. We would acknowledge that the vast majority of Canadians understand that if an individual travels abroad and commits genocidal or terrorist acts, they should face the consequences of the laws of the foreign countries as well as international law. A Conservative government would clearly uphold this principle. We would focus first on bringing the perpetrators of genocide and terrorist acts to justice. We would strive to keep Canadians safe from those who are suspected of committing acts of terrorism or genocide abroad, but have returned to Canada by ensuring that security agencies would be adequately resourced to provide high levels of monitoring and surveillance of their activities in Canada. We would encourage greater use of tools to place conditions on those suspected of terrorist or genocidal activities, such as peace bonds, which can include conditions such as wearing an electronic monitoring device, returning to and remaining at their place of residence at specified times, and controlling social media use. The Liberals are making it harder for security officials to monitor suspected terrorists by changing the rules around peace bonds. We would examine ways as well to reform the criminal justice system to ensure that courts have access to evidence gathered against suspected terrorists. We know that the process to bring perpetrators of atrocity to crimes to justice are slow, fail victims, and prevent them from returning home. A Conservative government would ensure Canada leads global initiatives to reform and strengthen them. We would support initiatives which are taking concrete action to bring justice and treatment to women whose bodies, through rape, have been used as a weapon of war. We would recognize that ISIS committed atrocity crimes against many different ethnic and religious minority groups, including the Yazidi, Iraqi Christians, Coptic Christians, and minority Shia Muslim groups. We would provide support for the investigators and prosecutors of ISIS, terrorists mandated through UN Security Council Resolution 2379, to support domestic efforts to hold ISIS accountable for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. And finally, we would take action to uphold the unanimous decision of Parliament to comply with a Conservative motion to bring justice to the victims of the Yazidi genocide. And number 6, finally, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have failed to keep their commitment to Yazidis. When the Liberal government voted unanimously to support Yazidi genocide survivors, we expected the Liberals to make good on this commitment and provide the necessary services to ensure their successful integration into Canada's social and economic fabric. Unfortunately, last year, we learned that despite only resettling a small number of genocide survivors, only 5, see your 5s went up, Mr. Speaker, only 5 Yazidi women received government-provided mental health services. To add insult to injury, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship cut the amount of money set aside to provide this support. The initiative to help resettle Yazidis was born out of a realization that Yazidis could not make it onto UNHCR refugee lists. On top of failing to provide the necessary mental health services, the Liberal government has made no structural changes to Canada's refugee selection process to prevent a similar situation from happening in the future. Yazidis have faced many injustices, except this time it's at the hands of the Liberal government. The Conservative Party calls on the Liberals to immediately fulfill the spirit of the motion they supported last year. Yazidis should have access to mental health services, language training, integration supports, connections to the existing community in Canada, and that our refugee system is re-evaluated to prevent future tragedy. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight Nadia Murad, who was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for 2018. Nadia was abducted and forced into slavery in 2014. After fleeing her brutal captors, she courageously shared her story and became a relentless advocate for the Yazidi women and girls still suffering in ISIS captivity. Named a UN Goodwill Ambassador at the age of 23, Nadia has traveled the world raising awareness of ISIS horrifying crimes, calling for justice and action to help Yazidis displaced and brutalized by the inhumane actions of this terrorist group. Nadia has brought her campaign to Canada several times, and Conservatives have been proud to stand with her in demanding action from the Canadian government. With her support and that of the Yazidi community in Canada, Conservatives have succeeded in pressuring the government to recognize the Yazidi genocide and resettle some survivors in Canada. It's my hope and desire for the government to take our recommendations seriously. I urge them to enact them immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship, Immigration and Refugees.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You look good in that chair. To my honourable colleague across the way, I'll preface my first. I have three questions, and I'll preface the first one by saying that the global community really became aware of the horrors that the Yazidi people underwent after the 2014 Sinjar genocide. Did the member from Calgary Nose Hill demand her government take action to bring vulnerable Yazidi women to Canada at that time? That's question number one. Question number two is, why did every single Conservative stand in this House on a counted standing vote and vote against important resettlement dollars for Yazidi women and girls in Canada? And number three, if they are truly genuine about their commitment to resettling vulnerable women and girls across Canada, why are they joining the People's Party of Canada in condemning the leadership role that Canada is playing on two global compacts that deal with these very issues?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague across the way for his questions. Mr. Speaker, obviously, as I pointed out in my speech, the whole program, the whole atrocity started in 2014, and in this House, I want to make sure that as I did in my speech, the government's very aware of the fact that they haven't adopted some of the processes that were needed in the recommendations to move forward. They've acted on some. But I do know that my colleague is responsible for these Yazidi women being brought to Canada. They make the case that they brought them in. When we brought this before the House, Mr. Speaker, there were only 5 or 6 women from the Yazidi population that had been entered in Canada until my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill brought this to the attention of the committee, and it was accepted to be discussing this whole process. The Yazidi people in Canada know that it was my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill who is responsible for them being here today in Canada, because we forced them to fulfill the needs of the 1,250 Yazidi persons who are being persecuted to be able to come to Canada in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, I need not take any lessons from the question from my colleague about leadership role, because they need to take a leadership role in some of these activities. They need to look at who's being persecuted around the world, and they need to continue to look at how they can be prioritized in regards to bringing them to Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. On the issue around the Yazidis community and the resettlement of them, there were many, many issues that were raised. Now, one of the issues that I consistently hear from the Yazidis community members, as well as refugees on the whole, and that is that they would like to see additional family members to be allowed to come to Canada as well. And so to that end, what people were talking about was for the government to lift the privately sponsorship cap on refugees to allow for more refugees to come to Canada. And secondly, they also asked for the government to expand the definition of the nuclear family to include aunts and uncles and so on, many of whom could not join their loved ones here in a safe place here in Canada. So I'd like to ask the member whether or not those kinds of recommendations that came from witnesses at the committee, is that something that he would support, and is that something that he would call on the Liberal government to act on?
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
I want to thank my colleague from Vancouver East for the work that she's done on the Immigration and Citizenship Committee as well, and I thank her for this very important question tonight, Mr. Speaker. We have heard from witnesses who have wanted to see the cap raised on private sponsorship of refugees, and I think that's one of the things that we were looking at in regards to the government needing to be the ones that take the lead on this to make sure that they have adopted some of these opportunities. We've heard very clearly, and I've been very aware, and as we continue to develop our policy from our side of the House in regards to this process, it's one of the things that we would certainly look at. Mr. Speaker, the definition of the nuclear family as well is something that we need to take into consideration, because we heard many times under testimony, particularly from some of the Yazidi women that were before our committee in their testimony, that they need to have larger than just the immediate family members come, because in many cases all of the men in those populations have been killed by the terrorist ISIS group, and that just leaves the women and the daughters, and many of those have gone through horrendous atrocities as well, Mr. Speaker, in their personal lives before they were ever able to get to Canada, if they were fortunate enough to be among the 1,200 who were able to come to Canada. And so I certainly am aware that in many cases, none of these particular people, women or girls, young ladies, young women, children rather, have any female relatives left. They are male relatives left. And in one case, it was only the uncle of the person who came to testify that was still alive, as far as they knew. And that's why we're so readily looking at making sure that there's an opportunity to identify those who are outside the window of the one-year program to allow them to be able to come back into Canada if they are found to be a survivor, because many of them, even by their own relatives, have been thought to be killed during the atrocities that took place before these people actually were able to be accepted to come to Canada as refugees.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I had trouble catching your eye before. The member was kind of describing some of the fallacies and shortcomings of the government's response initially. It was the member for Calgary-Nose Hill, which, as we all remember, moved a motion in this House to ensure that Yazidis were receiving, would be able to actually come to Canada. I've actually met a lot of Kurdish Canadians of Kurdish heritage who have come to Canada over the past 10, 20, 30 years who've been here, and they were shocked at the treatment that people were receiving in the region, to learn that the government of Canada was dragging its feet to helping those most in need. I think the member talked about just a little bit the religious minorities in northern Iraq, Assyrian Christians, Chaldeans, Yazidis, also Yarsanis from Iran. Can you maybe talk a little bit more about what Canada should be doing to help these religious minorities, but also the ethnic minority groups in northern Iraq and in eastern Syria who still desperately need help, the most needy of the needy, and maybe some of the other shortcomings that he's identified that he'd like to just mention some more on the government of Canada's shortfalls on helping the neediest of the needy.
Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for his excellent question and for the work that he has done in these areas as well. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned a few of them earlier in my comments in the presentation, and one of them is, of course, resettlement and opportunities to free up the area of northern Iraq so many of these people can go back to their own regions, and the actions that Canada took forcefully in those areas to try to help defeat the ISIS regime in the first place. But having said that, we know that there are 1,250 that have come back into Canada, Yazidi women and girls, and we know that when they get here, they are sometimes still very traumatized, and they may not have the best handle yet on the English language to be able to understand what is being asked of them. And one of the areas that we strongly need help in that area is the translation area that I mentioned in my speech. We need much more translation in the Kurdish language for them to be able to understand what kind of help they are actually receiving here in Canada. And then we need housing in those areas, Mr. Speaker, as well. And as in the case of some of my friends in Winnipeg, a realignment of some of the funds that were being directed at other areas could be used to help just for daily food supplies in this particular area amongst many of those folks who have, not many I should say, Mr. Speaker, but there are some smaller groups that do need help in that regard as well. I don't want to over-exaggerate it, but there is a need in that area. And I also then want to say that besides the translation and these areas of housing, we need to make sure that these people have an opportunity to reunify with some of their family members as well, as we just pointed out in the previous question. Thank you.
It's a very brief question. The member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member would actually support advocating for the government to provide ongoing mental health support for the Yazidis victims, and particularly those who suffered these kinds of trauma, which he mentioned in his speech.
The member for Brandon Souris, very briefly.
The answer is yes, Mr. Speaker. But I want to say that I appreciate her for raising this question again, my colleague from Vancouver East, because it's one of the things in the previous, my colleague from Calgary raised that I didn't mention in regards to how Canada could help. And this area of mental health is something that is very much needed in the whole area of reconciliation here and citizenship in Canada as well.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to enter into the debate today on this concurrent motion regarding the report that was tabled in the House of Commons. That was studied in the Standing Committee for Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship, which was tabled in the House of Commons afterwards. Mr. Speaker, what are we talking about? We're talking about really a group of victims, people who has faced genocide, who are seeking assistance, safety in the international community. This call for action has been ongoing for some time, and finally, in this House, in this very place, the Chamber, every single member, recognized unanimously that there was a genocide going on with the Yazidis community. And from there, a study was undertaken in the House of Commons. Now, witnesses who came to committee expressed their points of view, and most urgently, they were calling for the government to action, to particularly help resettle the women and girls that have been faced with sexual violence and to allow for them to come to a safe place. This took some time, I must admit, and then through that discussion, the government made a commitment that they would settle 1,200 Yazidi women and girls survivors to Canada. And that was meant to be a special measure, Mr. Speaker. But ultimately, what the government did was no such thing. They did not take that as a special measure. In fact, what they did was to undertake the Syrian Refugee Initiative numbers, and then from there they identified Yazidi members, and then they double counted, and then to say that those were Yazidi survivors that came to Canada. Now, I can't tell you, Mr. Speaker, how dismayed I was. Now, it's not about a numbers game per se, except for when it matters, for people's lives. That's what we were talking about. This entire chamber, every single member in this chamber acknowledged that there was a genocide going on right now and that we needed to act. And we needed to act urgently. Instead of doing what I would have hoped, what I thought the government was committed to doing, which was to bring in a special measure to resettle 1,200 Yazidi women and girls, they did no such thing. And I was so dismayed and disappointed with that outcome. Now, that said, Yazidi women under the Syrian Refugee Initiative numbers and girls did come to Canada, and some of them were resettled here. And so I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, because not very long ago, back in October, I had a press conference here in the House of Commons press gallery. And I had with me amongst that group a number of women, and one of them was a survivor. In fact, she was one of the first women that was resettled here under that initiative. Her name is Adiba. She is a Yazidi woman who was in ISIS captivity and sold roughly 6 times over the course of the year by different male captors. She arrived in Canada in 2016, and she was still dealing with the psychological damage of sexual violence. Her experience were a prime example of how Yazidi women struggled in Canada due to a whole variety of persecutions and misunderstandings. Several months after arriving, Adiba had a breakdown at her home, and she was taken to Mackenzie Richmond Hospital in Ontario. The support network, which were community members with her at the time, remembers rushing to the hospital after calls for help And when her support network came from the community, they were horrified to find Adiba being restrained to a bed surrounded by male security guards. They had tied Adiba's hands and feet to the bed. Each hand was tied, each leg was tied, and with men all around her. And that was exactly what ISIS used to do before they raped her. So imagine the trauma that she had to re-experience through that situation. Adiba was one of the victims. The Islamic State in Iraq and Syria had persecuted Yazidis, a minority religious sect, mostly in northern Iraq. Adiba is 27 at that time. She fled her home in northern Iraq, Sinjar district, after the Islamic State militants massacred Yazidi villages, captured women as sex slaves, and she also advised that some of her family members were among the estimated 10,000 Yazidis killed in the genocide. Her parents and her brother are still living in a camp in Iraqi Kurdistan, and she's not using her last name, Mr. Speaker, you will note, out of fear for their own safety. She was living in a refugee camp when she learned that the Canadian government would sponsor Yazidi women to move to Canada. And as one of the first of the group to arrive, she spent her first few nights scared, alone in a hotel in Toronto, until a non-profit organization came forward to offer her help. She was dropped off at the Radisson Hotel, not far from here, staying at the lobby, hungry, thirsty, with no language to understand she can obtain some water. That's what her direct experience was. That's what she advised us during the press conference right here in Ottawa. And yet, I ask, how is this possible? When we raise this issue, we study the issue, we learn from our German counterpart on how they helped resettle Yazidis' victims and some of the advice that they gave us, but still, when we resettled the Yazidi women and victims here, this had happened. How is that even possible, Mr. Speaker? You have to wonder and ask. But yet it did happen. And so then the question was raised to say, what is the government doing now that they know about the lack of psychological support, mental health support for the victims? What are they doing for these women who experience this extreme trauma, for them to get the support that they need? The government promised additional resources targeted for this group, but yet it did not materialize. At the end, the government would just say, well, there is the interim federal health program, just go to that, with the exception that there aren't the psychologists with the language capacity to provide for that help. For some of these women, they don't even know where to seek it. Where is on the ground support for the women, for the survivors that came, that Canada agreed to resettle them? They were nowhere to be found. We even learned at committee, Mr. Speaker, that there were some Yazidi families that were relocated in a part of Canada that they were supposed to have a network of support, other Yazidi members there to support them, only to learn that there was none. That did not happen. They literally just got dropped off in the middle of nowhere from their perspective because they're not familiar with Canada at all and were just left there to fend for themselves. How is that possible for this to have happened, Mr. Speaker? I was so dismayed to learn that. Now, the government says that they will do everything that they can. Now, to their credit, that in the Levels plan, they did now put forward a special measure to resettle Yazidis, men and women. And I am glad to see that. We advocated long and hard to push the government to do that, and it did appear in this Levels plan. Now, having said that, though, that there are several other recommendations to which witnesses at the committee had put forward for the government to consider, which was vital for them, for both their mental health, for their well-being, and for the survival as a community. But yet no action has been taken. And what are some of those basic recommendations that they were calling for? They wanted, more than anything else, to be reunited with their family members, with their loved ones, like we all do. We all want our loved ones around us, you know? We want to know that they are safe, that to be in their warmth in their arms, and to know that they're safe. And for people who have gone through a genocide, I can't imagine how much they would want that. Witnesses came forward, and what they said, what they wanted the government to do, was to allow for their nuclear family members to be able to come to Canada as refugees as well. Now, in the Western society, we define our family members differently. Our spouse, our children, our underage children at that tend to be those whom we define within our nuclear family, and our parents. But for many communities, mine included, we define our family much larger than that. We look at our aunts and our uncle as though they are my immediate family. My cousins, for example, currently right now, I live with my sister and her children, her two boys, her one boy and her one daughter, her two children, my nephew and my niece. They are like my children. They are like my children's siblings. They're like brothers and sisters, you know? This is how we define ourselves as a clan. We literally are just one giant clan in one house. So for many of the refugee families, that's how they define themselves too. And so when the Yazidi women that were able to be resettled here in Canada, they have loved ones left behind. Uncles, aunts, cousins, and so on. But there is no path forward for them to come to Canada. Why is that? The witnesses came forward to say, please understand the definition of nuclear family and to allow for that definition for genocide survivors. That recommendation was rejected by the Liberal members at committee, and I asked them why. Why would they reject something as basic as helping families come together so that you can have your loved ones here? Now, another committee recommendation that was rejected by the Liberal members, to which I don't understand why they would do that either. Some of the members that have survived this horrific genocide were able to come to Canada, and unbeknownst to them, that they have a surviving member back at the camp or somewhere that they saw, or someone told them that they have a surviving family member out there. And yet, because of our rules, our immigration policies, unless if you make an application within 1 year of your arrival here in Canada, known as the 1-year window of opportunity program under that stream, unless if you make that application to bring those other family members here, that is part of your nuclear family, it could be a son, it could be a daughter, unless if you do that, you would have missed your opportunity to bring them here if you go beyond the 1 year. How is that even logical, Mr. Speaker? I ask you. These individuals do not even know that they have a surviving member. They thought that they have been killed, that they are no longer with them, only to discover later, past the deadline, that they would have a tough time in bringing them forward. And then they have to go through a whole process, appealing to the government, to the minister for intervention, and all kinds of stuff to take place. In fact, I assisted one family in such a situation. She did not know that her son, her little boy, survived this situation. She found out, no less, through social media. A picture of him showed up, and someone said to her, "That is your son." She almost collapsed at the sight of that. And a whole movement happened to help her bring her son here. We had to go through a special application process to get the minister to provide an intervention and so on and so forth. And after much to do, it happened. Then the family was brought over. Why wouldn't we just make it simple for everyone and simply just allow for those individuals to be reunited and recognize it right from the outset, and actually extend the 1-year window of opportunity restrictions in terms of timeline to allow for all of those family members to bring their loved ones here? Those are basic questions that I wonder why we're even here debating it. As human beings, as people that are connected, as a compassionate country, people who want to see humanitarian action taken, why don't we do these things? Now, those recommendations, the Liberal committee members at committee rejected. I wrote a supplementary report and brought it forward. It's not like the government members don't know about it. It's not like the minister doesn't know about it. For the parliamentary secretary to gloat and to claim how swell they have been on this file, well, take some action and make a difference. Adopt those recommendations and make that change. They have it within their power to do that right now, right here in this chamber. And I call on them, I challenge them to step up, to undertake that effort, because it will make a difference in the lives of people in a very, very significant way. It will also save resources, resources to which could be spent elsewhere within the immigration files, resources that we can put to ensure that asylum claimants, for example, that are fleeing the Trump administration, that are actually rejecting women who are faced with domestic violence, rejecting people who are faced with gang violence trying to seek refuge, rejecting people from the LGBTQI community, that Trump seemed to think, his administration seemed to think, that members from the LGBTI community are born with the sexual identity to which their gender has been identified, right? We can reinvest those resources that we don't need to be spending, making people run through hoops for no good reason, into other places to make a difference. Those are the kinds of things that we as parliamentarians can do. Those are the kinds of things that I dream of, to be in government, to be able to do, to cut down the barriers, cut the red tape, to make that difference in the lives of people. That's the privilege to which we have. I have been elected, Mr. Speaker, for 25 years now, and I was taught this from the late Lieutenant Governor in British Columbia, the late David Lamb, Dr. David Lamb, and he taught me these words. It is not what the title is not, sorry, let me rephrase that. It is not the title that brings you honor. It is what you do with the title that you honor it. So, Mr. Speaker, we have that opportunity amongst all of us to make that difference. And today, when we're talking about genocides, today in the House of Commons, I try to move a unanimous motion to call for every single member of this House to recognize that December 13th is the Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day, that 81 years ago, some 300,000 people were killed, some 200,000 women from Japanese-occupied territories in Asia were brought into sexual slavery, that we have lessons to learn with this history. To commemorate it would mean that we learn those lessons and to apply it to today. It would mean that the Yazidi women who are faced with sexual slavery, who are faced with sexual violence, that we collectively can act on that and do something about it. The UN currently recognizes some 19 countries today sees sexual violence as a tactic of war. What is wrong with that picture? And why we did not receive unanimous consent? And from what I understand, it was a Liberal member who rejected it to begin with. Why would that happen? When we work across partisan lines on issues like this to commemorate a situation of such magnitude, of crimes against humanity, of such atrocities, we have the power to unite our voice and our strength to make a difference in the global context, to try to save lives, to bring peace forward as a middle power country that we are, that we've worked so hard to earn a reputation as peace-loving people, that we can assert ourselves in the international community to drive that difference. Yet it was rejected. Now, I hope that that's not the end of it and that we can come back and to apply those lessons from the history to today's context, whether it be the Yazidis community, whether it be in Myanmar, you know, people who are faced with those kinds of situations, with sexual violence being used as a military tactic. Let us take action. Let us not just talk about it. Let us not just debate about it. Let's make those policy changes and make it happen. We can help resettle, we can provide aid, and we can assert ourselves in the international arena to broker change, to bring allies of other countries on board to make that difference. I think that we have the power to do that. That's why I'm so honored to be the parliamentarian here amongst all the members in this House. Let's work together to make that difference. Shall we, Mr. Speaker?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague across the aisle for the passion and dedication she brings to these issues and to this file. And she spoke of the differences in cultural understandings of what a nuclear family is. And I think that's a very important topic for discussion, and hopefully it will be a topic that will continue to be looked at. But I'd like to zero in on something a little more particular to the Yazidi file. The Yazidis, as was mentioned, are survivors of a genocide. In and of its nature, that means that those survivors are the few. Their family members, most likely, their immediate family members, most likely, did not survive. And they may have more distant family members who also are amongst those few that survived. And that's why it's such a precious thing for them when they do see a family member, perhaps in a video of a refugee camp. Was there any discussion in the committee, and does the member think that perhaps in the future there should be a discussion around that very particular issue? The survivors of genocide, the refugees who are survivors of genocide, that perhaps we should have a broader approach when it comes to family reunification. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Actually, as a former chair of the committee, I also appreciate his work because he earnestly tried, I think, at that committee to try and make a difference. And he actually reminded committee members at one point to say that we may never make it back to this table again. And so for the moment, the here and now, it is our chance to make that difference. So speak up and speak out and don't just toe the party line. That was his advice, and I actually really very much appreciated that. Now, that said, to his specific question about the nuclear family, and more importantly, the definition of how some community members define that differently. For genocide survivors, there's no question that those family members, however they are related, are precious to them. And in fact, at the committee, there was fulsome discussion about that. Witnesses upon witnesses came and made that recommendation to the committee to make that change. But yet, we don't see that action from the government. That's what I'm dismayed about. It's not like we don't know what needs to be done, but the government has failed to act on it. And right now, they could make that difference by making that change. Literally, by stroke of a pen, they can make that change and allow for those families to come, those family members to come to Canada under family reunification.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And all I can say is that the people of Vancouver East are very lucky to have my colleague as a representative. That's precisely the kind of passion that we need to see in this place. The realization that it is indeed a privilege for us to take our seats in this place, to represent our various constituencies, but also to realize that collectively, we have the power to shape laws, determine policies, and determine the kind of spending that the government gets to do. And I think my colleague has identified some really key areas. Now, I'm just looking at recommendation 7, which asks the government to work with provincial and municipal governments and service provider organizations to ensure that resettled Yazidi women and children have improved access to housing which is affordable. Now, I have heard mention of Toronto being one of the places where Yazidi women have been going, and we all know about the housing market there. And of course, my colleague comes from one of the hottest housing markets in all of Canada. So I'm just wondering if she can just provide some context with respect to the Government of Canada's national housing strategy and whether we could be doing more, not only for refugees, but indeed for so many Canadians who are suffering through housing affordability issues and a lot of insecurity. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague as well for his kind words and for his ongoing work in his own community as well. Now, he raises a very important issue. Housing affordability is a major challenge here across the country, I would say, and the federal the federal Liberal government back in 1993 cancelled the National Affordable Housing Program. As a result of that, this country lost more than 500,000 units of affordable housing that would otherwise have been built. Imagine what our community would look like today if we had that unit. Now, after all these years, the Liberals say, but we have a National Affordable Housing Program. The only problem with that is that 90% of that money won't flow until after the next election. Now, I come from the nonprofit sector, and to build a housing project, even if you got the money today, it will take you 4 or 5 years to get that unit completed. That's the reality to which we face. And so for the Yazidis families, for the refugee families, for Canadians who are desperate for affordable housing, how can we possibly allow for a program that says, well, just wait a minute, after the next election, we'll get going on this, as though somehow that would address the affordable housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. Come on, let's get on with it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, and I want to reiterate my colleagues on the left here, on the left, for the passion that she has in her presentation. We see it in the committee that we work in together at each committee meeting, and she mentioned a number of things earlier, and housing is certainly one of them. I also know she mentioned the various means that refugees can be brought into Canada and settled here as well, and there are a lot of government refugees coming into Canada. There's also those on the private side, and I wonder if she could just expand as well, because I know she has personal experience on the private side of bringing refugees into her region and other parts of Canada, because I know she's spoken with them, and I wonder if she can just elaborate a little bit on the importance of that program either continuing or expanding.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much to my colleague, to which we sit on the committee together. And you know, one of the things that I am so proud of is the fact that Canadians are overwhelmingly generous, compassionate, to the point where literally when they see somebody in need of help, they would take their shirt off of their backs to assist someone else. We saw that with the Syrian Refugee Initiative. In fact, even today, that there are more Canadians who are waiting to sponsor a family here in Canada. The only thing that's stopping them, that is not allowing them to do this expeditiously, is the quota that's been put on by the government. So at the committee level, witnesses after witnesses from all political stripes, conservative witnesses, liberal witnesses, NDP witnesses, have all came to the committee and called on the government to lift the quota, to allow for people to sponsor families to come to Canada, because they want to do it, their hearts want to do it, and they have the financial resources to do it, and the community is 100% behind Canada in doing that. The only people missing in action that needs to do something around that is for the government to lift the quota on the privately sponsored refugee stream.
Time for one more question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, I'll remind my colleague opposite that this government has quadrupled the spaces for privately sponsored refugees, and we have over doubled the total number of refugees that Canada will admit into our country in 2018, and we will continue to increase it with our multi-year immigration levels plan. Canada will admit more refugees than any other country in the world in 2018, and that includes an additional 1,000 vulnerable women and girls. The record of this government is one of absolute leadership on the global stage when it comes to providing safe haven and refuge for some of the most vulnerable people in the world. But my question rather concerns housing. This government is proud of its housing strategy and of the affordable units that it is already building across the country. My question for my NDP colleague is, How did they plan to build any houses when they pledged to balance the budget at all costs in the 2015 election?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. Let me first say this to the member who likes to say how well that his government is doing. Now, the government has done some stuff. I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying is that the government can do more on this file. Just to put it in context, if you add up all of the streams for asylum seekers, for refugees, the government's contribution to the global crisis, to which there are some 70 billion people that are in crisis at the moment, that 70 million people, 700 million people that are in crisis at the moment. The government, the Parliamentary Secretary, let me just put this in context. For the government's knowledge, if you add up all of the streams to the 70 million people that are in crisis, that are displaced right now globally, that the government's contribution, Canada's contribution, is only 0.1%. So it's not that much, Mr. Speaker. So we can afford to do more. On the question around housing, let me just say this. If we actually misled Canadians and actually went into double the deficit to which the Liberals are doing, then we would be able to commit that much more housing as well. But with that being said, that is not the real issue, isn't it? You are now, the government is now...
Order. The time has expired for that particular round. I will now go to resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Lakeland, I don't think is up on resuming debate. No, okay. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? Is the House ready for the question? Yes? Seeing some nods. Okay, okay. Pursuant to an order made earlier today, the question is deemed put and a recorded division is deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, December 5th, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. La Chambre procédera maintenant à l'étude.
The House will now proceed to the adjournment motion on the Canadian oil sector.
Mrs. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves that this House do now adjourn. Debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be splitting my time with the member for St. Albert Edmonton. Canada's energy sector is in crisis. It's a national emergency that impacts all of Canada and disproportionately hurts Alberta and Albertans. The oil and gas sector has already lost more than 100,000 jobs and over $100 billion since 2015 under these Liberals. That's 8 times the GDP and more jobs in the entire aerospace sector, and 5 times the GDP and almost as many jobs as the entire auto sector. That would rightfully be an emergency with full attention and action from any other federal government, but the response to the devastation in Alberta and in oil and gas and on oil and gas workers and families has been a combination of empty platitudes with hostile attacks and legislation and policy that have only made things so much worse. The ongoing and widening price differential for Canadian oil threatens to add tens of thousands more new job losses throughout 2019. And major producers with decades of history in Alberta are cancelling expansions, curtailing production, and are at risk of going bankrupt. As recently as 2014, 9 out of 10 new full-time jobs created in Canada were created in Alberta. And more than 120,000 Albertans alone are out of work today. And the most that this Prime Minister and the Liberals have offered is a 5.5-week extension of EI benefits 2 years ago that didn't even initially include Edmonton, Bruderheim, and the industrial heartland, and hang in there ever since. But Albertans don't want EI. They just want to work and continue to be able to make their outsized contributions in the best interests of all of Canada. ATB Financial predicts this crisis could cause a recession in Canada, and the Bank of Canada already predicts no new energy investment in Canada after 2019, which will mean less money for pensions, for healthcare, for schools, for social services, for all governments right across the country. And over the past decade, Western Canadian Select has sold for an average of $17 less a barrel than West Texas Intermediate. But this month, the differential hit a record of around $50 close to where it remains today, and that's wreaking havoc on the industry and by extension on the entire Canadian economy. Every day, $50 to $100 million is lost in Canada because of this differential. And under these Liberals, more energy investment in Canada has declined than at any other time period in more than 70 years. And capital investment in Canada is collapsing while it soars in the U.S. And energy demand and development is increasing all around the world. At least 8 major companies have sold most of their Canadian business to invest in the United States. And Canadian homegrown service, supply, technology, and drilling companies, they're going with them. Business bankruptcies in Alberta are up 27.8% between August 2017 and August 2018. Real estate vacancies and property values are dropping. It's damaging all sectors. And even the Prime Minister in Calgary last Thursday had the gall to say this is very much a crisis. But it's 3 years of a crisis for Alberta. And the Prime Minister's messages to Canadians, to the world, and his policies caused it and only make it worse. And what's unconscionable is it is a direct result of federal government policies, and it is within the Prime Minister and the federal government's power to fix it. The Liberal cancellation of the Northern Gateway pipeline, which would have exported Canadian oil to the Asia Pacific, and the Liberal intervention, delays, and double standards imposed on the Energy East pipeline proposal designed to make its proponent abandon it, which they warned a month before they did so, which would have secured Canadian energy independence and exports to Europe, have disadvantaged Canada precisely because of the decision-making of the Prime Minister, especially with regard to the U.S., which continues to not only be Canada's #1 energy customer, but Canada's #1 energy competitor right now, poised to supply 80% of the world's growing oil demand in the next 3 years. And the Trans Mountain expansion remains stalled indefinitely because of the Liberals' failures, with no start date yet in sight for construction. And they chose the longest and the most complicated option, delaying it still indefinitely, even while they gave Canadian tax dollars to Kinder Morgan, which is selling out of Canada and building pipelines in the U.S., even while they give Canadian tax dollars through the Asian Infrastructure Bank to build pipelines in China, and even while they fund anti-energy activists and Canadian pipeline protesters with Canadian tax dollars. That lack of pipeline capacity and the backlogging of Canadian oil is a direct result of federal government policies that have stopped those new export oil pipelines and directly caused the price discounts. The Liberals are layering on red tape and added costs at the very worst time, destroying confidence in Canada for investment. The Liberals' job-killing carbon tax is already costing Canadian jobs, driving Canadian companies into the United States. And Canada, imagine this, is the only one of the world's top 10 oil-producing countries to impose a carbon tax on itself. But Canada is the most responsible energy producer in the world and has been for decades, so it makes no sense for the Prime Minister to make it even more difficult for Canadian oil and gas workers to do their work, which they do better than any other industry, any other energy industry on the planet. The Liberals cancelled the oil and gas exploration drilling tax credit during a historic collapse in Canadian drilling and energy job losses. The PM directed a BC North Coast crude oil tanker ban, which is actually a ban on pipelines and on the oil sands, within 27 days of forming government, with no consultation or science or evidence to support it. They imposed a moratorium on northern oil and gas exploration, giving the territory less than 2 hours' notice before the announcement. Their new methane regs could destroy heavy oil development and end refining in Canada by adding tens of billions of dollars to an industry already in crisis, not because industry doesn't want to meet the standards, but because of technology and timeline challenges to do it within the framework the Liberals are demanding. And their No More Pipelines Bill C-69 will create new regulatory and assessment processes with actually no concrete timelines, with vague conditions for review. It will open up more foreign intervention into Canadian resources review and give new powers for federal cabinet ministers to politically interfere in the project development process. And certainty for proponents under their new legislation will only be determined through regulations out until 2021, continuing on the uncertainty that they created in the start of 2016. And Bill C-86 provides Cabinet the authority to unilaterally shut down the shipping of natural resources by water anywhere in Canada, including offshore oil and gas in Atlantic Canada and the North. Bill C-68 dramatically increases red tape on project development by adding a multi-month review under the Navigable Waters Act for any water on a project site that can float any kind of watercraft, including a ditch. That will hinder mining, oil and gas, and agriculture. And Bill C-80 provides the Cabinet the unilateral power to shut down oil and gas development in the far north. It takes back delegated authority powers to the Northwest Territories. The Liberals' proposed fuel standards will be the first of its kind in the world, equating to a carbon tax of $228 per ton of fuel to apply to industry facilities. This should be a concern for every Canadian because energy is the #1 private sector investor in Canada, and it's Canada's second biggest export. Canada is home to the 3rd largest reserves in the world, and it's the 4th biggest exporter of energy on the planet, with a track record of responsible energy development, literally second to none. This emergency in the Canadian energy sector and the catastrophic job losses in Alberta are rippling through all sectors across all provinces. It is a national emergency. Let me tell you what Nancy Southern, the CEO of ATCO, says as she considers her moving assets from ATCO, one of the oldest and largest privately started businesses in Alberta. She says how heartbreaking it is to see our wonderful resource-laden province so constrained by regulatory policy and politics of various dispositions. And Gwyn Morgan, the founder of Encana, the largest Canadian-based energy company that started in Alberta, he says it plainly, and he says what the more than 2,000 Albertans in Calgary said to the Prime Minister when he was there last week. Quote, "The past few years have been a nightmare for the Canadian industry, where every light at the end of the tunnel has turned out to be a train driven by the Prime Minister, barreling at us from the opposite direction." No wonder Albertans don't believe a single word this Prime Minister or these Liberals say. This is a national emergency, and the Liberals should be absolutely ashamed of themselves for putting our country in this position. And I think I probably share a view with my colleagues. I do look forward to Albertans delivering their verdict is exactly what they think about these Liberals' records in 2019.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's comments and her genuine concern for Alberta workers and their families. It's a real sentiment that I feel on this side of the House in her comments each and every day. But I think we have to look further and deeper into this. You know, in 2006, we had a Harper government come to power saying, everything's going to be great. We're going to be an energy superpower. And yet, we didn't build 1 inch of pipe to new markets. And also, if I look at their regulatory changes in 2012, which they said this will allow for us to move forward on energy projects, clearly and in no uncertain terms, those changes did not work. Hence, we're here in this position here today with stalls, and that's why the Northern Gateway has stalled, as well as the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Their process has not worked. So let's be clear. You know, our government is moving forward. Can't you see the changes we're making in terms of moving forward the right way on Trans Mountain Pipeline, as well as having a 1 project, 1 review going forward? Does not lead to more success than the failure of the decade under the Harper government?
The honourable member for Lakeland.
I would be surprised if that's what the member's constituents are actually saying to him. Here's the contrast between the former Prime Minister and the current Prime Minister. The former Prime Minister did say that Canada can and should be an energy superpower, and under his government, 4 pipelines were approved and constructed, including increasing access to the Asia Pacific through the Anchor Loop on the existing Trans Mountain Pipeline, and also to the Gulf Coast through the construction of the Keystone 1. But what this current Prime Minister said, and what he said over and over, is he wants to phase out Canada's oil sands. He just said in the spring in Paris he regrets that Canada can't get off oil tomorrow. And the Northern Gateway pipeline is not stalled indefinitely by some mysterious or external factors. The Prime Minister made the deliberate decision to veto that pipeline, the only standalone option for export to the Asia-Pacific, which had been approved under the Conservative government, when this Prime Minister had the option to extend consultation with Indigenous communities, 31 of whom already supported that pipeline with $2 billion of equity partnerships at stake, all gone because of this Prime Minister's decision to cancel that Northern Gateway pipeline.
Questions and comments on la députée de Rimouski, Nejet.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Thank you for my friend for the speech she has given. She must know that I would have been very surprised if Gwyn Morgan had given, say, a negative assessment of the impact of pipelines. My question, though, is that on this side of the House, we do believe that environmental assessment is actually a very key part of any pipeline project. I don't believe that my friend is actually a skeptic on the issue of climate change and the fact that it's actually human-made. But I would like to ask her what she would see as an environmental assessment process that would be able to be fair, that would be able to actually give the true impact of a pipeline project on climate, and that would actually be consistent with the desires of this House to get evidence-based process to be able to proceed forward with the project while respecting our commitments in terms of our obligations towards climate change.
Member for Lakeland.
I think we should always start this conversation about environmental stewardship and Canadian energy development based on this premise, which is the fact that Canada has been for decades second to none in terms of environmental reviews, in terms of scientific and independent evidence-based decision-making, in terms of consultation with Indigenous communities, including the incorporation of traditional knowledge, in terms of best practices, and in terms of having the skill set and the world-class expertise to make independent evidence based decisions that also take into account economic and environmental impacts of energy development. That is not only Canada's track record as an energy producer, but also a long track record of maintaining the highest standards in the world, to the point that Canada has been a model for energy-producing countries around the world. And that's not just us saying that. Experts around the world, including 2 times of major benchmarking analysis between major oil and gas producing countries around the world, like Worley Parsons, came to that conclusion. I would note prior to both of the last provincial and federal elections. So I agree with my colleague that Canadians expect and demand the highest standards, the highest regulations. As Conservatives, that was the track record of energy review and approval under the Conservative government. But the travesty of the Liberals' No More Pipelines Bill C-69 is a total lack of clarity around timelines, around conditions, around what proponents need to what measures they need to meet. It is rife with political intervention and political decision-making. And, you know, while my colleague and I probably put forward different amendments on that particular legislation,
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to participate in the emergency debate on the jobs and economic crisis in my home province of Alberta, where so many people right across the province in my riding of St. Albert, Edmonton, are out of work, have seen their hours reduced. Many, Mr. Speaker, who have given up hope altogether. The Prime Minister says that he feels Albertans' frustration and anxiety. And he is right, Mr. Speaker, that Albertans are frustrated and anxious. After all, Mr. Speaker, since this Prime Minister came to office, 100,000 Albertans, more than 100,000 Albertans, have lost their jobs. They're out of work. Tens of thousands more Albertans have seen their hours reduced, their wages reduced. Unemployment has skyrocketed since this government came to office in Alberta. The office vacancy rate in the city of Calgary, which as recently as 4 years ago was booming, is at a staggering 28%. And as my colleague for Lakeland noted, $100 billion of investment in the energy sector has dried up. It's gone. To put that number in perspective, Mr. Speaker, $100 billion is nearly 5 times the GDP of the auto sector and 8 times more than the GDP of Canada's aerospace sector. Now, while $100 billion is extremely concerning, the fact is that it's only going to get worse. In 2016, 2017, 7 international energy companies sold off virtually all of their Western Canadian assets, a sale that equaled more than $37 billion. $37 billion gone, taken out of Western Canada. But now, Mr. Speaker, not only are international companies fleeing, the fact is that we're now seeing Canadian companies move their assets, reposition, refocus primarily to the United States, including Encana, which has 1,000 people working at its downtown Calgary head office, Baytex, Crescent Point, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, yes, Albertans are frustrated. Yes, they're anxious, and the Prime Minister is right to feel their frustration and their anxiety. But if the Prime Minister wants to know the source of their frustration or anxiety, then I would suggest to the Prime Minister that he look in the mirror, because he is the source of the frustration and anxiety of Albertans because of his failed policies, his failure to champion Canada's energy sector, his failed leadership. The Prime Minister talks a good game, but he talks about how sympathetic he is, how much he cares, how he governs from the heart out. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, the people that I represent in St. Albert and Northwest Edmonton have had it up to here with the Prime Minister's words. They don't need the Prime Minister's best wishes. What they need is action. They need a plan. They need a plan to get Alberta back to work. And you know, Mr. Speaker, actions speak louder than words. And my colleague from Lakeland went into some detail about the Prime Minister's actions and the fact that his actions, instead of helping get Albertans back to work, have actually contributed to laying off Albertans, to getting them out of work.
Yeah, unreal.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the Prime Minister's actions, this failed Prime Minister's actions. This failed Prime Minister thought it was a good idea to impose a tanker ban off the northwest coast of British Columbia without any meaningful environmental or scientific assessment. The consequence of that policy choice of the Prime Minister was, of course, the cancellation of the Northern Gateway pipeline. The cancellation of a pipeline to get our energy to Tidewater, to get our energy to the Asia-Pacific market, so that we would no longer be dependent on essentially one single customer, that being the United States, with the enormous discount that we pay as a consequence. It was the cancellation of a project that would have gotten thousands of people to work and resulted in billions of investment in Canada. It's gone. It's cancelled. All because of the failed policies of this failed Prime Minister. And then this Prime Minister, in his infinite wisdom, decided that he was going to change the rules. He was going to change the rules midway through with respect to upstream and downstream emissions. Do you know what the consequence, Mr. Speaker, of that policy choice of the Prime Minister was? Well, you guessed it. It was the cancellation of the Energy East pipeline. Another pipeline to Tidewater, another pipeline that would have helped Canada become less dependent on the United States, another pipeline that would have created thousands of jobs, and another pipeline that would have resulted in billions of dollars of investment here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, but now that pipeline is cancelled, it's gone, all because of the failed policies of this failed Prime Minister. And then this failed Prime Minister decided he was going to change the rules. Change the rules, create a lot of regulatory uncertainty, and then bring in Bill C-69 just to be sure that another pipeline would never be built. And Kinder Morgan said, we've had enough. We're pulling out. The Prime Minister said, don't worry, we'll pay you $4.5 billion so you can go and invest in the United States, and we'll take over building the construction of the pipeline. Do you know how that's worked out, Madam Speaker? It's resulted in not 1 inch of pipeline being constructed. So, again, more failed policies from a failed Prime Minister who time and again has failed to deliver. Albertans have had enough. Canadians have had enough. Right. My constituents and the people in Alberta who are out of work, who are in despair this evening as we speak, deserve better than the failed policies and the failed leadership of this failed Prime Minister.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was listening closely to my colleague's speech.
Speech from my colleague. I've spent a lot of time in Alberta. As a Quebec MP, I know, and my constituents know, of the extraordinary economic and other contributions made by Albertans to our country, recognize that, and are grateful for that. However, we know that following the financial crisis of 2008, the world oil prices plummeted. A drop that was precipitous and affected Alberta greatly and unfortunately. But the discordant note that I detect from what my colleague's speech says is the Albertans I know do not hang this on political decisions. They know that we have, they know that this government has deployed maximum efforts in order to get oil to new markets and maximum efforts to achieve innovation in the oil sector. And I would just wonder if my colleague would perhaps like to tone down the rhetoric a little bit and understand that market forces indeed weigh on this issue as much as anything.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is entirely wrong. It is about the political choices that this government has made that has contributed to $100 billion of investment going south of the border. $100 billion, 8 times the GDP of the aerospace sector, nearly 5 times more than the GDP of the auto sector. It's gone south of the border. We're cutting taxes, rolling back regulations, at the same time that this government is increasing taxes, increasing regulations, and kicking Albertans and our energy sector when we're down.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Always, interesting to hear his rhetoric. I just wanted to ask him, through you, Madam Speaker, it seems that all we need, according to the Conservatives, is a pipeline and the world would be a better place. And yet, this government has failed to build a pipeline because they've done exactly the same things as the Conservatives did. They tried to rush a process that should not and could not be rushed. The Northern Gateway Pipeline was quashed not by this government but by the courts for rushing the process, not doing adequate consultation. The Trans Mountain process, the Liberals did a little extra. It wasn't enough. It was bad. That was quashed. TransCanada pulled out of Energy East because they had Keystone XL. That was just quashed by an American judge for rushing the process. Can't he see that what we need, if you really want a pipeline, is to do things right from the start?
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I would respectfully say that if the government wants to do things right, what they should do is stop doing what they're doing and go back to the drawing board.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the enormity of the role when we can move about like this, and I appreciate the member here. Earlier we had the member for Calgary Centre say that the Northern Gateway was paused. My information is different. If perhaps this member can identify that. And second, Madam Speaker, being from British Columbia, we've seen this Prime Minister come out and do town halls in Nanaimo. Never have I seen where a Prime Minister will say something's in the national interest, but instead of actually going to the areas like Burnaby, where they need to explain why the Trans Mountain Pipeline is in the national interest, he's anywhere but. So I would just simply ask the member, should this Prime Minister, if he's really serious about this project, be getting out to places and championing Albertan and Canadian know-how in our oil and gas sector?
A very brief answer from the member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, I couldn't agree more with my colleague from the Okanagan, but instead what we have is a Prime Minister who he says one thing in one part of Canada, in another part. He expresses his sympathy to Albertans without a plan, but Albertans aren't fooled by the Prime Minister. They can see exactly how his failed policies have contributed to the mess that we're in today.
Before I go to resuming debate, I know that there was some questions about where the people are where they're seating right now. And I just want to say, it's getting late already. I just want to say that during an emergency debate, members are able to sit elsewhere than in their own seat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Let me begin by saying that all members share the sense of urgency with respect to the current situation facing Albertans. When Alberta is hurting, Canada is hurting. As the Prime Minister has said, this is a crisis, not just for Albertans, not just for Western Canada, but for all Canadians. Being from Sudbury, the member from Sudbury, I understand the natural sector and the highs and lows and the ebbs and tides that we see, and we feel it. We've lived it many times in Sudbury. We've had the hardship of losing jobs, but Madam Speaker, the economy bounced back, and now obviously we have highs and lows, but at the same time, we've invested in our people, as Albertans are investing in Alberta, and we see that there's always light at the end of that dark tunnel that they are in right now. So that is something that I share with people from Alberta, the highs and lows of the natural resource sector. But we know the energy sector is one of the key engines driving our economy. Our focus is on ensuring that every barrel of Alberta oil gets its full value. That is why our government has made addressing this national issue an urgent priority. We know that when the Conservatives took office in 2006, 99% of our oil exports went to the United States. Flash forward to 2015, 99% of our oil exports still went to the United States.
No change.
The Conservatives had 10 years to expand to global markets. They failed for 10 years. We will ensure that we're moving forward on expanding to global markets, building pipeline capacity in the right way.
Hear, hear.
This debate gives me a chance to set the record straight on some of the things we've heard tonight, and to talk about how our government has been supporting the energy sector as part of our efforts to build a better Canada, a Canada that works for everyone. Madam Speaker, that began 3 years ago this month, when our government was sworn in with a clear mandate to do things differently and to do different things. In short, we've been working to build a Canada where the opportunities for each of us are as big and real and seemingly endless as the land itself. And so we set out to strengthen the middle class, to build the infrastructure for a modern economy, and to invest in a more prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable Canada. The result? The national economy is strong and growing. At 3%, Canada had the best economic performance of any G7 country last year, and it is expected to remain among the fastest-growing economies this year and next. Over the next 3 years, over the last 3 years, Canada has created more than 550,000 new full-time jobs, pushing the national unemployment rate to a 40-year low. But we all know there's still more work to be done. And we see that right now in Alberta and in our energy sector. Our government has made this issue, and the issue of market access in general, an urgent priority. The Line 3 pipeline, approved by our government, is set to come online in 2019, adding 370,000 barrels per day, a major boost to pipeline capacity. We also remain committed to the Keystone XL pipeline. Our fall economic statement last week features tax changes, incentives, and investments to promote business confidence and enhance competitiveness. This includes new measures that will allow businesses to immediately write off the full cost of machinery and equipment used in manufacturing and processing, as well as certain clean energy equipment. We're also introducing the Accelerated Investment Incentive to allow businesses to write off a larger share of the cost of newly acquired assets in the year they are purchased. As well, we are investing an additional $800 million over 5 years to support greater innovation throughout the economy, including $100 million to support the forest sector and another $50 million in new venture capital to support clean technology firms. And we are looking to accelerate investments in trade transportation corridors leading to Asia and Europe. At the same time, we are modernizing our regulators to make it easier for companies to comply. Let's be clear. Regulations do serve an important purpose. They act as the rule book that governs how businesses must operate, and they play an essential role in protecting the health and safety of Canadians and safeguarding our natural environment. But we recognize that over time, regulations can grow outdated and the burden can add up, all of which can affect Canada's standing as an attractive place to invest and do business. That is why we will encourage regulators to take into account efficiency and economic considerations, and why we are establishing an external advisory committee to look at Canada's regulatory competitiveness. We believe Canadians can take on the world and win. Look at the LNG Canada's decision to proceed with its $40 billion project on the west coast of British Columbia. This project, the single largest private sector investment in Canadian history, will create 10,000 jobs at the height of construction. It will also generate billions of dollars in new revenue for governments to spend on the things that matter most to Canadians. And it will open new global markets for Canada's natural gas, displacing other fuels that emit higher levels of greenhouse gas emissions, and while creating the cleanest large-scale facility of its kind in the world, and proving yet again that the economy and the environment can go hand in hand. Madam Speaker, all of this reflects what we call Canada's natural advantage. It is not just that we have an abundance of the resources an abundance of the resources the world will need for the clean growth economy. It is the expertise and the experience we have in developing them, sustainably and competitively. That is a real edge. Our government is seeking to extend that advantage by concluding a series of new trade agreements with our North American partners, the European Union, and the 11 other members of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The new NAFTA is a case in point. It will enhance our competitiveness and inspire greater investor confidence in our energy sector. For example, it removes the proportionality clause, which means we have restored our sovereignty over Canada's energy resources. And administrative changes in the new NAFTA will save the oil patch more than $60 million a year in fees and costs. There is also a side agreement on energy between Canada and the U.S. It includes a recognition of the importance of integrated energy markets, independent energy regulators, access to energy infrastructure, and open trade and investment. All of this will add to our natural advantage. All of this will support a strong and dynamic energy sector. Unfortunately, as we have heard tonight, our advantage in the energy sector is not without its challenges and its setbacks. The Federal Court of Appeals decision on the Trans Mountain Expansion Project has given us a moment to take stock to ensure that we are moving forward the right way on energy projects. And we have developed a comprehensive response to the court's ruling. First, by instructing the National Energy Board to reconsider the effects of marine shipping related to the project. Two, by relaunching Phase 3 consultations with Indigenous groups affected by the project. And third, by appointing former Supreme Court Justice Frank Iacobucci to oversee consultations with Indigenous peoples so that they are meaningful and comply with the direction given by the Federal Court of Appeal. We are also facing the worst of all perfect storms with this historic price differential for Canadian oil, a discount caused by the temporary drop in demand from refineries in the U.S. Midwest as they undergo seasonal maintenance, combined with increasing production from the oil sands, which is welcome, and insufficient pipeline capacity for export. This impacts companies differently, which is why we see oil patch executives divided on the right course of action. That is why we are in active discussions with stakeholders and provinces to look at all short-term options to make sure we get this right. What is certain, however, is that better market access is the long-term solution. We are seized with that, making sure it moves forward the right way. The Conservatives agree that there is a real need to build a pipeline to new non-U.S. markets. They are actively opposing legislation that will allow good projects to be reviewed in a clearer, shorter time frame. Bill C-69 will ensure that project assessments are done right the first time. It removes the power of government to stop the clock on a project without reason. It will eliminate wasteful duplication that requires proponents to go through the same reviews at the federal and provincial level. It will ensure important information is shared with all Canadians because you have the right to know the facts about important projects. All of these changes are good for businesses, good for jobs, and good for the energy industry. While the previous government failed to get the job done, we are taking decisive action and seeing results. We secured the largest private sector investment in Canadian history, as I said before, through the $40 billion LNG Canada project. We are helping producers build up refining capacity right here in Canada because we know that means more value for every barrel. We announced major tax incentives in the fall economic statement for refiners and upgraders. We are moving forward in the right way through meaningful consultations on the Trans Mountain Expansion project. And we got a good trade deal for our energy sector and workers in our oil patch with the new NAFTA. Over the next 10 years, there are $500 billion in proposed private sector investments in the natural resources sector. Madam Speaker, in Alberta alone, that includes 102 energy projects representing $178 billion in new investments. These projects do not just mean development of our energy resources. They mean tens of thousands of jobs for Albertans. That's leadership. Despite these reasons for optimism, we know this is a hard time, and that cannot be understated. That's why, on this side of the House, we are working with Canadians to ensure we all get through this deeply difficult time. For a very long time, Alberta and Albertans have driven the Canadian economy. Last week, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Natural Resources convened leaders in the industry in Calgary to listen to their concerns and chart a way forward. And in the short term, to deal with the immediate oil price differential issue, we launched a nonpartisan working group of government experts from Canada, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, including finance, rail, and energy experts. This group has been analyzing options, including the oil by rail proposal that we have recently received from Alberta government to relieve the pain being felt by so many. I want to make it very clear that we stand with Alberta's energy sector. We have your backs. This is our top priority, and we will deliver. Thank you. Merci, Madame.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll wait for the standing ovations to a speech I can only say must have been written by the same people giving advice to the government on their Phoenix pay system they've totally botched. Often you will hear from that side of the House, they'll say that the previous government didn't get it done, except they got the Alberta Clipper done, they got the Anchor Loop done, the basic Keystone Pipeline done, the Line 9 reversal done, and I see included natural gas pipelines. In fact, they'll say, oh, well, you may have gotten done some pipelines, but you didn't get them done to water, to some type of water port. In fact, Alberta Clipper did just that, all the way to Cushing and then to the Freeport in Texas. But my question will be specifically to why is the government actually financing pipeline construction through the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank in Asia, using taxpayer dollars to finance 3 of them? Why are people in the suburbs of Beijing getting Canadian taxpayer dollars to finance pipelines there, instead of building pipelines in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, we are focused right now on getting our natural resource sector, certainly the energy sector, it is in a difficult situation, and we know the reason for that is because we don't have access to new markets. We need to expand our energy sector to new markets, and that is what Canadians expect. They know that continuing to flow our oil only to the United States is not a good business decision for anybody. So that's why we are focused on getting it right. You know what? Conservatives fail. Why? They disregarded the courts. They also think that, you know what? Engaging with Indigenous communities is a suggestion and not a constitutional obligation. We know we got to get this right, and we're working hard and making sure that we move forward in the right way.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Transcona.
That's okay. It is late in the evening, Madam Speaker, and we all can relate. Madam Speaker, I can't believe what I am hearing from the Liberal side. Everybody in Canada remembers what was the major aspect of their platform. We will immediately restore the project environmental review process and the environmental laws that were eviscerated by the Harper government. And let's see, what year are we in of the Liberal government? 3rd. Their one bill, C-69, is still in the Senate. So all of those projects that have gone before them that they've been approving have been approved under Harper's eviscerated environmental laws and review process. So we wonder why, Madam Speaker, perhaps the member could respond to, can you perhaps guess why so many Canadians have been opposed to major energy projects? Because they've lost confidence in the federal review process?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable, the honourable member for her question. And certainly getting regulatory processes right is certainly that the Canadian population expects and that they deserve. That is something that we are focused on to get right. Bill C-69 provides one project, one review, and to ensure that if it is contested in court, that it will withstand the court challenge. What was going on, Madam Speaker, at any major project going forward was being reviewed in court and was failing. And we need to make sure that that doesn't happen. I think all members of this House would agree that we need to make sure that as private businesses put their foot forward, want to invest in Canada, and go through the regulatory process, that it is clear and defined, and they know the rules from day one. The oil process did not do that, and that is what Bill 69 will achieve.
Member for Ottawa Vanier. They get one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for helping us understand where the government has invested and made efforts. And I'd like to know whether in other industries, whether there are some lessons learned. For example, in his home in Sudbury, where the mining industry has had ups and downs. I was just wondering if there was anything to be learned from the oil sector that could apply elsewhere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. Clearly, in Sudbury, we've had ups and downs in mining. And 50 years ago, Sudbury was recognized as the most highly polluted city in Canada. There were no more trees. The fish had died in 2/3 of the lakes around Sudbury. But because the government invested and because the industry worked with the community, we now have an industry that's doing well. It's robust. We have new mines being built, and $5 billion has been invested. That said, we understand that the oil sector in Alberta is going through hard times, and we've experienced ups and downs too. Everyone has things to learn from other industries, and in Alberta, there's amazing innovation going on right now. There's going to be a lot of change in that industry, and they're on the right track, and we recognize that.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, being from British Columbia, I have many relatives that are in Alberta. My family is originally from Alberta, and so I feel very, very much for the people of Alberta because every time I'm there, there's a real feeling that this government hasn't done enough. And when they see, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister embracing Premier John Horgan, and both of them, when we see the LNG project that was just announced, while I am happy to see that, Madam Speaker, can the Parliamentary Secretary not put himself in the shoes of Albertans who also want to see jobs and to do things well with what they're good at in their oil and gas sector? And when you see a cancellation of the Northern Gateway, when you see even a member from Calgary Centre, saying that the Northern Gateway project is just on pause, that you see the cancellation by the NEB with the obviously helping with the assistance of this government to cancel the West-East pipeline. Madam Speaker, can the Parliamentary Secretary not understand that people are upset with this double standard, that somehow that this Prime Minister stands by some provinces doing well and not by others? Does he not see the problem with that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I totally understand where the member is coming from and obviously the challenges that Albertans see in that. What I will say is that we are working really hard to make sure that we move on the Trans Mountain Expansion Project in the right way. Actually, the minister right now is in BC consulting with First Nations, making sure he has over 26 meetings over the next week. He is actually there right now making sure that we move forward in the right way. They are proposing against to use their failed approaches. We will not follow their lead at all, obviously. We need to move forward in the right way. The minister is there right now getting the job done. We will see this through, but making sure we're doing this in the right way, Madam Speaker. Good job.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd has a point of order.
Point of order, ma'am. Madam Speaker, my understanding is we're not supposed to point out the fact that a member is not in the House. I believe that Parliamentary Secretary was doing just that.
So the Honourable Member is saying that that's not what he indicated, and I certainly didn't hear him mention anything, so I'll take him for his word. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have another point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Does that mean that we should not point out the amount of people here for the emergency debate that they asked for? Is that...
As long as there's quorum, there is not a problem. So the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Island, a brief answer, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. The debate on oil prices in this country and the alleged crisis leaves out the fact that major oil companies in Alberta are receiving a premium because they refine and upgrade the product. Husky Oil, Imperial Oil.
I just want to remind members somebody's got the floor, and I would ask that they respect that. I have a hard time hearing what's being said because of and the parliamentary secretary should know that as well. So the honourable member will continue with her question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was hard to be able to be heard. This debate is taking place on false premises, as though all of Alberta's oil sector is suffering. Those who only produce raw bitumen and want to export it out as raw bitumen are having difficulties. Those who invested in upgraders and refineries like Imperial Oil, Husky Oil, and Suncor are receiving large profits. Husky reports a 48% increase in profits. Imperial Oil CEO Richard Kruger said this: "Looking ahead in the current challenging upstream in pipeline environment, we are uniquely positioned to benefit from the widening light crude differentials." In other words, bitumen is a solid product of low value. Those companies that invested in upgraders and refineries, as was recommended by Peter Lougheed at the beginning of the development of the oil sands, are reaping large premiums. This is not an issue about pipelines. It's an issue about public policy, good policy versus bad policy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to the question, it's true, because you know what, I've had individuals, certainly from the oil sands sector, visit here in Ottawa and tell us, you know what, at the end of the day, do not get involved in the situation. Do not pick winners and losers in the sense of do not try to shut down the supply right now. Let the market decide how that will run forward. And I've seen that. I had people actually tell me, do not get involved. And some people say, well, you need to do something. In Alberta, the companies are divided of how to move forward. But that's why we have struck a committee to make sure that we hear all voices and ask them how do we move together in the right way. Merci. Perfect.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to say I'm proud to be sharing my time with my wonderful colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona. And I'm happy to rise here tonight to speak in this emergency debate on Canadian energy. And as the member from Lakeland pointed out in her intervention, seeking this debate, Alberta suffered significant job losses when world oil prices collapsed 4 years ago, going from over $100 a barrel in mid-2014 to less than $30 a barrel in early 2016. But until recently, these prices were steadily rebounding, and the world oil prices had recovered to over $70 a barrel by the spring of 2018, only 6 months ago. Now, some Canadian oil experts are sold at a discount to the world price because they're in the form of bitumen, which is more expensive to refine and for which only certain refineries are designed to handle. And that discount's usually around $17 or so, but it varies as certain situations affect the ability of Canadian producers to get their product to refineries. And recently, with temporary closures of refineries in the United States for maintenance, that differential has increased dramatically as bitumen supplies build up in Alberta, waiting for export. And today, the price that Western Canada Select is about $50 less than that of West Texas Intermediate. And I want to mention here, Madam Speaker, and as my colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands just pointed out, that a high percentage of Canadian production of oil is not subject to this differential at all, or at least, and it's either it's not subject at all or it's not subject to that variability because the largest producers in Canada, she mentioned, Suncor, Husky, Imperial Oil, have their own refining and upgrading facilities, producing synthetic crude that sells more or less at world price. I spoke to a Suncor representative in my office just last week, and she reported that her company was doing just fine, thank you very much, getting a very fair price for their product. Now, some estimates put the proportion of the Canadian production exposed to this differential at as little as 10%. In other words, the majority of our production is being sold at or near world price. But the proportion exposed to this huge price differential is growing as new Canadian production comes online, and that increased production is competing for a constrained refinery and pipeline space. And there is a pipeline expansion project underway right now, Line 3, that would take Alberta oil to Wisconsin. And I had the pipeline industry representatives in my office a couple of weeks ago, and they confirmed that Line 3 would be fully functional by next fall and would fix that differential price problem. The Conservatives, of course, are blaming the Liberals for all the other pipelines that have not been built, and we've heard that tonight. Northern Gateway, Energy East, Trans Mountain. And the Liberals are blaming the Conservatives. Well, as I've said before in this place, Madam Speaker, they're both right. So why did these other pipelines not get built? They didn't get built because the Conservatives rushed the process through. They gutted environmental protections. My colleague from Edmonton Strathcona used a better word, eviscerate, but gutted, I guess, means the same thing, at the direction of oil producers. They gutted the Environmental Impact Assessment process, the Fisheries Act, the Navigable Waters Protection Act. Then they doubled down and called all persons concerned about the environment as enemies of the state, foreign-funded radicals. And I still hear that rhetoric here in this place, Madam Speaker. They made a whole generation of Canadians sit up and take notice and take sides. The debate has now become completely polarized. So in the last election, both the Liberals and the NDP ran on a platform to fix the NEB assessment process and repeal the damaging changes done to those environmental protections. Unfortunately, the Liberals were elected and immediately went back on that election promise. The Northern Gateway pipeline approvals were quashed by the courts because of the flawed consultation process, and the Liberals did wisely choose not to try to fix that deeply compromised project. Instead, they concocted a quick fix tour of a ministerial panel that toured the route of the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain pipeline, a tour done on very short notice to communities. Bureaucrats were sent out to consult with Indigenous governments, but as we found out later, only took notes of the concerns that the communities had and made no attempt at all to accommodate those concerns. In fact, they apparently thought they had no power at all to change the decision of the NEB with regards to Trans Mountain. And considering that the decision to go ahead with Trans Mountain had already been made before the consultations took place, it's not surprising that the bureaucrats thought they had no power or reason to change things. So the Liberals went on to approve the Trans Mountain expansion. And they liked it so much they bought it, or at least they bought the 65-year-old pipeline for $4.5 billion. The expansion will cost us $10 billion on top of that, of course. And just as the sale was finalized, in fact, only minutes later, the Federal Court of Appeals quashed the approvals of the Trans Mountain pipeline for exactly the same reasons that the approvals for Northern Gateway approvals were quashed. Now again, the Conservatives blame the Liberals for not getting the project going. But to be fair to the Liberals, they were only doing exactly what the Conservatives did before them, rushing a process that could not and should not be rushed. So here we are, 3 years after the election, back at square one with no pipelines built. And as more and more oil sands projects are built in Alberta, the volume of bitumen needing to be shipped rises, and when refineries are temporarily shut down for maintenance, or when pipelines are turned off to fix leaks, the surplus of oil in Alberta tank farms grows and the price drops. So what can be done to boost the price for the increasing volumes of Canadian bitumen? Well, in the short term, the government of Alberta could tell their producers to cut back on production, and I hear Jason Kenney is suggesting that. The irony of such a champion of the free market pleading for direct government intervention in the market is quite stark. And there are concerns, I've heard, that such an intervention would raise questions of meddling in international trade. Maybe the U.S. would label Canada as a non-market country. The Alberta government is looking at buying more oil cars for trains to American refineries. That might help out in the midterm after a few months, but wouldn't provide immediate relief. By the time extra rail cars were available, refinery capacity will likely be restored, and the price discount will disappear. And as I mentioned before, Line 3 expansion will come online next year and solve the problem then. Or we could build more refineries and upgraders that not only would produce oil that we could sell at world prices, but it would reduce the amount of volume we need in those pipelines because it takes much less volume to ship upgraded or refined oil than bitumen, which has to be diluted. But the real solutions are long-term ones. For one thing, we have to restore public confidence in the energy regulation process and the environmental impact assessment process in Canada. The pollster Nick Nanos found that only 2% of Canadians had high confidence in those processes after years of cutbacks and gutting of regulations. The way forward, he found, is through giving more voice to communities and Indigenous peoples.
Hear, hear.
We should also step back and look at the world situation. Last June, I went to Argentina with the Minister of Natural Resources to the G20 energy meetings. The theme of the meetings was the grand transition to low carbon. The Chinese minister talked about huge investments in renewable energy infrastructure, bold predictions about the future of electric vehicles around the globe, vehicles that China is manufacturing in rapidly increasing numbers. He talked about shifting from coal directly to renewables, bypassing natural gas as an intermediate source of electricity. The UK minister talked about creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in the clean energy sector, having your cake and eat it too, as he said. The Canadian minister talked about buying an old pipeline. Mr. Speaker, if we want to create good, stable jobs in the Canadian energy sector, we can do that. We can do that through investments in the clean energy sector. A new study on the opportunities in energy efficiency, opportunities that include deep retrofits of large buildings across the country, show that the energy efficiency economy alone is worth $54 billion a year in Canada. That's 3% of our GDP. If we provide the right incentives and the right investments, we could create tens of thousands of jobs in Canada, good jobs in every community of this country. And that's just energy efficiency. We could create just as many jobs in renewable energy, jobs for electricians, welders, construction workers, and more. Jobs that would last without a boom and a bust, jobs that would create a clean future for our children. Madam Speaker, let's learn from this emergency, this crisis. Let's take the long view and take the sure path to prosperity. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is striking to me how the NDP in Alberta have tried to reposition themselves as champions of pipelines when, in reality, we see consistent opposition from this NDP to the kinds of infrastructures that would actually allow us to get our resources to market. And, you know, the NDP, I've got to ask, why don't they support Energy East? Are they in favor of Saudi oil coming into Canada? Are they in favor of us buying Saudi oil instead of moving Canadian oil to the East Coast?
The member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, just to correct the member, Madam Speaker, about Saudi oil, the vast majority of the oil that we import into Canada, about 2/3 of the oil that we import into Canada, comes from the United States. So and Energy East was, you know, it's a Trans-Canada pipeline project. They abandoned it not because of any concerns about, you know, how it might proceed, but because they had just got the okay to go ahead with the Keystone XL project from President Trump, and they thought they only had enough contracts to fill one pipeline, so it would be a waste of their money, their good private enterprise money, to go ahead with two pipelines. So they canceled Energy East.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, thank goodness he's in this House to give a sensible speech. I would like to pursue the matter, though, of the market for our product. Why we persist in thinking the only market for bitumen in Canada is to ship it to other countries is baffling, because we do import 700,000 barrels of oil a day to eastern Canada. And to correct my honourable colleague on the Conservative benches, if Energy East had been built, it wouldn't have taken diluted bitumen to be processed in refineries in Atlantic Canada, because there aren't any refineries in Atlantic Canada that process bitumen. None of them have upgraders, and Irving Oil specifically said they did not intend to build an upgrader. Irving Oil is the only refinery in this country that processes Saudi oil because it's the cheapest. And as long as it remains the cheapest, that's what the Irvings will do. So I want to ask my honourable colleague if he doesn't think there's a market in Canada for upgrading and refining Alberta bitumen, brand it Fort Mac Strong, sell it across this country. No one would put Saudi oil in their tank.
The member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for that question. And she's right, of course. We had, I'm on the Natural Resources Committee, we had Irving before us a year ago or so and asked them point blank, you know, if Energy East was at Tidewater in New Brunswick now, would you build those refineries or upgraders? And they said, I don't know. It would depend on the world market situation. So, yes, you know, I think building refineries and upgraders in Canada would solve several problems. It would create jobs. If you want to create jobs in Alberta, that's a great way to do it. If you want to spend $4.5 billion, you know, helping the oil industry, if that's really what you want to do, then, you know, you might want to put in government money to build an oil upgrade a refinery. You could provide incentives for companies to do just that. As I said, it would not only allow us to sell our own oil at world prices, it would allow us to ship it at volumes in the pipelines, because it's only half the volume of the bitumen that we ship.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, given the member from the NDP in his intervention today, I'm curious if he can speak to where he thinks the importance is when it comes to diversification of markets, so that we aren't putting our eggs all in one basket, so to speak, that we have the opportunity to make sure that there are other forces that are driving an economy in a particular region of the country, and how important that is to the longevity and the sustainability of economies in various different parts of the country.
A brief answer from the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would just direct the member to perhaps read some of the articles in the oil industry magazines. There's one in the Alberta Oil magazine that clearly states the best market for our oil is not Asia, is not China, but it's California. That's where they would get the best price for now and for the foreseeable future. California has refineries that deal with our kind of oil. It gets its oil from Mexico, California, and Alaska. All those producers are declining gradually, so there's refinery space. That's where they want to ship it. If we built the Trans Mountain expansion today and had it to Tidewater, that's where the bulk of that oil would go.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, indeed, there is an emergency that Alberta and this country and the planet is facing, and it's called climate change. So I haven't noticed the members that brought forward this debate mentioning that at all, which is part of the struggle that Alberta has in producing a profitable product. And as much as they like to malign the current Premier of Alberta, she has taken great measures to address that at the same time as trying to develop an economy, a resource economy. Something that the previous Conservative government did not. So there's a lot of catching up to do. So one of the arguments given for the reason for the emergency debate and the crisis being faced in Alberta is the widening price differential. And, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives would like us to believe that the failure to build pipelines to Tidewater is the only reason for the decline in the financial return for Alberta bitumen. They fail to mention that the additional barriers producers face include the lengthy and costly process involved in extracting and processing the bitumen. And in fact, the bitumen must first be upgraded and then refined before it can be used as gasoline or jet fuel. And that accounts for a good part of the discount. Other suppliers, such as fracked oil in the United States, do not face these hurdles. So the obvious question, as my colleague has asked, why aren't we upgrading and refining more of the bitumen in Canada? As the member for Saanich Gulf Islands has reminded, companies who have invested in upgrading and refining bitumen continue to achieve profits. And we have to also remember that one of the greatest barriers to getting public and Indigenous support for these pipelines is that in order to pipe this bitumen, you have to add dilbit, a carcinogen product that many are concerned will pose great risk to the waters along the route of these pipelines. To her credit, Premier Notley has helped to finance the building of a new refinery in Alberta. So what could the Alberta government do? Well, they could help finance refineries for a start. We haven't heard anything in any of the budgets since they came to power about the possibility of helping in the refining and upgrading of the product in Canada so that they could gain more money in their coffers, and so could Albertans. The other is that the federal government approves exports. And I've often raised this question, which seems obvious to me. Why hasn't the National Energy Board, one day soon, maybe, to become the Canadian Energy Regulator, imposed, what would happen if they imposed a requirement that a certain percentage of the raw product must be upgraded or refined as a condition of export approval? They have those powers. They can impose conditions. They impose conditions on projects all the time. So it's a puzzler. If the companies are not willing to step forward and do that investment, Madam Speaker, maybe that's something that the federal government could start doing through its new Canadian Energy Regulator. That would create jobs in Canada, as many have said tonight, and higher returns to the owners, Albertans, for the upgraded product. Secondly, the United States has been massively producing through fracking. This just isn't the same demand. There just isn't the same demand for Canadian product. And there's oversupply for many other producers as well. Then there's the question of the business case to build a pipeline and to pay to ship the product. Pipeline builders prefer to get contracts for at least 50% of the capacity for 15 to 20 years. But some potential buyers, like China, prefer shorter-term commitments. As one venture capital analyst has said, energy is a commodity business where cost is king. Now that Canadians own a pipeline, it appears reasonable that some are asking to see these contracts. Certainly, the people of Alberta and Canada deserve transparency. And what about the workers? So why haven't recent export pipelines been supported or approved? As my very informed colleague has said, well, Stephen Harper's government eviscerated the pipeline review process. So I find it remarkable, Madam Speaker, daily in this House, where the Conservative members of this place castigate the Liberals for not having approved this pipeline, the Trans Mountain Pipeline, when, in fact, they completely eviscerated. They got so frustrated that they couldn't get these projects built. There's some rumors about some potential buyers of the product saying, why does it take so long for you to approve a pipeline? So overnight, well, almost overnight, over several years through budget bills, so there was very limited opportunity for consultation and discussion, they completely eviscerated the federal review process, environmental legislation. It's really rather incredible that they would sit here and say, well, gosh, we had nothing to do with that. We could have fast-tracked all these pipelines. Well, what happened when they did that? Well, as my colleague has said, that's where the demonstration against all pipelines came from, because they excluded the right of concerned communities, concerned Indigenous governments to genuinely participate in the review. So when the Gateway Pipeline was turned down, former Prime Minister Stephen Harper turned to a consultant, Mr. Douglas Ayford, and he said, well, what do we have to do in order to get these projects built? So Mr. Ayford met with all the First Nations, carefully examined what the issues were. How do we get these Western energy projects built? Well, he recommended 4 things. Sustained engagements with Aboriginal communities to build effective relationships. 2, that Aboriginal communities view natural resource development as linked to a broader reconciliation agenda. 3, that support would only come to natural resource development if they are undertaken in environmentally sustainable ways. And 4th, those projects would contribute to improving the socioeconomic conditions of Aboriginal communities. In his words, in quotes, progress requires leadership, commitment, and action by governments, Aboriginal communities, and industry in collaboration. Well, what did the Harper government do? As I mentioned earlier, instead of proceeding with trying to settle the land claims, with having genuine consultation and accommodation, through two budget bills, they eviscerated all the environmental laws, excluding the right of not only the Indigenous communities, but anybody concerned to participate effectively in the reviews. Then, the Conservatives promised that they would impose greenhouse gas conditions on all sectors. Well, guess what sector they never got around to regulating? Oil and gas. So this, as I mentioned, resulted in widespread opposition to every federally regulated pipeline, Energy East, the Gateway, and Trans Mountain. So no pipelines were approved. So then along come the Liberals. So they promised during the election, they promised exactly the same as my party promised. We will immediately undo what the Stephen Harper government did to environmental law in Canada until the environmental review process. We promised to expeditiously restore all of those environmental laws. As has been mentioned, 3 years into their term, all those laws still exist. And equally horrifying, Madam Speaker, we learned at committee when we were reviewing C-69 that not only is it those projects that will go through the old eviscerated NEB process, any project that is already before the review body. So even if they finally pass their C-69, which, by the way, does not give any specific rights to participate, to table evidence, to cross-examine, it's a very vacuous bill. Some of it may be an improvement. All of these projects are still going to be reviewed by Stephen Harper's eviscerated process. So if they'd listened to us, if they'd done what they promised, they probably could have had a pipeline or two approved by now, because they would have actually shown respect to the First Nations, done the proper constitutional requirements for consultation and accommodation, looked at the impacts under the Species at Risk Act, but they have to start at zero again. Is rail the answer? Madam Speaker, please no. I know that the Premier of Alberta is desperate. She's looking for every possible solution. I tabled a bill in this House where we would amend the federal assessment law to ensure that we review the rail shipping of bitumen just like a pipeline has to be reviewed. And it is an absolutely reprehensible proposal to be using rail. Everybody in this place knows that it's more dangerous and risky. And where's the federal money for a just transition? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I do want to remind members I do have a timer in front of me, and I can very well tell when the time is up. And I also want to remind members that when questions, until we ask for questions and comments, that those members should be listening to what is being said so they can ask their questions. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that very gentle rebuke, and I appreciate that. Madam Speaker, we sat here and listened to rhetoric tonight for the last 10 minutes, and we didn't hear once about the workers. Tonight's emergency debate is about the 100,000 workers that have been laid off from this sector, and we didn't hear anything about the workers. We heard a rant against, a former government, a rant against a current government, nothing about any workers. Let me tell you, I got on a cab tonight and went to a meeting on the far side of Ottawa. I met a young man driving that cab tonight. I asked him, how long have you been in Ottawa? Just a few weeks. Where'd you come from? Toronto. Had you been in Toronto long? No. I came from Calgary. Calgary? And he said that he came from Africa as an engineer to work in an oil company, to work as an engineer. He got there. He was laid off shortly after that. He said, given what this government is doing now, he sees zero hope that there is going to be another pipeline built. C-69 is going to put the screws to men like him. Madam Speaker, my constituency depends on the energy sector. The world wants it. China, India, the world wants the energy we have, and this government is putting roadblocks in front of them, and that member who spoke hasn't mentioned the workers once, the people of her province. Shame on her.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, the ones who have denied the workers are the former Conservatives and the current Liberals. They're the ones who have caused these pipelines not to be built. They are the ones who have not stood up and said, why are these corporations not upgrading, refining this product in Canada? which creates a lot of jobs for super added value. Where were they when people were calling for jobs in refineries, doing absolutely nothing? And where were they and where are the Liberals today in putting the investment in for a just transition? Do they never talk to the oil field workers? They want to be trained in both fields, and yet you invested nothing in that just transition.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member asks in her speech, why don't we upgrade our product instead of shipping it as diluted bitumen? I suggest that if private industry could see the ROI in doing such, that they would in fact do that. I would ask if the honourable member wishes for the...
Order. I would ask the members to respect those who are standing up to ask their questions. They may not like the question or the comments, but if not, then they should get up at their turn and ask for questions and comments. And that applies for every single member in this House. Go ahead. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
So my question is, in that case, since the private interests do not seem to see the ROI in doing such an upgrade or building such infrastructure, is she encouraging the federal government to invest in upgrading infrastructure?
The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, I thought I was quite clear about that. The federal government has a lot of potential power to actually save industry. You're taking a resource that is owned by the people of Alberta, and you're choosing not to refine or upgrade it, which would create a lot more employment for the people of Canada. That's right. So, no, the only answer isn't, what are the Liberals going to do? Buy every pipeline, buy every upgrader, buy the bitumen mines? You know, use your regulatory power and assert some authority and create some jobs for value added in Canada.
I have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to return to my friend's comments on the environmental assessment process. She and I have in common that we were environmental lawyers for a long time. It's my recollection that only 2 projects in the history of Canada were ever turned down under the old process that was actually a good process that was destroyed in 2012. Fish Lake, Piteseco Mines, and the Digby Neck Quarry in Nova Scotia. So the Harper Conservatives thought that the environmental assessment process slowed down projects. In fact, I want to know if she agrees with me that the old process worked to improve projects as an aspect of planning.
A brief answer from the member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her comment. She's 100% true. If the Conservative government had not downgraded that process, they probably could have proceeded through a process that was generally considered to be a credible, useful process right around the world. Instead, they eviscerated a process and they caused all this downturn in the economy.
That's right. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is critical for we, the members of the House of Commons, in November of 2018, to be holding this emergency debate on Canada's energy sector. We are in the midst of dealing with serious headwinds facing the industry, highlighted by unprecedented price differentials on Western Canadian oil. As the Prime Minister has said, Madam Speaker, it is a crisis and it's taking its toll, not just in Alberta, but across the country. It's weighing heavily on hardworking Canadians and their anxious families, hurting communities, costing governments, including this one, and the Government of Alberta, much needed revenues, and dashing opportunities and dreams. Unfortunately, this situation is born out of a perfect storm. 1 million barrels of U.S. refining capacity shut down due to maintenance, just as new projects have been coming online in the Alberta's oil sands, something we want to see more of, but which has created a high supply of crude at a time when there is less capacity to refine. And without a doubt, lack of pipeline capacity for export. The result is a price differential that is causing great uncertainty, great angst, and deep frustration on the heels of several difficult years of low oil prices. As the caucus chair for Alberta on the government side, Madam Speaker, I know this pain. I feel this pain. It is in my own family. We have 50,000 engineers out of work in Calgary. We have 12 million square feet, 12 million square feet, Madam Speaker, of vacant space, downtown office space in Calgary. That is more than all of the office space in Vancouver, Madam Speaker. It will take 15 years for the city to recover from that. That is pain that we feel as Albertans and we feel on this side of the House. It has left many families feeling unsure about their futures, unsure how they will make ends meet, including members of my own immediate and extended family. People that I talk to on the doors, Madam Speaker, wondering how their next job will look like, where it will be, and what they will have to do to be able to hold that job. Madame la Présidente, ce n'est pas un sujet.
Madam Speaker, this is not a theoretical topic that I read about in the news. It's something that touches me deeply and personally, and for many of my colleagues on this side of the House, it's the same. This has been felt in Alberta. Local companies are feeling it, and the entire country is feeling it. The entire country is feeling the effects of this slowdown and our inability to get the best price for our resources.
Alberta finds itself facing an unacceptable increased discount on our oil resources. Albertans are angry. They are worried. And we are fed up. I am fed up. And so are my colleagues on this side of the House. Our message is clear tonight, Madam Speaker. The status quo cannot continue. We cannot stand idly by while oil that belongs to Canadians is being sold at bargain basement prices. Nobody wants their commodity to be sold at 15 to 25% of its value, and that's what we are experiencing right now, today, in this country, because we have one market, and this country was locked into one market through 10 years of failure of the Conservative government under Stephen Harper. That's why our government is working with Alberta and Saskatchewan through our working group to review options that could help review the pain being felt by so many. It's why we are doing and we are seized by this issue, and we are looking at every single possible option on the table, including solutions to get this situation resolved. But make no mistake, Madam Speaker, our ultimate goal is to make sure that every barrel of Alberta oil receives its full value. There is some good news on the horizon. We know that next year, Line 3 pipeline, approved by our government, will add 370,000 barrels per day in capacity. We
know that the 4 refineries in the U.S. that have been closed since October have now come back online.
In the United States that have been shuttered for maintenance since October and throughout November are now back online, and that will start to ease the differential. It's why our government has given such priority to this issue and to making sure that market forces prevail. The good news, Madam Speaker, is that we're not starting from scratch with these efforts. In fact, just the opposite. When our government came into office, we understood there was an issue of market access. We recognized that after 10 years of the Harper government, nothing had changed. When they started in government in 2006, 99% of Canadian oil went to the United States. When they finished in government in 2015, 99% of oil was still heading to our greatest and best customer until they were no longer our best and greatest customer. We realized that we had to start getting pipelines built to Tidewater. We also realized that their plan that failed to take into account Indigenous needs, that failed to take into account the environment, that failed to consult properly would not be a plan to follow. And you will remember, Madam Speaker, that standing in our way as Canadians was a waning public confidence in the way major resource projects were being reviewed. Canadians knew that the Conservatives brought in a new system that cut corners, shirked our responsibility to meaningfully consult with Indigenous peoples, and short-circuited steps required to protect the environment. So we set about rebuilding Canadians' trust in impact assessments, improving transparency, enhancing public participation throughout the review process. We started with extensive public consultations. We appointed 2 expert panels, and we reviewed findings from 2 parliamentary studies. We listened to Canadians, we heard them, and we acted. And why, Madam Speaker? Why did we have to do this? Because of 10 years of inaction by the Harper government Their approach failed through disregarding Indigenous needs. They were quashed in the courts, and they failed to take into account the basic protections for our environment. The Conservatives had 10 years to expand to markets other than the United States, Madam Speaker, and they failed for 10 years. Our government will ensure that we're moving forward on expanding to global markets by building pipeline capacity in the right way. That's why, Madam Speaker, the decision to invest $4.5 billion in the Trans Mountain Pipeline was the right one. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, one of the proudest moments I have as an Edmonton Liberal in this government was the day that this government, led by the Prime Minister, decided that making a $4.5 billion investment was the right decision for the future of Albertans, the right decision for the future of Canadians, a strategic and sound investment in our collective future. It was the right decision to find a cost-effective and safe way for us to get resources to international markets then, and it still is today. Now let me take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to, take out a few myths that are very convenient and very pervasive on the Conservative side of the House and bust them. Let's talk about the Northern Gateway Pipeline. The Federal Court of Appeal overturned that government's approval of that Enbridge pipeline on the grounds that the Crown failed to properly consult First Nations communities. And I quote, "We find that Canada offered only a brief, hurried, and inadequate opportunity to exchange and discuss information and dialogue. It would have taken little time and little effort to engage in meaningful dialogue, but this did not happen." Simply shocking, but that's how we got to being no closer to international markets after 10 years of Harper policies. The second myth, Madam Speaker, is that the decision of TransCanada Pipeline to pull the energy east was something other than a business decision based in pure economics that are very simple for people to understand. How do I know this, Madam Speaker? I met with the CEO of TransCanada Pipelines Limited, May 27th, 2017, in this very building, upstairs in the dining room. And the then Minister of Infrastructure and Communities, the Member of Parliament for Edmonton Mill Woods, was at the same dinner. And at coffee, I looked at Russ Girling and I said, "Mr. Girling, what happens if the United States administration approves Keystone XL?" And he looked at me and he said, "Randy, if that happens, I have to shutter Energy East." I said, "Tell me why." He said, "Because there isn't enough supply in Canada to properly run 2 pipelines." I said, "So what does that mean?" He says, "I have to make sure that Energy East never goes to the NEB. I have to get my shippers to remove their oil contracts with Energy East and get them over to Keystone XL because the company will not be able to cash flow Energy East." What happened within 3 months of that conversation, Madam Speaker? The U.S. administration approved Keystone XL. Energy East was never sent to the National Energy Board, and in fact, within a month, he was asking the Alberta government and all of his other suppliers to move capacity from the Energy East project to the Keystone XL pipeline. And make no mistake about it, Madam Speaker, our government was prepared to work with TCPL every step of the way through the interim principles to see their project. We did not pull the project from the NEB, Madam Speaker. The corporation did. Pure and simple economics. The Conservatives may not like to play from an economic playbook, Madam Speaker, and in fact, if you look at their debt ratio, you look at their horrible management of the economy for 10 years, I can understand why a simple economics lesson is lost on that side of the House. But I can tell you on our side, simple economics, complex economics make sense, and it's why this government has invested $4.5 billion in a pipeline to get us to new markets. Despite
order, I just want to remind members, if they've got something to say, comments or questions, they may want to jot them down so they don't forget them when they get up for questions and comments. The honourable member.
I appreciate memory lapses on the part of the people on the other side, and on this side we're going to continue with our defence of Canadian workers in the energy sector. Despite empty rhetoric and talking points that you hear from the Conservatives, our approach will help to diversify Canada's energy markets. How? By ensuring that good resource projects get built in a timely, responsible, and transparent way. That's why the government and my friend, the Minister of Natural Resources, the Member of Parliament for Edmonton Mill Woods, has developed a comprehensive response to the federal court's ruling. By instructing the National Energy Board to reconsider the effects of marine shipping related to the project and to report back by February. And by relaunching Phase 3 consultations with Indigenous communities affected by the project, work that he has been conducting over the last weeks and that he will continue to do so. Let's be clear, Madam Speaker, we have to respect all of our legal and constitutional obligations, and that we have to take into account environmental considerations. We have to make sure that our consultations are meaningful and that we make accommodations and that we work with Indigenous peoples and the communities along pipeline lines to make sure that the build is respectful and meets their needs. And this is a direct part of our program and our project to make sure that Alberta resources can get to new markets. You see our support for the energy sector in the new USMCA agreement, which features significant gains for Canada's energy sector, an agreement that enhances our competitiveness and inspires greater investor confidence. It's an agreement that removes NAFTA's proportionality clause and restores sovereignty, Canada's sovereignty, over our own energy resources. You know, the side agreement on energy between Canada and the United States recognizes the importance of integrating North American energy markets based on open trade and investment, commits our two countries to supporting North American energy competitiveness, security, and independence, and it requires independent energy regulators, and that prohibits discriminatory or preferential access to energy infrastructure. And just last week, Madam Speaker, I think it's important to pause and understand where some of the elements in the fall economic statement came from. When Prime Minister met in the recent past with members of the oil sector, executives, he asked a very simple question. What is it you need from the federal government to help you get your product to market? It was very clear. Get us a pipe to Tidewater that will get us to customers other than the U.S., and get us accelerated capital cost allowance so that we can build and make sure that we're able to recoup our capital costs before we start paying royalties. What have we done, Madam Speaker? What has this Prime Minister led this government to do, Madam Speaker? $4.5 billion investment in the TMX pipeline that is producing $300 million a year right now. And should we be able to do exactly that plan that we're following in the right way, it could be 3 times that amount going through that pipe on an annual basis, $900 million going to new markets. And what did we do? $14.7 billion in accelerated capital cost allowance in the fall economic statement. Exactly what oil executives are asking a Liberal government in Ottawa to do, and like a Liberal government in the 1970s, when there was a Liberal government in Ontario and a Peter Lougheed-led government in Alberta that decided to create Syncrude, that decided to be innovative, that decided to take this new stuff out of the ground known as oil sands and figure out how to separate it and get it to the world. Syncrude was led by a federal Liberal government, an Ontario Liberal government, and a Conservative government led by Peter Lougheed. That is the kind of leadership that we saw in the 1970s, and it's the kind of leadership that we are seeing again in 2018. Encore une fois, nous avons...
Once again, we've listened and we've taken action, including an incentive for an accelerated investment incentive that allows to fully deduct the cost of purchasing new equipment for green energy production and for manufacturing. We've reduced regulatory burdens and allowed people to deduct or amortize investments faster. This will make Canada a more attractive place to invest.
Encouraging regulators to take into account efficiency and economic considerations. How will we do this? An annual modernization bill to keep regulations up to date. An external advisory committee to look at Canada's regulatory competitiveness. A centre for regulatory innovation and immediate action to a number of business recommendations. As well, and to boost trade overseas, our government is proposing to accelerate investments in trade transportation corridors leading to Asia and Europe. And just yesterday, Madam Speaker, I had the honour to join the Minister of International Trade and Diversification in my own home city of Edmonton as we announced a new e-hub logistics centre at the Edmonton International Airport. Another example of how this government is not only working to meet the needs of energy sector workers, but diversifying our economy so that we can be a global hub in centres across this country for global commerce. That is leadership, that is innovation, and that is exactly why we on this side of the House are working to improve the lives of Canadians. Madam Speaker, I was a management consultant before I came to this place, and I can tell you that this place has a lot of process, and that I am in the Parliament of Canada not to spend endless hours of process, but to deliver results. I have nieces and nephews who are now 17, 15, and soon to be 11. And they're like, Uncle Randy, what is it that you do in that House of Commons place? I said, well, do you want to show me on TV? They said, well, not too long. It looks a little boring. I said, here's it in a nutshell. We're making decisions now that will make things better for you in the future so that when you're finished school and you're deciding what you can do, you can decide if you want to go in the trades. You can decide if you want to go to Northern Alberta Institute of Technology and become a broadcaster. You can decide if you want to go into the oil patch or be a PhD in neurophysics. Our whole purpose on this side, Madam Speaker, is to make the lives of Canadians better. And that includes the 100,000 Albertans who lost their livelihood in the 2008 downturn. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, this country is doing well. We are leading the G7. But I can tell you, 12% of the population, 16% of the GDP is still hurting. And while we have 5 out of 6 cylinders firing in this country, Madam Speaker, with our plan and our project and the work of this part of the government, we will make sure that all cylinders are firing in this country and that Albertans and Canadians get back to work, because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, when I talk to my niece and nephews 10 years from now and they say, Uncle Randy, are you proud of your time in the House of Commons? I'll say, we got the work done, we transformed the energy sector, we kept our promises. That day, Madam Speaker, I know that I will be proud not just only of my work, but of every single member on this side of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah. Questions and comments on member for Edmonton West? Edmonton Centre, sorry.
Edmonton West.
Oh, I did have it right.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's no wonder Alberta is in a crisis right now. Here we have a former Liberal cabinet minister, the MP representing the heart of our oil industry in Calgary, commenting earlier that Northern Gateway was merely on pause, when in fact the Liberal government killed it. We have the member from Edmonton Strathcona going on and on and on about the virtues of refining in Alberta, when the results are it's the lowest value add. The extraction and the pipelines is the highest value add of anything going on, not refining. And now we've got the member from Edmonton Centre, the same one who stood in this House and voted with the government to kill Northern Gateway, the same one who voted for a job-killing carbon tax, the same one who voted to end tankers off the BC coast, effectively stopping a future Northern Gateway. The same one who's with the government that's appointed radical anti-Alberta activists to senior advisory roles in the Ministry of Natural Resources. My question for him, and I want to go on to C-69, which he also previously supported. This has been called the bill to end all pipelines. It says, if the goal is to curtail oil and gas production and have no more pipelines built, this legislation has hit its mark. I'd like to ask the member to stand in the House, face the camera, and tell the people of Edmonton and Alberta that he will not support C-69. He will support Albertans instead.
The member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member's colourful remarks and a recap of my record, for which I am very proud. I said I am here to deliver results, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Let's talk very clearly, Madam Speaker, about the fact that when you respect Indigenous peoples, when you work with environmentalists, when you work with proponents to make sure that their projects can pass in a timely manner, that's how you actually accelerate the work of getting projects to market. Madam Speaker, we're not just on this side working to make sure that we can get TMX built. We want to make sure that there is a process in place that can allow many more pipes to be constructed and under our watch, and that makes me very proud.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, in what imaginary world did any of those things happen under the Liberals' watch? They promised that they would redo the Trans Mountain Kinder Morgan pipeline during the election. They didn't. They added on this funny ministerial panel that said to the government there are 6 big pieces of work undone, all of which were barriers to the project. The government chose to do none of them. And then the courts told them that they failed in all the things that the member has just said: Indigenous consent, environmental assessment, protecting endangered orca. They failed all those things, and the court said so. So the bragging on the other side of the House doesn't make any sense. Now we're doing a court-ordered new review where members have to make their submission by fax machine. Who owns a fax machine? In what world is this part of the government's innovation agenda? It's crazy. There's still no climate change considered, and there's still no cross-examination of evidence. So there's no basis for the expansion of the project. It risks our coast, but the process is certainly not in place. Can the member explain himself?
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I respect the honourable member's passion on this issue. $1.5 billion for ocean protection, $165 million to protect the whales. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the interim principles framework that the Minister of Natural Resources put in place under our WAC was commented on favorably by the Federal Court of Appeal. It is true that we have more work to do on consultations, and we are owning that, Mr. Speaker, and that work is being done now. It is being done in the right way. We have engaged the services of retired Supreme Court Justice Frank Iacobucci. He has recently reported to the Prime Minister. We are focused on getting TMX built in the right way, and let us be clear, Mr. Speaker, the emissions from that expansion are built into the climate change framework.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton, St. Albert, Edmonton.
But I want to pick up where my colleague from Edmonton West left off, because there was no clear answer from the member for Edmonton Centre with respect to Bill C-69, which is going to do what Jerry Butts has long fantasized about, which is to keep Alberta energy in the ground. I was wondering if the honourable member can explain how the standing process for the energy regulator is going to enhance certainty when it opens it up to foreign interests, to anti-oil sands activists, by removing the requirement that in order to make a submission to the National Energy Regulator, that one must be directly impacted, or that they have knowledge with respect to the project. How does that add certainty?
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, despite all the respect that he is due, is wrong. Quite frankly, Bill C-69, and when I have more time in this House, I will come back and take head-on the boots and suits arguments that conservative-funded lobbyists are lobbying at our side to try to scare the industry sector, to scare Canadians, that somehow protecting the environment, getting projects built in a timely manner, and making sure that companies actually save money is somehow a bad way to do business. Mr. Speaker, the Bill 69 will modernize the NEB and will make sure that projects in this country get built in a timely manner.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. The issue here that we're facing right now is a matter of where we are able to sell our product. And the reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, is that in 2006, when Stephen Harper came into power, 99% of the oil in Canada was sold to the U.S. When he left in 2015, it was still 99% of the oil being sold to the U.S. And that is the fundamental problem here. To somehow try to pin this on this particular government is absolutely ludicrous. And I'm wondering if the member from Calgary can comment as to how he, from his view, sees the fact that, over 10 years, there was an inability to get anything built here to actually get oil to a new market.
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the fact that the Calgary Stampeders won the Cup, I remain from Edmonton and Edmonton Centre, and I can say very clearly that our government is cleaning up a mess that the other side left us. We are doing so by working with Indigenous peoples, by making sure that we protect the environment, by following a very clear path that the federal court has outlaid for us. We inherited 99% of our product going to the U.S. We are going to work in the right way to see new markets opened for Alberta oil.
Bravo. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That member spoke about Syncrude and their great track record in the 70s and 80s. My grandfather was working for Syncrude at the time. He sure remembers the National Energy Program better than that member does. What's really sad about this is this member is sacrificing the interests of his own constituents and his province on the altar of his cabinet ambitions. He voted against Energy East. He voted against the Trans Mountain Pipeline. He voted in favor of C-69, the No Pipelines bill. He voted in favor of C-48, the tanker exclusion zone. And he talked about the court ruling with respect to that, but that doesn't justify his vote in favor of a permanent tanker exclusion zone that would prevent any pipeline, no matter how much consultation happened, from going through northern BC. And he refused to support the repeal of the Trans Mountain ruling. Why is this member consistently, every time he has a chance to stand up and vote in this House for his constituents, always choosing to vote with the Prime Minister instead of with the people who sent him here?
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to be very clear. It'll be a cold day in hell before I will vote for a Conservative opposition motion that is simply there to obfuscate, to try to trap our side, to try to divide our side, to try to sow division among Canadians. On this side of the House, we are here to build, we are here to invest in the future, and we're here to see that Alberta oil gets to new markets despite all the theatre and rhetoric on the other side.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very sad to be here this evening because I'm sorry that we have to have this debate once again. I mean, it's certainly no secret that the last few years have been very hard in Alberta, not just for Calgarians, but for all Albertans, and in fact, I would go on to say the nation. The nation, because, of course, the energy sector, the oil and gas sector, is one that has a rich history of supplying jobs, not only in Calgary, where I was born and raised, not only in Alberta, but wide across this country. And Mr. Speaker, it's really a, to use the term of Lemony Snicket, a series of unfortunate events which brought us here today. And, it's a number of events that, I must admit, include those of our provincial government, the province, without question. But, the truth of the matter is, really, I think when we ask the question, who created this price differential crisis? Well, Mr. Speaker, it was, in fact, this government. This government certainly had a lot to do with it. Mr. Speaker, I'll mention some statistics which have been mentioned already this evening, and I should add, Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member with Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill. Thank you very much. I should have mentioned that from the outset. But, as you know, the oil and gas sector has lost over $100 billion in investment and over 100,000 jobs. That this is 8 times the GDP and more jobs than the entire aerospace sector. That this is 5 times the GDP and almost as many jobs as the entire auto sector. So as I said, it is not only just an Alberta crisis, it is a national crisis. And that, in fact, the Canadian Energy Research Institute says that every job in Canadian upstream oil and gas creates 2 indirect and 3 induced jobs in other sectors across the country in other provinces. And in fact, every 1 job in the oil sands creates 7 manufacturing jobs. You know, another very disturbing fact, Mr. Speaker, is that in a recent World Competitiveness Forum report, which ranks countries based on a global competitiveness index, also reflects Canada's competitive disadvantage relative to the U.S. Canada ranks 12th out of 140 countries, while the U.S. ranks first, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know, I have a direct story related to this. I'm very fortunate, as you know, I come from the diplomatic corps. Previous to my job as a parliamentarian, and as such, I was very fortunate in Calgary to be invited to an event called U.S. Select, in which the American ambassador to Canada attended. And when I went to this event, frankly, it was just terrifying, Mr. Speaker, because it was, in fact, the American government, with much success, luring away investment and jobs to the United States of America. And that's certainly not very hard to do at this time, unfortunately, because, you know, certainly while the Conservative government has an incredible track record of 4 pipelines, 2 of those increasing coastal access, the Trans-Canada Keystone Pipeline, Enbridge's Alberta Clipper, Kinder Morgan Anchor Loop, increasing capacity to the West Coast, as well as Enbridge's Line 9B reversal. Everyone knows here, the Liberals have killed 2 major pipelines, Enbridge's Northern Gateway Pipeline, as well as TransCanada's Energy East. And you know, who of course can forget, Mr. Speaker, just the absolute horror of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which for us on this side of the House here was like the plot to a bad horror film. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, it did. You know, every day we'd sit here, oh, you know, the deadline's looming. We've got to come up with something. The deadline's looming. We've got to come up with something. And then, you know, lo and behold, Canadians bought a pipeline. It was, you know, in this case, the butler didn't do it. It was an ending we could have not possibly foreseen. But as I said, like a plot to a bad horror movie. But worse than that, Mr. Speaker, you know, we have C-69, a bill with which question in the minds of many Albertans, and certainly in my mind, kills the potential future of any energy projects going forward. You know, and that in addition, you know, to sort of add some salt into the wound, Mr. Speaker, you know, the Prime Minister, the very individual who said that, you know, he laments the existence of the tar sands, I believe is the term that he uses, has the actual nerve to show up in Calgary this week and try and play friendly and try and show that he is on the side of Albertans and of Calgarians. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm afraid Calgarians know better. Exactly. They did not buy it for a minute because actions, Mr. Speaker, speak louder than words. And the actions of this government have shown over and over again that who created this pipeline differential crisis by not doing the things to ensure that our product could get to market? This government, Mr. Speaker, and Albertans will not stand for it. Calgarians will not stand for it. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to mention some quotes from stakeholders. Now, this first one is very dear to me. Nancy Southern, CEO of ATCO, and I'm very proud to be on the Trilateral Commission with Nancy Southern, but I was actually at the AGM where she said this, and the ATCO AGM, I mean, this is something that is run like clockwork. And, you know, this is certainly these incredible corporations in Calgary, they have rich histories and they have solid ways of doing things, and they are very gracious. They will go with the flow, so to speak, until they absolutely possibly no longer can. And it was just at this AGM where, as I said, I was so fortunate to be present, where Nancy Southern spoke these words: "How heartbreaking it is to see our wonderful resource-laden province so constrained by regulatory policy and politics of various dispositions." Now, Mr. Speaker, you could have heard a pin drop in that room, because everyone knew that Ms. Southern was speaking the truth. And thank goodness she was speaking the truth. She was not alone in the truth that she was speaking. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that who created this price differential crisis? This government. It doesn't have to be this way, Mr. Speaker, and that is my message to Calgarians and to Albertans. It doesn't have to be this way. There is another way. There is another way. Because what will a Conservative government do in 2019 when we come to power? Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, we will repeal the Liberal carbon tax. We will repeal Bill C-69, the anti-pipeline bill. We will end the ban on shipping traffic on the north coast of British Columbia. We will enact legislation that will clarify the roles of proponents in governments that are involved in consultations. We will ensure that standing is given only to those with expertise or who are directly impacted by the project in order to end foreign-funded interference in regulatory hearings. We will provide certainty to investors on approval timelines and schedules. We will use the federal declaratory power to declare a major project for the general advantage of Canada under Section 92.10 of the Constitution Act 1867, where we deem it necessary for future projects. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, it doesn't have to be this way. And you know, here's the best news of all, Mr. Speaker, is that young people are getting the message. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had the absolute pleasure, along with our deputy leader, the Member of Parliament for Milton, as well as our Natural Resources Shadow Minister, the Member of Parliament for Lakeland, to meet with an incredible organization, a group of young people called the Young Pipeliners of Canada. Molly, Sarah, John, Tran, I hope you're listening to this because we were listening to you yesterday. And we want you to know that we hear you. We understand that you value this industry, that you understand and value the history of this industry, that you value your jobs, and that you value this sector as the future of not just for Calgary, not just for Canada, but for all of Canada. I hope the government will join these young people and join our party, the official opposition, the Conservative Party of Canada, in supporting this industry, in destroying Bill C-69, and in taking responsibility for this price differential crisis because they created it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I brought this up in a previous question, and I think it bears repeating because I'd like to hear the answer from the member across the way. The reality of the situation is that Stephen Harper was horrible at building pipelines, not because he didn't want to do it, but because at the same time that Stephen Harper was touting that we were going to be the new energy sector that's going to be a new superpower, he was undercutting the process by continually attacking environmentalists, attacking the fight on climate change, and essentially in the process putting a target on the back of the oil sector. And that's why he was unable to accomplish getting oil to new markets. The facts are the facts. In 2006, when he came into power, 99% of the oil that we exported went to the States, and that did not change by 2015 when he left. So can the member at least acknowledge that that a little bit, let's just say a little bit, of the responsibility bears on the previous government?
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I think a big part of being a parliamentarian is just taking responsibility, and I think that stands, you know, not only with us as parliamentarians, but with governments as well. You know, I, for one, am just sick and tired of this government attempting to blame their incompetence and inaction on the previous administration, which is simply not the case. You know what I will take responsibility for the previous government? 1.3 million jobs. That's what I will take responsibility for as a member of the party that was the previous government. You know, what this government can take responsibility for is the designed and orchestrated phase-out of the oil sands, of destroying jobs across the country, and the attempt to murder an industry, Mr. Speaker. So, thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Just last night on As It Happens, CBC radio host Susan Bonner asked a question of Dan Halleck. He's the CEO of Total Energy Services in Calgary. And for the first time in 22 years, this company is shutting down field locations. And she asked him about the glut and the fact that there's no way to move the product because of the lack of pipelines in the country. This was his response, and I would appreciate a perspective from our member on the side of the floor that just shared very good comments. He said, so first of all, we foresaw rising production, particularly in oil, 5 years ago. But expectations were that reasonable rules, which are in place for construction and development of infrastructure pipelines, are in place. And I think every fair-minded, reasonable, balanced person expected pipelines to get built. I don't think anyone would have foreseen the extreme difficulties we have in this country in constructing that infrastructure. And so industry invested in good faith on the premise that reasonableness would prevail. And that certainty is not what's happening, and the end result is production, particularly in the case of larger projects which take years to develop, have now come on stream. What hasn't progressed is construction of infrastructure. And that's a huge problem, and it's not an industry problem in the sense that industry was ready, willing, and able to invest and proceed. It's been the political side that has failed.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnaport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for those excellent insights. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I would respond in saying that, you know, the world is hungry for ethical oil which is extracted with the most highest of environmental standards, you know, and this is a demand, Mr. Speaker, which is not going away, which will only, in fact, increase. And what this government has done in not providing the mechanisms for these projects to be approved and to get these products to market, which the world is asking for, is a complete disservice to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Time for just one more short question and response. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable friend from Calgary-Midnaport, there was one part of her speech with which I completely agreed, which was the experience of the Kinder Morgan pipeline is the worst horror movie you can imagine, and it just keeps getting worse. But I do want to put in her mind this notion, because I followed the process carefully. I was an intervener, and every single step that led to the Federal Court of Appeal quashing that permit was virtually in concrete before the election, because the NEB process was set up under the C-38 rules. The process was moving in the direction. The advice from the NEB panel wouldn't have been different if Stephen Harper had still been Prime Minister, and I doubt that the cabinet under Harper would have done anything differently than what the cabinet under the current Prime Minister did, which was ignore the flaws and approve the pipeline.
Member for Calgary-Midnaport.
Well, I thank my colleague very much for that question. You know what, though, Mr. Speaker, I genuinely believe in my heart of hearts, you know, everything might have been in place, but the reality is that there are no shovels in the ground. There are no sight of any shovels in the ground. You know, it was a failure in the consultation process. Just again, once again, complete incompetence on the part of the government, and I just fail to believe that our government, based upon, as I mentioned, our successful track record of the 4 pipelines that I indicated, would not have been successful in that venture. So I feel that strongly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very humbled to be able to participate in this incredibly serious debate, emergency debate on the oil and gas industry in Canada and the situation crisis facing Albertans. This is a serious issue to Albertans, and they are starting to despair. And there are 29 Conservative members of Parliament in this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, and all of them would have loved to have the opportunity to speak to this important issue tonight. But we only had 6 slots, and I was privileged enough to be granted one of them. Now, for those of you who may not know, I'm not an Alberta Member of Parliament. I come from Ontario, from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, which is just north of Toronto. And I probably, like many other Canadians, didn't fully understand and appreciate the extent the seriousness, the severity, and the contribution of the oil and gas industry, not only in Alberta, but to Canada as a whole. And then I had the opportunity to go to Calgary. And the Member of Parliament from Calgary-Nose Hill, the Member of Parliament from Lakeland, the Member of Parliament from Foothills, and many of the other Alberta Members of Parliament took the time to explain to me just how significant and serious this is. So I want to thank the Conservative Members of Parliament, and I want to thank their constituents for giving me the opportunity to communicate to them a very important message that I'm going to do everything I can to ensure that those in Canada like me who don't understand how important Alberta is to Canada understand, and I hope that I also can communicate the important message to Albertans that we understand how much you matter to Canada. Because if Alberta is in crisis, Mr. Speaker, Canada is in crisis, and it's time for us to unite and to build a nation, because this is one country, one Canada. So the times are tough, and Alberta is in a crisis. And yet, in the economic update, we heard from the finance minister that the economy is growing, everything is rosy, we have nothing to be concerned about, and this Liberal government can take full credit for everything that is great, and there's nothing to be concerned about, and certainly no problems that need addressing or to be fixed. Now, don't be fooled, because we can agree to disagree, but even if we look at the statistics that he's providing us, they are lag indicators. He's looking at data in the past. He's not actually looking at where we are today, and therefore looking at what that means for the future. And so we look to Alberta as being the initial indicator. It is the beginning of what will then happen to the rest of the country. Alberta has lost over 100,000 jobs, and they've lost over $100 billion in investment. So why does the oil and gas industry matter? Well, for many years, it has been the economic engine and has driven much of the growth that this country has enjoyed. It has the third largest oil reserves, it's the fourth largest oil exporter, and it is Canada's second largest export. It's the #1 contributor to private investor in the Canadian economy, and it contributes over 11% to the overall Canadian economy. That is nothing to sneeze at. That is significant. And that incredible economic engine is now stalled, Mr. Speaker. And why is that? Well, because corporations made decisions. No, Mr. Speaker, it's not about corporations making informed economic decisions that were out of the control or the purview of this government. It's because of policy and regulatory decisions that this government has chosen to make, and in some instances has chosen not to make. The regulatory burdens that have been placed on the approval process to get pipelines built are incredibly complicated, are not clear, and the goalposts keep changing. They're overwhelmingly complex and therefore are driving those corporations outside of this country because, like other industries, we, Canada, are competing with other jurisdictions to bring that business to Canada. And if our regulatory and policy environment is so difficult to understand, they're going to choose other jurisdictions where they can get those things built. And so what does that mean? It means that we cannot get our incredible oil and gas to markets. We can't build pipelines to Tidewater. What does that mean? It means to the oceans to be able to get it to foreign lands abroad, and it means we can't get them south. So we can't get them to market, And unfortunately, it's the longer you wait, the more that those other suppliers in the world for oil and gas that we're competing with, they fill the void. And so you'll lose that window and you'll never get it back. You're also losing massive amounts of capital investment that, of course, we need not only for today, but for the growth and the continued economic engine into the future. And we're also talking about energy security, because we need to have our country be able to look after itself. We have enough energy reserves. So we need to have that energy independence, because it gives us energy security as well as economic security, and to a certain extent now in these uncertain times in the world, it gives us defense security. So that talks about why the oil and gas industry matters in Alberta, but why does it also matter to Canada? Well, because we're not only losing the revenue to the oil and gas industry, but we also have one job in oil creates 7 manufacturing jobs. And we have all kinds of business, financial markets in the stock market and in our financial markets that come from oil and gas. And $3.9 billion in Ontario alone was provided from oil and gas purchases for supplies. And 12% of jobs in the oil and gas industry can be created in Ontario. And that will generate $153 billion that will contribute to the oil and gas in the Ontario economy from 2017 to 2027, if we can get some of these pipelines built. And that would contribute $12.6 billion in taxes to Ontario, which would go a long way for all kinds of services in Ontario that are highly needed. So by not being able to leverage that potential, not only is Alberta suffering, Ontario suffering, and other parts of the country that also benefit. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was in Calgary last week, and he talked to Albertans and said that he feels their pain. He also said that this is a complicated matter and there is no simple or easy answer. And yet, Mr. Speaker, to simply say that you feel their pain is really not enough, because ultimately he is the Prime Minister. And job of being Prime Minister is probably to solve the complicated and difficult challenges facing the nation. And so we are looking to that Prime Minister to do what needs to be done. He needs to lead the country, and he needs to solve difficult problems, and he needs to make sure these things get done. So, in closing, I'd also like to make sure that we speak to Albertans. Don't despair, because there are many of us in this House of Commons who are understanding just what a crisis this is. We are uniting with you, and we are not going to stop until we are able to build the nation that we need to be in these pipelines, because we're looking at one country, one Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. We'll try to get 3 questions in. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech, because just like her, I'm a Quebecer. I come from a different region, but I do also care very much about the people of Alberta. And I listened very carefully to a lot of the speeches tonight, and I'm a little perturbed that so much of it is focused on blaming one side or the other for things that happen instead of actually looking at solutions. But I've heard a couple of solutions from my Conservative colleagues. They talked about how horrible Bill C-48 was and how horrible Bill C-69 was, yet the honourable member voted in favour of both C-48 and C-69 at all stages. So how does she reconcile the opinion she's expressed tonight with her current verbiage?
Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, what my honourable colleague is referring to is when I was actually a member of Parliament as a Liberal. And I didn't fully appreciate just how devastating C-48 and C-69 were. not only to Alberta, but to the entire country. And so I'm very grateful to the colleagues on this side of the House who have given me the opportunity to understand the complexity and why those were bad bills. So I have no problem reconciling it because I didn't know what I knew then, and I am doing my very best to know what I know now and make amends.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan and West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And she did seem to lay a lot of the blame for none of these pipelines getting built on the doorstep of, environmental impact processes that are too, regulations that are too difficult for these pipelines to pass. And I know she has a unique view here in the House from both sides, and perhaps she could tell me, does she not realize that these difficult processes that these pipelines are going through are the rather weak processes that the Conservatives dreamed up in the previous Parliament? Bill C-69, and we have different views on this, it has not come to pass yet. It's still in the Senate, and I don't think it would change things much despite what we hear from the Conservatives. But what these pipelines have gone through in terms of assessment process is the flawed process.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. But essentially what they've done is two things. They've frozen the existing processes to ensure that nothing happens, and they have created an incredible breadth of uncertainty around what the processes are going to be in the future. So you can't expect industry to, A, wait around to see what it's going to be in the future, and B, to spend that time and money knowing that certain processes have been frozen in place. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monday night we debated in an emergency debate about 2,500 people laid off in Oshawa, and I appreciated her speech then, and I appreciate it again tonight. Thank you for bringing that speech tonight. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-69, there is nothing that will shut down investment in Alberta and investment in Canada like C-69. According to a whole list of gas and oil people, C-69 will shut it down. It will shut down investment in jobs, money leaving our province and our country. Oh, so one report said $100 billion. What I have is $85 billion. And Mr. Speaker, we are seeing jobs leave 100,000 in Alberta, and a carbon tax coming in, purchase of a pipeline that tells those who would invest in the sector, saying they say, well, why would we invest? The government's just going to take over, or the government's going to make it impossible for us to take the oil to Tidewater. They banned shipping traffic on the West Coast. Maybe she would like just to fill us in a little bit more about the policy that she talked about that is hindering job creation in this country.
Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
I think it would be unfair of me, Mr. Speaker, to even try to compete with that excellent, broad spectrum list of all the things that are exactly. And I think the punchline really is that anyone wanting to invest here is having a really difficult time understanding exactly where the goalposts are, what they're going to have to demonstrate, what they're going to be held to, and what kind of timeline they can expect. So it doesn't matter what we're talking about, the complexity, the uncertainty, no one knows when they come to invest in Canada what they can expect, and that is driving them to other jurisdictions where the information is clearer and they know that they can get stuff done. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Kingston and the Islands. It's a great honour and privilege to be speaking tonight to this emergency debate and crisis that has emerged in the oil and gas sector and the Canadian energy sector. And I want everyone to know that, people in my riding, people in Calgary, kids I went to school with, kids I grew up with, they're having a difficult time right now. And I know that. I have family members who work in the oil and gas industry. My sister, Christy Smith, works for TransCanada Pipelines, as well as her husband, Bob, works with Pembina Pipelines. So this is personal, and we understand it's a difficult time. In fact, I was with the Prime Minister last week in Calgary, where we met with oil and gas executives, and there's no clear path forward that they say. They both have differing ideas on what we should do, but what they did say, and is what our government's delivering on, is that we're going to ensure that we get access to new markets. We remain committed to the Trans Mountain Pipeline to build that project in the right way. And we also delivered something else in the fall economic statement that those people who work in that industry were asking for, the capital cost allowance structure, which will allow for us to build more projects more effectively and more efficiently. But I think tonight's debate, we see a lot of rhetoric coming from the members opposite. And, you know, I understand that they do have concern for the people of Calgary and Alberta and the like, but nevertheless, they kind of forget how we got here, you know, and just to pick a date at random, let's say 2006, the year 2006, Mr. Speaker, if you can take yourself back to then, okay, we had the Harper government then elected, okay, and they immediately got up and with sound and fury, they said, my goodness, we're going to build an energy superpower here. And where they put all their thought process, all their workings, all the men and women on that side, work day and night, I assume, to try and create this, because that's what they said they would do. And yet here we are. When we took power in 2015, after they had been in power for a decade. Mr. Speaker, were you aware that not 1 inch of pipe was built to new energy markets? And if we look now at what we're dealing with right now, here is the fact that there's a differential. The differential is caused by us having one customer, the United States, and when they came into power, 99% of our oil went to the United States. And at the end of their decade in power, that too was the same number where the oil went. So here we are today. You have a government who is invested in the Trans Mountain Pipeline, $4.5 billion into this pipeline, because we know that we'll assert the direction to build this in the right way. That shows our commitment to the people of Calgary Centre that I represent, to the people of Alberta, because we know when Alberta is successful, Canada is successful. But not only that, you know, not only the fact that they couldn't get pipelines built, in their wisdom, or lack thereof, one might say, they came up in 2012 and said, we're going to design a system that's going to get all these energy projects built. You know, we're going to put all the king's horses, all the king's men, all of us in a room, and we'll get together and we'll figure this out on how to build these energy projects super fast, super quickly, and there's going to be no problems asked. And yet here we are. You know, they managed in this process to basically, you know, cause themselves where we are today, where here we are with their process in place, which essentially ended the Northern Gateway. It essentially has left us here on Trans Mountain Pipeline, where we followed their process. And here they are. They're saying that we should do nothing more. We shouldn't endeavor to try and do better. Shouldn't endeavor to try and set up a process that actually allows for projects to get good projects to get built with one project, one review, to allow people to go through this, getting some certainty to it. They want to somehow go back to yesterday, where clearly the process they laid down did not work, and they have to admit that. You know, under no certain terms can they deny the fact that the process they put in place in 2012 was an utter failure, okay? clearly. And I hear none of that here tonight. That the process they worked night and day on to create this superpower that they said they were going to do has led to nothing but failure. Okay? That's where we are. And that's here we are. That's here where we are today, with a differential a mile wide that has been caused by the failure of the former Conservative government. One, to not only build pipelines, and the second thing is to actually have a process that allowed people to be heard. And because here's where we are. The federal courts have said we have a constitutional duty to ensure that we are consulting meaningfully with our Indigenous peoples, that we are moving forward in an environmentally friendly fashion that ensures that what we said in the 2015 election campaign, that the economy and the environment are two sides of the same coin. And that in this day and age, that we have to move forward with that, because that's what Canadians expect, and that's what Canadians are demanding. And I think we have to also learn as to look at some of the successes our government has had in terms of actually building a sense of understanding amongst the people of Canada around the Trans Mountain Pipeline. When we came to power, the Conservative government had so sufficiently alienated Indigenous population, alienated people concerned about the environment, alienated a whole swath of Canadians who simply didn't believe them when it came to the environment, or in fact, or consultation, that support for the Trans Mountain Pipeline languished around 40%. Okay? That was the amount of public opinion that were supportive of this energy project. Because we understand that the environment and the economy are two sides of the same coin, we have now seen people get behind this, understanding that, hey, there's a government who understands that it's a balance, understands that energy projects to be built in the 21st century have to do these necessary things, understand the importance of leaving a better environment going forward, understand the importance of our consultations with our Indigenous communities. And I think we also have to understand that our government has moved forward on many approvals, too, since we came to power. The NGL pipeline, the Enbridge Line 3 pipeline, Tower Bridge, all these projects which are going to lead to a lessening of the differential. Our government remains committed to those, and we understand that this is important for us to deliver on for not only the people of Alberta, but for Canadians. Because like I said, when Alberta is successful, Canada is successful, after a decade of failure by the Harper Conservatives, we will continue to move forward on the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which all the energy executives we talked to said that is the most important thing. We need pipeline access. And we're moving forward on that project in the right way, and we will continue to do better on our Indigenous consultations and our environmental stewardship. Because in the 21st century, that is the only way forward. And the Conservatives just didn't understand that then, and it appears that they do not understand that now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary, Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I've listened to the member basically, I thought, do the impossible, which is defend 3 years of failures that the Liberal government is responsible for. What they've been really good at is defending the jobs of Liberal insiders whose sole goal is to shut down the oil sands and cost tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of energy workers their jobs all across the country, not just in Alberta. And don't take my word, I'm going to actually name these liberal elitist insiders. The principal secretary to the Prime Minister, Gerald Butts, who's a known supporter of the tar sands campaign. The chief of staff to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, Marlo Reynolds, the former executive director of the Pembina Institute, who's a known supporter of the tar sands campaign. The senior policy advisor on energy and environment, Sarah Goodman, the former VP of Tides Canada and a known supporter of the tar sands campaign. And Zoe Caron, a past president of the Sierra Club of Canada and a former official with the World Wildlife Fund and a known supporter of the tar sands campaign. Mr. Speaker, why is this member so good at defending the jobs of liberal insiders, but not great at defending the jobs of Alberta energy workers?
Honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, with the deepest of respect to the honourable member, I think he may have lost track of his senses there during that long list that he must have got from rebel media. Okay, to be clear, how can he even say that? You know, our government is so committed to the people of Alberta that we invested $4.5 billion in a pipeline because we know it is in the national interest and to move that project forward in the right way forward. Okay, and for him to say this is just nonsensical. So I would ask him to go revisit. The evidence is clearly in what we did and how we're going to go forward.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened interesting to the speech from the member from Calgary Centre, and I can't believe how he can actually stand behind a Prime Minister that has failed this country so badly in the way of Canada's energy resources and Alberta's energy resources in particular. We've heard speeches from across the country from our members this evening, and I'll speak from BC, about the impacts that it's had out there. I have manufacturers, machine shops, people that work in BC in my area that have been working out in the energy sector in Alberta. Now they can't. The member from Calgary Centre talked about the new capital cost allowance structure. That sounds great on paper, but the fact is that they have scared away business investment so badly from this country that nobody is going to take up that offer. They're not going to spend equipment in this sector unless we get rid of this government and put a government in place that's going to put energy resources at the forefront again. How can this member defend that?
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, the decade of failure by the Harper Conservatives to move forward on 1 inch of pipeline toward new markets, that gives me a confidence in what we're doing around what we are doing. We're investing in the Trans Mountain to ensure that pipeline goes forward in the right way, that it will ensure access to new markets. I think that's evidence of our commitment to moving the nation forward. We remain committed to Alberta. We remain committed to understanding that how important a role it has played in the development of Canada, and this will continue to move that project forward.
Time for one more short question. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from Calgary Centre. I come from a community that's quite concerned about the environment. I get a lot of questions about pipelines and what's going on with the Oceans Protection Act and what we're doing in terms of environmental assessments and approvals. And also looking at how we're working with Indigenous peoples. Now, I notice on social media that the minister is out in British Columbia working with the Métis Association of British Columbia right now. Could you maybe comment on the process that we're using in terms of environmental and Indigenous consultations?
Member for Calgary Centre.
There is no doubt in the 21st century you have to move forward with Indigenous consultation and environmental protection. So we saw clear much of the failure in the Harper Conservatives with their disregard for both of those approaches. And you see that's where we are. Stalled project after stalled project after stalled project. And essentially we're in this bind here because of 10 years of a Conservative government not understanding the real important work that has to be done. And that's why our government is committed to this. And I think the Oceans Protection Fund, putting a price on pollution. You know, one thing they forget is putting a price on pollution. The oil companies in Alberta, Cenovus, Suncor, many others, called for us to put that because they know that the world wants to see this in their energy.
Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honor to rise today in the House to speak about this very important issue. And I want to thank my colleagues from the Conservative Party for bringing it forward and for initiating this discussion. You know, there are a lot of people who have been affected in Alberta in particular by the downturn in the oil prices. And at the heart of this, I think it's very important to remember that there are actual individuals that are affected by this, that are suffering in economic ways that is going to affect all aspects of their lives. And it is incumbent upon us and upon the government to do whatever we can to ensure that they can rebound out of this in the most timely and expeditious way possible. And I must admit, I thought that coming into this debate, and I heard the introduction of this, for the proposal for this debate earlier this evening, and I thought it was going to be an opportunity to have a good, wholesome discussion about what some of the possible solutions are. And, you know, as usual in this place, it didn't exactly turn out like that, Mr. Speaker. It seems to be a lot of finger pointing, and I will admit that you know, I've partaked in that myself, but the reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, is I think that, you know, there's a lot of blame to go around. And I don't think that it is entirely fair to blame one party or the other party, or one government or the other government. The member from Lakeland who introduced this and started off the debate on this topic at the very beginning of it mentioned that, you know, this has been a crisis for 3 years, and it's the entire crisis that's the responsibility of this particular government. Well, that just doesn't make any sense, because 3 years ago, this government was literally just swearing in its cabinet and getting going, and to try to blame everything that has happened on exactly over the last 3 years is just not practical, and it doesn't make sense. And the reality of this situation is, and I've had the opportunity to bring this up already tonight, Mr. Speaker, is that when Stephen Harper came into power in 2006, we exported 99% of Canadian oil to the States. He had a prime opportunity when oil prices were at a high, at a great selling price, to start diversifying the market, but took the lazy approach and didn't do that. Yes, we ran into some problems in 2008, which would have made it more challenging, but the reality of the situation is despite the rhetoric about what was done and we touched 4 pipelines here and there and gave an approval for this or that, the reality of the situation is fast forward to 2015, Mr. Speaker, we're in the exact same position. 99% of the oil is still going to the States. And that's the fundamental problem here. The fundamental problem, Mr. Speaker, is that we're not getting oil to any other markets. So to try to blame this squarely on the last 3 years is disingenuous at best and an outright falsehood in reality. And so let's talk about, Mr. Speaker, why it was so difficult for Stephen Harper to get it done. I believe Stephen Harper wanted to build pipelines, but the reality of the situation, Mr. Speaker, is that he was unable to do it because at the same time while he was touting Canada was going to be this economic superpower with the oil industry, he was simultaneously undercutting the environmentalist movements, the global climate initiatives, and in essence, painting a target on the back of the oil industry in Canada. That's what he was doing. And as a result, there were injunctions and there were legal maneuvers that were made throughout the entire process that made it very difficult for him to do that. So I believe that Stephen Harper and the previous government had the right intentions, but they set the playing field in such a way that made it virtually impossible for them to do that. And that's why this government is taking a different approach that respects the processes, respects the various different players and the various different opinions that formulate how we will go about approving projects and getting them there, but with the single most important issue being diversify the market by making sure that oil can go to other parts of the world so that we will not run into into a problem like this again in the future. I'll read a quote to back up what I said from a Maclean's article on January 5th, 2015. Quote, instead of convincing critics Canada could be trusted to develop a carbon-intensive resource in a sustainable fashion, Ottawa instead boasted Canada's emerging energy superpower status, lashed out at environmentalists and thumbed its nose at the international climate change efforts, painting a target on the industry's back in the process. You know, it's also worth noting that 65,000 jobs were actually lost when the oil prices started to decline under Stephen Harper, if we can be honest and forthright about the facts. It's also interesting that the previous government had such a poor record on pipelines, on the environment and climate change, and they were great at neither. Harper fought global efforts to deal with climate change, but he fought against those efforts and pulled out of the Kyoto Accord. So, you know, when I talk about, you know, what we can do differently and the opportunities that we have, let's talk about some of the stuff that we have been able to do and action that we have been able to take after 10 years of inaction. We've supported the Keystone XL pipeline. On the Trans Mountain expansion project, we are moving forward in the right way through meaningful consultations. We've also approved the Line 3 replacement project, the LNG Canada project, the Nova gas line, the gas pipeline. There's a number of examples where we're moving forward in the right process, in order to make meaningful decisions without creating massive controversy that makes it literally impossible. The reality is, and I think what the Conservatives are going to need to understand at some point or another, is that you cannot bombastically attack everything that contributes to a process that is going to make these projects a reality. And that is what they did for 10 years. So I also want to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to talk about, you know, the bigger macroeconomic project here. You know, we have a situation where not only is so much of Alberta's economy dependent on oil that's going into the States, but so much of Alberta's economy is dependent on oil. And if we can also diversify the marketplace in terms of, or the economy in terms of where the jobs are located and where industry is, we can also further insulate ourselves against other potential threats that might emerge to one particular sector of the economy or not. I mean, it's very simple. I mean, I think everybody can understand the notion of not putting all of our eggs in one basket, and it's the same idea. And that's why, you know, to Alberta's credit, they're actually doing some pretty impressive things when it comes to promoting the renewable energy sector. If you look at the statistics, you will see that Alberta is actually doubling and tripling the jobs in the renewable and clean tech sector. And that's a really smart move because they're diversifying their economy, they're getting well-paying jobs that are going to be the jobs of the future, and they're setting up an environment where the economy can be diverse and not just dependent on one particular sector or another. True. So, let's talk about about what Alberta has committed to. They've committed to having 30% of its electricity come from renewable sources, such as wind, hydro, and solar, by 2030. They're promising. They're promising that this has a promising new potential for growth, employment of 30 to 50% in this particular sector. And again, Mr. Speaker, we know that these are extremely well-paying jobs, and when we can diversify a market, we can further insulate it. So I see that my time's running out, Mr. Speaker, but you know, I will say that I've enjoyed the discussion tonight. I have learned a lot in terms of, you know, the various different positions on this, but I genuinely think that in order to advance any particular industry, we're going to have to take a balanced approach. And the reality of the situation is after 10 years, the Conservatives didn't take a balanced approach. They tried to bully their way through a particular industry and imposing things that were not going to happen because there was too much opposition. And at the end of the day, what we're seeing is an approach that will work is one that brings all the players together to have a meaningful process, a meaningful deliberation, so that we can create projects that will genuinely benefit the Alberta and the country as a whole. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great intent my colleague across the way complaining about all the problems that the Conservative Party had trying to bring pipelines to the different coasts. Yet they've been in government for 3 years. They changed the regulations. They talked about transparency and their ability to negotiate. And what happened with Trans Mountain when it went to the Supreme Court? They turned it down. They said they didn't do a proper job. That's the Liberal government. For the last 3 years, they've been working on that project. So maybe the member can say, what happened to you guys?
Well, member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, the reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, when we look at individual projects like the member is referring to and the decision by the court, we respected the court's decision on this. The court said that you needed to go back and follow a process to ensure that all parties were consulted. And that's exactly what we said we would do. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're respecting that process. But at least, Mr. Speaker, you know, I am willing to stand here and say that there is responsibility to go around the entire room, the entire chamber. But to somehow, as the member from Lakeland did in the introduction to this debate, say that this is only in the last 3 years, this is a problem that's existed for 3 years, this government has been here for exactly 3 years, therefore this problem is solely on the shoulders of this government, is ludicrous. You know, these problems don't develop instantly overnight, and it was the 10 years of inaction that...
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. And he's, of course, trying to lay all the blame on the Conservatives, and the Conservatives are blaming them. I just wanted to ask him, you know, his party ran on the promise to redo the process of the Trans Mountain pipeline approvals. The NDP ran on the same promise because we knew the Conservative process had been flawed and would be thrown out by the Supreme Court, and yet they didn't do that. They created a little sham dog and pony show that followed the route of the pipeline, and of course the courts found that to be completely inadequate and quashed those approvals. And I'm just wondering if he can explain why his government decided to make the same mistakes that the Conservatives had made and expected a different result.
Islands. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I did not, to the beginning of his this member's comment, say that this was entirely a Conservative problem. Quite the opposite. What I said is, I said there's blame to go around, okay? And there was a process that was followed that the court decided needed to be re-examined and more attention needed to be paid to one particular area, and we respected that. We respect it to this day, and we will move forward based on that. The reality of this situation is there is blame to go around. And all I was trying to highlight was that if you squarely try to put the blame on one particular government based on certain timelines that fit a narrative, it just doesn't add up. Humility is a great lesson to learn in this job. And perhaps if the Conservatives just started saying, yeah, maybe we should take a little bit of the responsibility for this, it would go a long way in adding credibility.
One last question. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member said some of the blame belongs to the government, and he's part right. All of the blame belongs to the government. He doesn't actually, though, seem in his speech to understand the process by which pipelines are built. Pipelines, up till now, have not been built by the government. They've been built by the private sector. Exactly. And under the previous Conservative government, every private sector project that was proposed was approved, which included 4 pipelines, which helped increase access to Tidewater. A 5th was approved, and this government passed tanker traffic exclusion zone, not only to deal with preventing that pipeline from going forward, but to ensure that no pipeline, until that legislation is repealed, could go forward in the future. He talked about the issue of climate change. Well, his government took on the same targets that we had. So for him to say that somehow something has dramatically changed, the only difference is that they want to, that their plan involves a tax, whereas ours did not. So can the member at least recognize the process by which pipelines are built and the fact that under Conservative...
Sorry. Order. We're out of time. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the private sector builds pipelines, but the federal government and local governments and provincial governments play a large part in determining the regulations behind that and how that's going to go forward. Mr. Speaker, he talked about the success that the Conservatives had in building pipelines. Yeah, they had some success in some areas that continue to deliver oil to the exact place where we didn't need to keep delivering it because we were already putting 99% of it there. What they needed to do was to focus a little bit of attention on getting it to new markets, and that's what they failed to do.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
The challenge that we face today in the energy sector is very simple, and it's a question of stability, and it's a question of certainty, both for the people that are making the investments or the decisions to invest in production in Canada's energy sector, as well as for the people who I talk to every day who have selected me to be their voice in Ottawa. It's a question of certainty, and it's a question of stability. If you are, Mr. Speaker, for the colleagues opposite that are laughing at this tonight, give your head a shake. When you are sitting around a corporate board table and you are trying to determine whether or not you should spend several $billions on a major capital investment, you look at several determinants. You look at labor availability, political stability, the market conditions. You look at all sorts of things, and you make a determination based on a set of information that is available to you at the time, but you have to be certain that that information is right and that it's going to stay stable. If you are a worker and you are trying to decide whether or not you stay in a region or whether or not you sell your house or what sort of purchases you make or how you make ends meet, if there's no certainty in an area, you're going to make a decision one way or the other. And the problem that we've seen with this government over the last 3 years is a question of instability. So at a time when we saw a change in the supply side model of energy products in North America, as the Americans started to come on stream with more energy supply, and of course, we could spend a whole bunch of time talking about the demand side model internationally as well, but as we saw a change in the supply side model, what the government should have done at that point in time, when we started to see that shift as they came into government in 2015, was did everything in their power to make it more certain and more stable for the workers of Canada's energy sector to stay and prosper in Canada, and for those who seek to invest in Canada's energy sector to do so. So what does this government need to do to rectify decisions that it's made that has led to instability and to see projects built out from here on in? First of all, the government has to scrap its carbon tax. This creates instability in investment in the energy sector and creates a burden on energy sector workers. There is no economic modeling to show that it will actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions because, for the most part, carbon in Canada is price inelastic. The second thing that it needs to do is repeal the fact that they cancelled the oil and gas exploration drilling tax credit during a major downturn in the Canadian economy. They need to reverse that decision that they made. They need to reverse the tanker ban that they put in place. They need to reverse that. They also put in place a 5-year moratorium on northern oil and gas exploration, giving the territorial governments less than 2 hours' notice. Instability. They need to reverse that decision that they made. They also need to reverse the decisions that they made around the methane regulation framework that they put in place. More instability that they put in place when they knew that the energy sector was going through a downturn. They need to scrap and do everything possible to stop the passage of Bill C-69 that they put in place, because it creates instability, it creates a new regulator and an environmental assessment process with indeterminate timelines. So if you are sitting at a corporate board table and you're trying to make a decision whether or not to invest, it's not about, just getting to a yes. It's about getting to a yes or a no within a defined clear set of timeframes, and Bill C-69 completely undermines that. Any investor who is looking at investing in Canada's energy sector looks at Bill C-69 and says, no way. So they put that in place in a time of economic downturn, and they need to scrap that. They need to stop or scrap Bill C-48, which they put in place, which put in place the unilateral imposition of a ban on using BC's north coast for oil and gas exports. They put that in place. They need to reverse that. Bill C-86, which they put in place. It gives Cabinet the authority to unilaterally shut down the shipping of natural resources by water anywhere in Canada, including offshore oil and gas. That is instability that the sector looks at. They need to repeal that bill that they put in place during a major downturn in Canada's energy sector. They need to repeal Bill C-68. They need to stop it because it dramatically increases the red tape on project development by adding a multi-month review under the Navigable Waters Act for any water on a project site that is large enough to float a kayak. It adds instability, it is unnecessary red tape, and they need to repeal this bill that they put in place during a major energy sector downturn. They need to repeal and stop Bill C-88, which politicizes oil and gas development in the far north by providing Cabinet in Ottawa the unilateral power to shut down oil and gas development in the far north. And as well, they need to stop the proposed fuel standards that they're proposing to unveil before Christmas that will equate to a carbon tax of $228 per ton of fuel and almost certainly mean the end of the oil and gas sector. They also need to apologize for standing here and applauding Barack Obama after doing nothing to prevent the veto or speak against the veto of Keystone XL pipeline. They need to apologize for the fact that they did nothing while they allowed Denis Coderre to stand up and dump millions of liters of raw sewage in Quebec and say, you know what, Energy East is not in the best interest of Canada. We're just going to stand up here and agree with him. Nobody, the member from Calgary Centre, you know, that speech was just such a disgrace. He said he was going to pound on the table for pipeline. Pound on the table. Where was he when Denis Coderre? Where was he when Denis Coderre was doing it? Where was he? Well, he got kicked out of Cabinet. So there was our supposed voice in Cabinet in Calgary that did nothing to stop any of these bills. So there's that. They politically vetoed the Northern Gateway pipeline. Cabinet overturned in a political process, this government overturned a years-long regulatory review of the Northern Gateway pipeline that had over 200 conditions on it that was set and ready to go. That creates uncertainty, instability, and politicizes a system during a downturn in the energy sector. They need to invoke Section 9210C of the Constitution Act to bring the Trans Mountain Pipeline completely into federal jurisdiction so that BC cannot obstruct its blockage or its building out through permitting or other issues that are in their jurisdiction right now. They need to start building the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And I'm also sharing my time with the member from Peace River Westlock, Mr. Speaker. They need to start building the Trans Mountain Pipeline. If what the Prime Minister says is true, it's actually in the best interests of this country, why are they kicking the can down through a potential spring election window? If they're serious about it, they should be building it out today. There should be shovels in the ground tonight. And the last thing that they need to stop doing, Mr. Speaker, for the love of all that's holy, is stop abdicating the responsibility for getting these policies right. Every time they stand up here and say, oh, it's Stephen Harper's fault. They had 3 years to get these projects done, and everything that they've done, that litany of lists that is nowhere near complete, all they've done in every step of the way is add uncertainty and instability for the investors in Canada's energy sector and for the workers in my community. All the people in my riding want to do is get back to work, and everything that this government has done has been to abdicate responsibility and create instability. And the last thing that they need to do is the Prime Minister needs to stop going overseas and telling his true agenda to the world. Yeah. We want to phase out Canada's energy sector. If I'm a worker in Canada's energy sector, if I'm looking to invest in this, I'm saying, well, that's a pretty clear policy. Yeah. And he's backed it up with action. Every single one of these bills, every single one of these actions have been anti-energy sector. None of the Liberals can stand up in this place and say that they have done anything for Canada's energy sector, but they can tonight by undertaking repealing all of these bills and standing up and saying, look, we were wrong. This stuff was wrong. It created instability. It created the death of Canada's energy sector. We're running out of time. We are out of time. Build Trans Mountain, get the shovels in the ground tonight, repeal these bills, and start being serious about one of Canada's most prosperous and stable industries in this country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker.
Just hold that for a moment. The honourable member. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan. A point of order.
I know there's many members interested in speaking to this as well, and I wonder if I could seek unanimous consent for us to extend by 1 hour the period allotted for this emergency debate.
Yeah, I thank the honourable member for the point where we are under a what we called sort of an autopilot motion, where there are no dilatory motions in this type of debate, or that order was in fact passed by unanimous consent earlier this day. The honourable member, questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't been here for the whole night, but what I've been here for, Mr. Speaker, I see a lot of politics and a lot of solutions, and that last speech goes to the politics. Everything the Liberals done is bad. Didn't mention what the Conservatives done. That's what the member tried to say. You know, this crisis has been a long time coming. And this government has worked hard to try and get pipelines in place. I do agree with one thing the member said. She said, make it more certain and more stable in terms of where we're going with the energy industry and with pipelines. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-69 is designed to try and find the balance between the environment and the energy industry and give that certainty for the future. You know, I'm pleased to have been in Alberta and across the country as chair of the Finance Committee. And I've heard a lot from the energy industry in Alberta. And they do need that stability and that certainty. I agree with that point. But the only way we're going to get there is to find solutions in this place instead of rather playing this partisan political game, which comes as much from that member as anyone in this House.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I'll agree with the member from Malpeque on one thing. Bill C-69 does provide certainty for the energy sector. Certain death.
Absolutely.
Certain death. That is what every single industry leader has said about creating the most politicized process that is indeterminate in length with no particular reason as to why outside of to kill the energy sector. You know, I actually stood here and I said, here are all the things that this government needs to do to create certainty in the sector for the people in my riding who are out of work and for the investors who need to invest in these projects to make them go forward. This government will not admit responsibility or failure. They need to do that. They need to repeal these bills. They need to bring back certainty and stability in Canada's energy sector. And you know what? I'm not going to apologize, Mr. Speaker, for being good at my job.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member was calling on this government to get the shovels in the ground tonight on the Trans Mountain Pipeline project. You know, I don't know what part of the law she doesn't understand, but right now the Court of Appeals has struck down the permissions that the government gave to the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And, you know, if shovels went in the ground tonight, we'd be in court tomorrow and back at square one. So, I mean, this rhetoric about trying to rush things through, trying to repeal laws that are in the way, this is how we got here in the first place. So I just want to ask her, in what world does she think those things would create confidence of Canadians in this process, in our laws here, and get things actually going? Because This is what's caused the problem.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
We could be debating legislation tonight, Mr. Speaker, that would retroactively remedy or say that the tanker ban analysis that was done was complete and get the shovels in the ground tonight. If the government had appealed the Supreme Court decision and ordered a stay, we could have had shovels in the ground tonight. The reality is that the Prime Minister expects to come out to Calgary, the Finance Minister expects to come out to Calgary, and they expect to be met with adulation and, oh, thank you for your presence. It's so wonderful. But you know what? The people in my community are smart. They understand what this government could have done if they actually had the political will to get this thing done. It's either in the national interest or it's not. You can't have it both ways. And if they're serious about building these things out, they need to do every tool in their disposal to get this done, including having the political will to legislate on these things. They can't just let the courts do their dirty work for them in the long term without taking direction here in this place, and that is what they fail to do. It is unconscionable, it is unacceptable, and they need to go.
There are 8 minutes remaining in the time for debate allocated for the debate this evening, and we're resuming debate. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very glad to be able to participate this evening, regardless of how long it is you left in the time. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that happened in 2015 was that I got elected, and one of the reasons that I ran to get elected was I always felt that Alberta was getting a raw deal when it came to its resource development. We were one of the places, I know, Mr. Speaker, that this is a vast country and it's a great country, but one of the things is that I felt that there was parts of this country that were not fair to Alberta in saying that we were not doing our due diligence when it came to developing our natural resources. And so I wanted to come here to champion the Albertan way of life, but also the fact that we develop our resources in the best way possible. Now, what I do remember from before I got elected, what I do remember is that it was the Liberal Party that went around the country discrediting whatever we were doing in Alberta. They went around saying that we were polluting the environment when we were not. They went around saying that the processes for developing pipelines were not met with the approval of Canadians, when in fact they had been for a very long time. And suddenly now that they went around saying that the Navigable Waters Act was an environmental policy, Mr. Speaker, when it was not. And so those things got me frustrated enough to get involved with the political process, to buy a party membership, to put my name on a ballot, win a nomination, and come here to this place. And so it pleases me greatly today to be able to stand and defend the interests of Albertans, particularly in the north. Now, Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, I was in Subway, Saturday evening, and I was standing in the lineup, and I seen Wade in the lineup behind me. I said, "Hey, how's it going?" He didn't remember me at all, but I'd worked on his truck many times when I worked at Stefani Motors. And I said, "How's it going?" He said, "Well, it's going." I said, "Well, are you keeping busy?" He's like, "No, not really, but who are you?" I said, "Well, I'm Arnold, and I used to work on your truck at Stefani's." He says, "Oh." He says, "Well, the truck's still working good, but I haven't used it in over a year." He says, I gave up that oil field contract that I had, and I've been farming ever since, so I don't need that truck anymore. So it's been parked." I said, "Well, are you going to go back?" He says, he's like, I'm getting too old for that game now, and there's just not a lot of money in it." So, and he was quite dejected about the whole situation. And so it's with that conversation in mind that I stand up, and for the people of Wade that I represent here, that I really want to participate in this debate tonight. Another fella I met on the weekend was Roland. Roland runs a heavy-duty mechanic shop, and I met him the other day at the gas station. I said, "Roland, how's it going?" He says, "Well, it's going pretty good, Arnold." But I said, "Did you move into your new house? I seen you built a new house." He says, "Yeah, we moved in now." I said, "Well, is it finished?" I said, "I made the mistake of moving into my house before it was completely finished, and it's been 4 years now, and I haven't quite completed the basement yet." And he said, "Well, that happened to me too," but he says, not for lack of time that I haven't finished my basement, it's for lack of money. He says things are just tight nowadays, right? He says since the oil field dried up, he said there's just not a lot of money to do those things that need to be done. I also recently took a cab ride in Calgary, and I asked the guy where he's from. He said he was from Pakistan. I said, "Oh, what brought you here?" He said, "Oh, I had a great engineering job.
He said, I worked there for 2 years. I got laid off 2 years ago. He says, I've been picking up every job that I can find in the meantime, but he was there driving my cab. He didn't see a new end in sight. He thought, well, he said to me, I think I'm going to be moving to Toronto or something like that, but he didn't know where he was going to go. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just an Alberta story. This is a Canadian story. And I remember working on trucks from people from Newfoundland, people from New Brunswick, people from Nova Scotia. They'd come by the shop, get their truck fixed, and they were happy to have a job in Northern Alberta. And one of those people that was working in the oil patch in Northern Alberta is the member from Etobicoke-Macnaquac. And he has great stories about the money that he made in Northern Alberta, the time that he had, the adventures that he went on. And that is the story of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Canadians from across this country who have made their fortune in Northern Alberta. And that is the story of the 100,000 plus jobs that are missing. 100,000 plus jobs missing. They aren't only in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. Those are people who are making money and sending it back home to Newfoundland. Those are people that were making money and sending it back home to New Brunswick. Those are the guys that flew in for 10 days on, 4 days off. Those are the guys that rode our airplanes. Mr. Speaker, since I've got elected, I can't tell you how many plane flights less there are going east to west. That is a significant impact on every part of this country, not just Northern Alberta. But it does affect Northern Alberta significantly. Our hotels are now empty. Our gas stations are about a third less customers. Depending on where you are, their customers have been cut in half, Mr. Speaker. The rec centers have less people coming to them. The highways are less busy, and so therefore there's less need for all the services that come with that. It is a trickle-down effect that we see across the economy in Northern Alberta. And Mr. Speaker, when I think about that, and I think about the guys like Wade, I think about Roland, I think about my cab driver, I even think about the MP from Etobicoke-Macnaquac and the great time that he had there, and the people of his riding that will not to get that same experience that he had making his fortune in Northern Alberta. I think that this is a Canadian tragedy, that we are not able to get our resource, our magnificent resource, one of the resources that have made Canada amazing, to get that resource to market so that we can share the wealth with all of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be Albertan. I'm proud to be Canadian. Let's get our Canadians working again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We actually have time for one question. The Honourable questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
My colleague talked about the experience had by our joint colleague from Etobicoke-Macnaquac and how he regrets that other young people from Etobicoke-Macnaquac may not have the same experience. I can tell you that young people in Etobicoke-Macnaquac are employed in Etobicoke-Macnaquac. Small business is thriving in Etobicoke-Macnaquac. The manufacturing sector is thriving in Etobicoke-Macnaquac. Etobicoke-Macnaquac is home to one of Canada's global success stories, McCain's Foods, one of the leading innovation companies selling the world's best French fries in businesses around the world. Businesses are in good shape in places right across the world. We understand this is a challenge in Alberta, but look, there is job growth across the country, and that we can't lose sight of that when we're talking about the challenges that we're facing right now in the resource sector in Alberta.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is right. The economy across this country thrives when we are able to take the money that we make in Northern Alberta, invest it in businesses back home. Every one of those truck drivers that I talked to, whose truck I worked on, they had a side gig going on back home in New Brunswick. They had a side gig going on back home in Nova Scotia. That is what they were doing. They were making their money in Northern Alberta. They were investing it again back home in New Brunswick. That is how the Canadian economy works, and that's...
Order. There being no further members rising in debate, I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Order.